The polls, they're opening up now. Hopefully everybody's getting out there before work. If not, after work. We'll be counting all day. And let's get you right there to the latest on the process with Carol Costello in the newsroom. We're falling apart here, Carol, but for a good reason.
That's right. That was a touching story. Thanks so much. You have a great day. Newsroom starts now.
Right now, a heated fight for political power with one top prize: control of the United States Senate.
Republicans in Congress love to say no.
There's nothing I would like better than for him to have a bad night November the 4th.
All across America, voters are getting a say about the anger and gridlock in Washington.
Mitch McConnell, he is out of touch.
The Obama administration is maxed out. It's worn down.
Will this election be about him or them?
I won't be a rubber stamp for Barack Obama and Harry Reid.
We're ready for new leadership.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the warm-up for 2016.
Reports of the demise of the Democratic Party are premature.
We are going to retire Harry Reid as majority leader.
The polls are open, the nation is choosing, and anything is possible until the last vote.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. The polls open and candidates race to close the deal with voters. As campaigns now enter their final hours, the newest polls have tightened and many of the races are simply too close to call. The battle for the Senate is being fought in 10 states from Alaska to New Hampshire to North Carolina. Republicans may be on the verge of capturing it, solidifying control of Congress and dooming President Obama to a lame duck for his final 2 years. We have full coverage, so let's begin with our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash.
Ground troops from both parties.
Got it. Next house, 2154.
With high-tech apps looking for every last possible voter behind every door.
Victory is in the air. We're going to bring it home tomorrow night.
As candidates launch their closing arguments in nearly a dozen intense Senate races. For Republicans, it's all about President Obama and distrust of government here in Georgia.
Do you trust President Obama and the Washington politicians to deal with the problems we face?
Democrats who understand voter disgust with Washington are trying to keep it local and personal, like Senator Jean Shaheen in New Hampshire.
It's the 1,200 people who are in their homes because we worked with them when they were being foreclosed on.
Some Democrats in trouble are attempting a last-minute course correction.
What it takes to be successful as a mountain climber.
Colorado's Mark Udall is finally talking up his own appeal after what even some Democrats call a failed strategy and almost singular focus on women's issues.
My opponent, Congressman Gardner, led a crusade that would make birth control illegal.
In Iowa, Democrat Bruce Braley said the same about his GOP opponent.
She introduced a constitutional amendment in the Iowa Senate to ban all abortions.
Republican Joni Ernst called Braley part of the
big Washington, D.C. bureaucracy.
But watch their strikingly similar closing ads.
More government, more spending, more taxing.
More than 30 years later, it still helps.
Appealing to undecided independents as they look to fill the seat of retiring Democratic Senator Tom Harkin, who went very off script.
I heard someone say, well, Joni Ernst, she's really attractive. And she sounds nice. I don't care if she's as good looking as Taylor Swift.
Ernst was offended, but also joked like Taylor Swift she would shake it off.
Now, Republicans this morning are feeling confident that they may, sorry to keep the metaphor going, shake it off or shake it up, actually, in Washington, change control of the Senate. Democrats are feeling jittery, Carol, but it's not a done deal. The Republicans, of course, will need 6 seats, a net gain, to take control of the Senate. There are a lot of races from North Carolina, where there's an incumbent Democrat, to Kansas, where there's an incumbent Republican, that are too close to call, never mind Louisiana and Georgia, which could go up into runoffs, Carol.
Wow, could be an interesting night. Dana Bash, thanks so much. Georgia is one of those states that could be in for a long night with one of the closest Senate races of the election, as Republican David Perdue and Democrat Michelle Nunn battle for the open seat. But this race could easily be headed to a runoff election to be held early next year. Martin Savage live in Atlanta to tell us more. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Carol. You're absolutely right. This could be a vote today that takes, well, almost 2 months to do. And the reason we say that is because state law in Georgia is that a candidate must get 50% of the vote. And there's a third-party candidate that is running in this particular race, so it's possible that candidate could siphon off just enough between David Perdue and Michelle Nunn that we end up, as you say, with that runoff, which is slated for January 6th. But let's not walk down that road just yet. Let's talk about today. Michelle Nunn, she is the Democrat here, and she's done surprisingly well in this very red state. Part of that could be the family name, Nunn, Sam Nunn, her dad. He served 4 terms as a senator from Georgia, highly regarded, highly respected, but he was a moderate to some say conservative Democrat. David Perdue is the challenger here. He's a wealthy businessman, done very well. In fact, Michelle Nunn has used that against him, saying, he's only going to look out for the wealthy. David Perdue has turned around and used her connections against her, saying, well, if you liked President Obama, you're going to love Michelle Nunn. And as I say, in this conservative state, that's hardly a ringing endorsement for her, Carol.
All right, Martin Savage reporting live from Atlanta this morning. Thank you. Just up I-85 in North Carolina, the most expensive Senate race could come down to a handful of votes as Democratic Senator Kay Hagan fights to hold on to her seat against Thom Tillis. She holds a razor-thin lead and is getting some last-minute help from the president. Renee Marsh is in Greensboro this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. It's been expensive all right here in North Carolina. We're talking about more than $100 million, and it just got a little bit more expensive. We'll tell you why in a second. But we have on one side Democratic incumbent Senator Kay Hagan. On the other side, Republican State House Speaker Thom Tillis. This race got a little bit more expensive because now we have a radio ad from the president endorsing Hagan. Interesting move considering Hagan has distanced herself from the president this entire campaign. We saw her campaigning with 2 Clintons, but not with the president. But we're now seeing a last-minute strategy change. Take a listen to the ad.
Voting's easy. So stand with me, President Obama, and take responsibility in moving North Carolina forward by voting for Kay Hagan on November 4th.
I'm Kay Hagan, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message.
All right, so there you heard it there, the president endorsing Kay Hagan. The question is, why now? I mean, it's pretty late in the game to introduce the president at this point. And I spoke with one Democratic operative who says, look, the Republicans have made a liability of President Obama this entire campaign. And now the Democrats feel that it's the right time to use the president to their benefit, kind of spin the message a bit. And that's why we're seeing what we're seeing here with this ad. I mean, the bottom line is there is still a segment of voters who still support the president, and it just so happened that's the segment of voters Kay Hagan desperately needs to show up at the polls today. We're talking about the African-American voters, the young voters. She needs them to come out. So that's what we're seeing there with the ad. Also in the mix of this race, pretty interesting, we have a pizza delivery man. He's a third-party candidate, a libertarian by the name of Sean Haw, and it could very well be at the end of the night, Carol, that this pizza delivery man determines the balance of power in Washington, D.C. I spoke with Republicans yesterday who believe that he has the ability to possibly steal some of the votes or siphon off some of the votes from the Republican in the race. So we'll have to wait and see. Voting underway, but before the polls even opened here today, more than a third of people already casted their ballots with early voting. So record number of early voters this time around, Carol.
All right, Renee Marsh, many thanks for reporting live from North Carolina this morning. And you heard Renee say it, the African-American vote is very important to Democrats. But is it too late? And is the Democratic Party asking too much? Because keep in mind, amongst African Americans, the unemployment rate is at more than 11%. We'll talk about that next. The Justice Department will be on alert this election day, sending election monitors to 18 states in an effort to watch for discrimination against minority and elderly voters. And it is minority voters, specifically African-American voters, that Democrats hope will give them a boost at the polls. Critics say their tactics in some cases, invoking the death of Trayvon Martin, are divisive. Supporters say it's about making sure voters are aware of local issues. CNN's Joe Johns has more for you.
With their biggest weapon in President Obama mostly sidelined, some Democrats went for the heartstrings in a desperate bid to get blacks in southern states to the polls.
He made it harder for communities of color to vote,
invoking the shooting death of teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida as a reason to vote in North Carolina. A radio ad generated by Majority Leader Harry Reid's super PAC, dedicated to maintaining Democratic control of the Senate, hit the Republican candidate for supporting the kind of controversial state statute made infamous in the Martin case, putting race at the center of the Senate race.
Tillis even led the effort to pass the type of stand your ground laws that caused the shooting death of Trayvon Martin.
North Carolina Republicans responded with a tough radio ad of their own, calling out the Democrats.
Have you heard this race-hustling Kay Hagan ad paid for by Harry Reid's super PAC?
There's more. In Georgia, flyers encouraging African Americans to vote invoke images from Ferguson, Missouri, where another young black man, Michael Brown, was shot to death by a police officer. Republican Tara Wall sees it as an attempt to inflame voters.
Race is a very real issue for us as black people. We should be able to talk about it. But I think it's disappointing when you have Democrats that, number one, just take the issue of race and use it to incite without any fact or basis.
Democrats deny these tactics are about inciting racial anger. They say it's about localizing the election, making voters think less about the federal races and more about the judges, prosecutors, and others who actually allocate justice. Though the tactics are not embraced by all African American politicians. But Atlanta City Councilman Kwanzaa Hall says it's valid to talk about in the midterms.
I would not use these in a campaign if it were my personal campaign, but I would want to make sure that we have dialogue and that we bring all parties to the table.
Still, dialogue over race is tricky. Louisiana incumbent Democrat Mary Landrieu got tough criticism after she said this in an interview with NBC about the South and the president.
The South has not always been the friendliest place for African Americans. It's been a difficult time for the president to present himself in a very positive light as a leader.
The question is whether racial appeals, especially advertising, could backfire, revving up black voters who polls show still overwhelmingly support the president, while turning off white voters, the same polls show do not.
Generally, these appeals are very targeted. They are, flyers or mail in predominantly African-American neighborhoods, or radio ads on predominantly African-American radio. And so it's this sort of slicing and dicing the electorate.
Tough choices for Democrats, and only hours before we'll know whether they pulled the right strings to get one of their most critical voting blocs to the polls in a tough election cycle. Joe Johns, CNN, Lexington, Kentucky.
All right, let's talk about this. LZ Granderson is a CNN commentator, and Crystal Wright is editor and blogger of conservativeblackchick.com. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning. Crystal, everybody uses emotion to get voters to the polls. It's effective. We know that. So I'll ask you, is this sort of strategy right, ethical?
I don't think it's ethical, but isn't it interesting, Carol, that Democrats are resorting to really base racial politicking, and they're not talking about opportunity and jobs for black Americans, the prosperity message. And the reason why they're doing this is because in the South, in Georgia, Louisiana, North Carolina, and Arkansas, Democrats, black voters make up over 50% of Democrat voters, okay? And that's the base that's going to be critical to the Democrats holding on to these seats. So they have no message, and they're lying to black voters to get them to the polls. And I don't think it's going to work, because black Americans, after voting for Obama 2 times, overwhelmingly 90% of blacks now are asking themselves the question, we're not better off Unemployment is almost twice the national average, and they're not going to come to the polls. Historically, during midterms, black Americans aren't going to come to the polls. And I think when you look at a race like Maryland, where the Republican governor, Larry Hogan, is actually going into black communities asking for the black vote, he has a black woman in one of his ads that said the very thing I just said. She said, "We haven't felt prosperity under the Democrat Governor O'Malley or President Obama." So I think there's I think not everybody is acting like Larry Hogan is and asking for the black vote, but I think that the black vote is not going to, the turnout's going to be very low, and the race baiting is just insulting. And I think many black Americans are disgusted by it. I mean, the message is very different for blacks than it is for white voters.
The DNC, the Democratic National Committee, LZ, is using a slightly different tactic, but it sort of goes along with this whole strategy. It actually put an ad in black newspapers with "Get His Back" in large letters over a picture of President Obama. It goes on to say Republicans have made it clear they want our president to fail. If you don't vote on November 4th, they win. That's not exactly subtle, but and is that a reason to vote Democratic?
First of all, there's a couple of things we need to correct that Crystal said. I don't know where she got this 90% number she mentioned in terms of African Americans not approving of President Obama. I haven't seen that poll.
85%. Approve of President Obama.
I said they voted for the president. Over 90% of black voters voted for the president both times, LZ. That's what I said. So let's.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I didn't hear that correctly. So here's the thing. In 2008, a record number of African Americans showed up to the polls. In 2010, the states that were controlled in both houses by Republicans and the governor's office by Republican started enacting these rules to try to limit the black vote. That we know. In 2012, record number of black people showed up, and following that, they continue to try to have ways to suppress the black vote. So obviously, it's not just the Democrats who are concerned or have their eye on the black vote, it's also Republicans. Now, I don't think that race-baiting ads are effective. I think what's effective is looking at what President Obama actually has done and fighting for him and his policies and not trying to incite race to get people to the polls. There are a lot of positive things. Gas prices are down. Unemployment is down. The fact that Democrats have run from him is more of an indictment of them than it is of President Obama's policies. I think what you're seeing right now is a shifting of tactics because they've realized, they being the Democrats, that distancing themselves from President Obama hasn't worked. And now they're trying something different at the 11th hour. I am ashamed of these cowardly Democrats who have run from President Obama this far, and I'm even more ashamed that now they're turning to these tactics to try to get black people to vote for them.
Well, and I think, Carol, LZ raises an important point, the voter ID lie. I want to give you an example in Georgia. In Georgia, in 2007, when after they implemented their voter ID law, black voter registration has increased each year since then, and now it's almost equal to white voters. In 2012, LZ, I think you mentioned that, or maybe you didn't mention this, but more blacks participated in the 2012 presidential election than whites. I mean, you had historic numbers of, for the first time in history, black voters outnumbered white voters. So this notion and the lies that people are your Democrat brethren running for Senate are telling black Americans, oh, you know, Allison Grimes is saying in Kentucky that Republicans are blocking the ballot. That is just not true.
But
all the evidence shows that when voter IDs laws are implemented in Georgia, why is it that more black voters are voting? I mean, why is it more black voters?
Because, Crystal, it's a direct response to the GOP actively trying to suppress the vote.
It doesn't prevent minorities like you and me from voting, LZ.
When you design a plan, Crystal, when you design a law that specifically is targeting souls to the polls in Florida, because
LZ,
you know
African Americans. Blacks are blocked.
Let LZ finish. Let LZ finish.
When you know that African Americans have been participating with souls to the polls for decades, when you know that souls to the polls were in effect in 2000 during the Gore-Bush debacle, and you didn't do anything to address it, you didn't address souls to the polls until a black man was voted president, we know it's more than just a coincidence. It is a direct response. It is in direct response to the historic number of black people voting.
Okay, but let's talk facts. In 2007, that was before Georgia passed their voter ID law in 2007, before Barack Obama became the first black president. Let's not insult black Americans. by telling us that we're too stupid to know how to go to the polls and vote for the right person and the right policy.
In 2007, we knew who Barack Obama was. You're trying to act as if Barack Obama didn't appear until 2008. We knew who Senator Obama was in 2007. Oh, my gosh. And Hillary Clinton's not running for president now. Stop it, Crystal. You're ridiculous.
All right, I got to stop it there. I'm sorry. I got to stop it there. And thanks to both of you for a very feisty debate this morning. I appreciate it. I'm back in a minute. Everybody's talking about the Republicans taking control of both houses of Congress. If they do, and that's a big if at the moment, does history show it'll be better for the country? After all, in 1994, Republicans controlled both houses of Congress and managed to work with Democrat Bill Clinton. Although it wasn't exactly all wines and roses, there was Whitewater, Monica Lewinsky, and impeachment eventually. Let's talk about this with Julian Zelizer. He's a presidential historian at Princeton University. Welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. So, Julian, if Republicans gain control of the Senate, how will this be different historically?
Well, we're in a more polarized era than we were in the 1990s, so my guess is divided government will not bring both parties to the center. And my guess is that a Republican Senate, a Republican Congress would probably be more obstructionist and more difficult for the Democratic president to deal with as we get closer to the election. So polarization has intensified, and it will make things that much harder in an era of divided government.
Are you talking about the Tea Party?
Yeah, I'm talking about the impact of the Tea Party since 2010 within the GOP and how that's changed some of the strategy of the Republicans.
You know, I've just been trying to think of, is there an issue you think that Republicans will focus on if they take control of the Senate, you know, despite splits within the Republican Party? Is there one issue that you see that they're going to put on the table right away and then get the cooperation of President Obama to get this to get him to sign it into law?
Well, I think they're going to go back to the question of the budget. I think this is something Republicans have been very comfortable dealing with, meaning spending cuts and tax cuts. And I think they might try to push the president back toward some negotiations over a quote-unquote grand bargain over the budget to test whether President Obama is willing to deal with them and willing to anger many Democrats in a kind of deal they have been hoping to avoid. So my guess is the budget is the issue they're going to put on the table if we have a Republican Congress after tonight.
Well, let's talk about President Obama and if he's likely to be willing to work with a Republican Senate and a Republican House. Do you think he will? Because I guess he doesn't have to.
I think he's going to be a little nervous about doing that. I mean, the record for him, in his opinion, has been he offers things to the Republicans. He has offered to compromise. And like Lucy and Charlie Brown, they take the ball away right when he's about to kick it. So my guess is he's going to be more interested in using executive power to deal with issues like immigration, to deal with issues like climate change, and very reluctant, if the GOP puts something on the table, to start negotiating or to try to get a deal.
Understand. Julian Zelizer, thanks for your insight. I appreciate it. I'm back in a minute. Yes, in case you have forgotten, it is Election Day in America. Let me take you out to Lawrenceville, Georgia. That's in northern Atlanta, where people are going to the polls to cast their ballots. As you know, there's a very hotly contested Senate race in the state of Georgia. And I guess officially the results are underway, at least we hope so, although there may be a runoff in Georgia because it's really close there. Also in Greensboro, North Carolina, we have pictures of people going to the polls. We know that early voting in North Carolina was substantial. People are saying, like, more people than expected voted in early voting, and hopefully that will hold true in the way people traditionally vote in these midterm elections. Also in Iowa, we have word from the Commissioner of Elections. He reports that early voting in the run-up today was substantial, and they're seeing good to moderate turnout since the polls opened at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Of course, we will keep you posted. Let's head to New Hampshire now, shall we? Voters lined up before the polls even opened at this Manchester precinct, where the race between incumbent Jean Shaheen and challenger Scott Brown is still too close to call. CNN's Brian Todd is there. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Voter turnout is going to be crucial here in New Hampshire. We had some long lines here when the polls opened about 3.5 hours ago. They've tapered off here, but a very steady voter stream here at the first ward voting section in Manchester, New Hampshire. This is the busiest ward in New Hampshire's biggest city. And as you mentioned, the vote is very, very close between Democratic incumbent Jean Shaheen and Republican challenger Scott Brown. Voter turnout, they say, is going to be crucial. They expect a good turnout, a pretty heavy turnout, more than 50%. And they also expect, according to the Secretary of State's office, more people than ever to come and register to vote for the first time today. So, according to one analyst we talked to, that favors Jean Shaheen. But this is a razor-thin margin right now. Depending on what poll you look at, Shaheen is ahead by maybe 2 points. Another poll shows Brown ahead by about 2 points. This is old-school voting, Carol. We love this. They come in here, they sign up, then you get your poker chip. Check it out. You get a little poker chip, then you go over here and you get your ballot. You fill it in one of those booths over there. Then it goes into a tabulator face down like a copy machine, and they print it out in ticker tape, and then they tabulate it here. They take it over to City Hall. This is great old school voting. Kids are coming in and going into the booths with their parents. This is what you like to see on midterm election day, Carol.
You like to see people voting, that's for sure. Brian Todd, many thanks to you. Let's head to Florida now, shall we? The governor's race there, also neck and neck, where challenger Charlie Crist, a Republican turned independent turned Democrat, is in a virtual dead heat with the incumbent Republican governor, Rick Scott. CNN's Aaron McPike is in Florida this morning. Good morning.
Carol, good morning. And you're right, it's neck and neck. And lots of the voters here in Florida say that they really don't like either Charlie Crist or Rick Scott. Well, there is a libertarian on the ballot. His name is Adrian Wiley, and he is polling between 6 and 10%. So he could tip the balance and take support from either one of them. Pollsters said originally he was pulling from Rick Scott. Now they think he's pulling from Charlie Crist. But again, it's still a razor-thin margin here in Florida as well. But I would tell you, in terms of early vote, the turnout is much higher than expected. 3.1 million Floridians have already come out to vote. Now, looking back at 2010, Rick Scott went into an election day with 272,000 more Republicans than Democrats coming to vote early. This year, going into Election Day, that margin is just 100,000 more Republicans than Democrats. So again, Carol, it's very tight. But what happens tonight will matter, because if the margin is less than half of a percentage point, it triggers an automatic recount, Carol.
Interesting. Some say pot could actually swing Florida's deadlocked race. Tell us about that.
This was a little bit of a political push. Now, in order to get medical marijuana passed as an initiative here in Florida, it needs 60% to pass. That seems unlikely, but the Democrats have put that on the ballot in the hopes that it would pull some unlikely voters out to the polls who wouldn't normally vote in a midterm election year. But there's been money spent on both sides. The Republicans are obviously campaigning against this, and it may backfire, but consultants I've talked to on both sides of the aisle say that they don't really think this particular measure is going to skew things in either direction.
Well, we'll just have to see, won't we? Aaron McPike reporting live from Florida this morning. Thanks so much. Still to come in the newsroom, how excited are you about these midterm elections? If history is any guide, probably you're not so excited and probably won't vote. But what if you were forced to vote? We'll talk about that next. Will decide who leads the country. It's sad, but it's become a fact of life in America. The question is, how do you change that? Well, how about you force Americans to vote? You require them to vote. William Galston is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. He wrote a provocative op-ed on CNN.com suggesting just that. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol.
So forcing Americans to vote would be a good idea?
Well, it's worked in a lot of countries around the world, including countries such as Australia that are pretty much like America. Australia instituted mandatory voting, and The very next election after they did, turnout rose from 59% to 91%, and it stayed above 90% ever since. And that's with a fine the equivalent of a traffic ticket if you don't show up to vote.
Interesting. You also say that forcing people to vote would actually eliminate partisanship. How so?
Right now, and survey after survey confirms this, it's the most passionate, partisan, ideologically committed people who turn out to vote, especially in midterm elections. And so people who are moderates, who are less attached to the two political parties, who are less ideologically polarized, are the ones who stay home. What that means is that the campaigns are all about mobilizing the most passionate voters. I have nothing against passion, but we also need to hear from people who are less passionate, but just as important.
Well, you know what those passionate people are probably saying right now. If you forced every American to vote, you would get some voters who are just voting because they have to, and they have absolutely no idea about the issues or the candidates.
Well, I can understand that fear, but in fact, the evidence from Australia and other countries indicates that once people know they have to vote, they start taking it more seriously. In the same way that if you know you have to show up for jury duty and serve on a jury, you're going to pay attention, even if you didn't want to be on that jury.
Do you really think this will ever fly in America? Because Americans don't like to be forced to do anything, frankly.
Well, if you know Australians, they don't like to be forced to do anything either. Look, let's be practical. This is not going to be instituted all at once as a national norm. What about, if half a dozen willing states step forward and experiment with it for a few election cycles? I think two things are going to happen. First of all, it would have a dramatic effect that would be appealing to the rest of the country. And secondly, I think it would reveal very clearly that this is not some awful instance of state compulsion. And could I make an old-fashioned civic argument? You're not required to do all that much as a citizen, and it seems to me that asking citizens who enjoy all the rights and privileges of American citizenship to vote once every 2 years is not too much to ask.
It is not too much to ask at all. It should be your civic duty. You are correct. Thank you so much for the interesting idea. William Galston from the Brookings Institution. I appreciate it. Still to come in the newsroom, it's a pot push on Election Day from recreational to medical marijuana. Do the measures have a shot at passing? We'll talk to the man who helped Colorado pass so many pro-pot laws next. The polls are now open, and as you can see, there's Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey casting his ballot at a local polling station. There he goes doing his civic duty, and of course, all politicians of all stripes are asking you to get out and vote in these midterm elections because, of course, it is your civic duty, and of course, it could change the balance of power in Washington. Yeah, vote cast. All right, let's talk about pot. Marijuana is making a push again on ballots nationwide. Today, voters in 4 states will have to decide if marijuana is right for them. Legal marijuana, I should say. In Alaska and Oregon, they'll decide if recreational marijuana should be allowed. In Florida, it's the use of medical marijuana. And in Washington state, there is an advisory question asking if marijuana growers should get a tax break. But marijuana could be a factor for Governor John Hickenlooper of Colorado if he loses his re-election bid today. Leading a state where pot is proving to be big business, Hickenlooper quickly had to back away from comments he made last month, calling it reckless to legalize marijuana. A day later, though, he toned down his language, calling the pro-pot law risky. Mason Tavert is the communication director for the Marijuana Policy Project. He joins us now live from Denver. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol.
So I imagine you have been a very busy man. Have you slept?
Oh, here and there, but there's really a lot going on around the country, which says something about where things are headed with marijuana policy.
There is a lot going on across the country, and NBC reported the Marijuana Policy Project, the pro-pot lobby, has poured $700,000 into Alaska's Yes ballot measure. That's just Alaska. Public opinion polls seem to favor legalization in Alaska, yet the polls have narrowed closer to voting day. Why do you think that is?
You know, for 80 years, we've had people trying to scare voters into keeping marijuana illegal. They've exaggerated its potential harms and really just said just about anything to keep this substance that's actually safer than alcohol illegal for adults. But voters are seeing through that. That's why we're seeing public support at an all-time high. And hopefully we're going to see that translate into some victories today. But win or lose, things are headed in one direction. It's just a question of how quickly.
Well, you know, even the Colorado governor, as I said, is not overly enthusiastic about legalization anymore, despite the revenue it's brought to his state. Some say legalization could pave the way for the pot industry to hook kids, just like, you know, tobacco companies did.
Well, the big difference here is that tobacco kills about 600,000 Americans each year. Alcohol kills tens of thousands. Marijuana, no deaths are really attributed to marijuana. It's an entirely different substance, so it's really an unfair comparison. But really, you know, what we're seeing is that more and more Americans are coming to recognize that marijuana is less harmful than alcohol. It is less addictive, it's less damaging to the body, and it doesn't contribute to the violence that we see associated with alcohol. So why on earth would we punish adults who are simply using this safer substance?
Why did the governor of Colorado say legalizing marijuana is risky? Why did he say that now?
Well, you know, not everyone's as evolved when it comes to this issue as others, but, you know, I think that it's safe to say most voters in Colorado are feeling this way. A majority of Americans, according to all the polls, feel that marijuana should be legal. You know, elected officials tend to be a little bit behind the rest of the public when it comes to social issues like this, but more and more we're seeing elected officials take this issue on, and we hope to see state legislatures around the country adopting laws similar to Colorado's within the next few years.
If you are successful in these states with ballot issues to legalize marijuana in some way, shape, or form, this could set the table for 2016. Why is that?
Well, regardless of what happens today, we expect 2016 to be a very big year. We're likely to see initiatives on the ballot in upwards of 5 states: Arizona, California, Maine, Massachusetts, Nevada, and in all of these states, during a presidential election, especially when there's more voters turning out, we could see the tides turn, and we could really see a big shift at the state level that forces our federal government to revisit this and take it seriously.
Mason Tvert, thanks so much for being with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
I'm back in a minute.
Right now, an election showdown with big consequences for the commander-in-chief.
Now, I'm not on the ballot this fall, but make no mistake, these policies are on the ballot.
Republicans are fighting to take back control of the U.S. Senate, and the president's agenda is on the line.
We're all battling against the establishment of the Barack Obama and the Democratic Party.
It's a day of bitter matchups.
She's called President Obama a dictator.
Obamacare. This is his Washington record.
I'm nobody's yes man's, nobody's rubber stamp.
We don't need to import a senator who will export American jobs.
And the night will be a nail-biter.
The only thing that counts are those votes.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the issues that Americans care about most.
The midterms really matter.
It is time to stand and fight like your country's future depends on it.
The people are choosing, the world is watching, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Hi, good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. The polls open and the candidates race to close the deal with voters. As campaigns now enter their final hours, the newest polls have tightened and many of the races are simply too close to call. The battle for the Senate is being fought in 10 states, from Alaska to New Hampshire to North Carolina, and the prize, nothing short of the balance of power in Washington. Republicans may be on the verge of capturing the Senate, solidifying control of Congress, and dooming President Obama to a lame duck for his final 2 years. CNN correspondents, analysts, and guests are here to walk us through today's races. Let's begin our coverage in Washington with our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Well, Republicans are feeling cautiously optimistic. Democrats are feeling jittery. And as we speak, volunteers are making last-minute phone calls trying to convince voters that Washington certainly may be dysfunctional, but it's an important thing to vote today.
Ground troops from both parties.
Got it. Next house, 2154.
With high-tech apps looking for every last possible voter behind every door.
Victory is in the air. We're going to bring it home tomorrow night.
As candidates launch their closing arguments in nearly a dozen intense Senate races. For Republicans, it's all about President Obama and distrust of government here in Georgia.
Do you trust President Obama and the Washington politicians to deal with the problems we face?
Democrats who understand voter disgust with Washington are trying to keep it local and personal, like Senator Jean Shaheen in New Hampshire.
It's the 1,200 people who are in their homes because we worked with them when they were being foreclosed on.
Some Democrats in trouble are attempting a last-minute course correction.
What it takes to be successful as a mountain climber.
Colorado's Mark Udall is finally talking up his own appeal after what even some Democrats call a failed strategy, an almost singular focus on women's issues.
My opponent, Congressman Gardner, led a crusade that would make birth control illegal.
In Iowa, Democrat Bruce Braley said the same about his GOP opponent.
She introduced a constitutional amendment in the Iowa Senate to ban all abortions.
Republican Joni Ernst called Braley part of the
big Washington, D.C. bureaucracy.
But watch their strikingly similar closing ads.
More government, more spending, more taxing.
More than 30 years later, it still helps.
Appealing to undecided independents as they look to fill the seat of retiring Democratic Senator Tom Harkin, who went very off script.
I heard someone say, well, Joni Ernst, she is really attractive. And she sounds nice. I don't care if she's as good looking as Taylor Swift.
Ernst was offended, but also joked like Taylor Swift she would shake it off.
Though Republicans are feeling good about their chances for taking control of the Senate, it is not a sure thing. There are a handful of Senate races that are still too close to call, Carol, from North Carolina to Kansas, even to Alaska. The balance of power in Washington and the tenor of the president's last 2 years in office are still very much in flux. Carol.
All right, Dana Bash reporting live from Washington. I know you have a long night ahead of you. Thanks so much for being with me this morning. As Dana said, it could come down to just a handful of votes. The most expensive Senate race ever has a razor-thin margin. Democratic Senator Kay Hagan is fighting to hold on to her seat against Tom Tillis. And this morning, Hagan is getting some last-minute help from President Obama.
Voting's easy. So stand with me, President Obama, and take responsibility in moving North Carolina forward by voting for Kay Hagan on November 4th.
I'm Kay Hagan, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message.
Miguel Marquez is in Winston-Salem this morning. Good morning.
Good morning there, Carol. This is exactly where that last-minute camp that those dollars are being spent in that Senate race. We see a Tom Tillis person out here selling T-shirts. Actually, we're at the Brown Douglas Recreation Center. All of this campaigning done for what's happening inside this building. This is where the voting is actually happening. There's been a line here since 6:30 this morning. The polls close here at 7:30. So this is one of the first races that we'll find out about. There's been a line most of the day here. Folks check in here, and then they vote over on this side of the room. I can tell you that at $108 million plus, this has been the most expensive Senate race ever, and it has gotten both candidates to almost a statistical tie. Kay Hagan leading Tillis just a bit in many of the polls along the way. We have a first look at some of the numbers coming out of here as well. Participation of the unaffiliated voters way up in early voting, up 43.4%. Democratic voters are up 23.4%. Republican voters, interestingly enough, are up only 4.8%. And perhaps that's why President Obama has now weighed in here at the last minute with that radio ad. African-American voter participation up a staggering 44.7% statewide. So that gives you an idea as to why they're chasing African-American voters right now, urging them to get out. They see a surge here at the end, they think it might put Hagan over the top.
We'll have to see. Miguel Marquez reporting live from North Carolina this morning. Republicans are hoping to take away a Senate seat in New Hampshire, where Scott Brown has been tying incumbent Jeanne Shaheen to President Obama's policies, and Shaheen has labeled Brown as an outsider. The front page of this morning's Union Leader said New Hampshire voters could tip the scales in Senate. We'll see. CNN's Brian Toditz is a polling station in Manchester. He joins us now. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. That's right. This is a razor-thin vote here in New Hampshire for the Senate. It's a virtual dead heat, depending on what poll you're looking at. Jeanne Shaheen might be ahead by 2 points. Other polls have Scott Brown ahead by only 2 points. And, of course, that's well within the margin for error. So this is a razor-thin vote going in. Republicans seeing this as a great chance to pick off a Democratic Senate seat. You talked about how Scott Brown is tying Jeanne Shaheen to President Obama. He has wasted absolutely no opportunities during this campaign to tie her to President Obama, who is incredibly unpopular in this state. His approval numbers are in the 30 percentage points here, and he, at every turn, Scott Brown, has tied her to President Obama, saying that both Jeanne Shaheen and President Obama have left the country vulnerable to the Ebola virus, to terrorism. He's talked about ISIS in the campaign. Now, countering that, Jeanne Shaheen has painted Scott Brown as an outsider. Remember, he held a Senate seat in Massachusetts for 2 years before losing that seat in 2012. He has a vacation home here in New Hampshire. He's only lived here in New Hampshire for a little less than a year full time. So she has taken every opportunity to paint Scott Brown as an outsider. They're both very good campaigners, both very good fundraisers, and that's where we are right now. They are in a virtual dead heat coming into today, so voter turnout is key, and we're getting some pretty good numbers here at this busy voting station in Manchester. And this is old school, Carol. You come in, you sign in here, you get your poker chip to verify it, then you come and get your paper ballot. You take it over there to those booths, you fill it in, then you put it in a tabulator. Here's another thing. In these boxes over here, these post office boxes, about 350 or so absentee ballots that just came in. There is no early voting in this state, but there is absentee voting. And one thing that's crucial here, Carol, is the independent or undeclared voter. According to the Secretary of State's office, almost half of all registered voters in the state are undeclared. Both Scott Brown and Jeanne Shaheen have gone after those voters with a real fever here, and they're hoping to sway those voters to their side. A heavy turnout, we're told, might favor Jeanne Shaheen slightly, but again, this is going to be really razor thin going into tonight, Carol.
All right, Brian Todd reporting live from Manchester, New Hampshire this morning. Still to come in the newsroom, some Democratic candidates distancing themselves from the president. Are they being too cautious? Or is it wise considering his low approval ratings and what history has to say about the midterm and the president's party? We'll talk about that next.
Control of the U.S. Senate. That is the big prize on Election Day. Democrats have control now, but Republicans are poised to gain some seats, and a look at historical trends suggests there's something of a midterm curse for the president's party. The president's party has lost Senate seats in 40 of the last 43 midterm elections since 1842.
I'm Martin Savage in Gwinnett County, Georgia. We are just north of Atlanta, and in the long parade of potential political victories for Republicans that could regain them control of the Senate, this race, Michelle Nunn specifically, could be that one rain cloud on that parade. As a Democrat in a red state, she's done really well, raised a lot of money, and she's kept the race very, very close. Part of that could be the familiarity of her family name. Nunn, Sam Nunn, is her dad. He was a 4-term senator from Georgia, and a highly regarded one at that. There has been early voting, and in fact, almost 1 million Georgians are reported to have cast their ballots. The demographic breakdown of that would seem to favor her opponent, that's David Perdue. So she needs a heavy turnout today. The main arguments in this race, there is no incumbent. Both candidates are new to politics. I suppose that Michelle Nunn would say she's the head of a charitable organization, looks out for people. David Perdue has been a very successful businessman. She's turned that as a negative against him, arguing that, well, he's only going to look out for rich people like himself. However, David Perdue has turned around and said, look, if you like President Barack Obama, you're going to love Michelle Nunn. In a red state like Georgia, let me tell you, that is not a ringing endorsement for her. There is a third-party candidate. You have to get 50% of the vote here. Many people believe today, well, it's just for fun, and that the real runoff will have to be in January. Carol?
Martin Savage reporting live from near Atlanta today. On this crucial election day, President Obama is keeping a low profile. With his approval rating at just 45% in the latest CNN ORC poll, many Democratic candidates are trying to keep their distance from the president. The president's even been heckled by immigration supporters who want him to take a stronger stance. Here's how he addressed one supporter in particular.
Hold on, young lady. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You're a dreamer, and I gave you relief administratively, and we're going to work on the next one. The Republicans are blocking immigration reform. That's one more reason why we need a Democratic Senate. So I support you. I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. And you need to go protest the Republicans, because I'm not the one blocking it.
Okay, so let's talk about the president's role or lack thereof in these midterm elections. I'm joined now by former ambassador and former New Mexico Governor Bill Richardson, and Obama supporter. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Carol.
What happened to the great communicator of 2008?
You know, Carol, historically in midterm elections, off-year elections, presidents are not as strong as they have been. And this president, I believe, has done a good job, but he's been a victim of the Ebola crisis, explosions in the Middle East, the dysfunction in Washington. So voters kind of blame the person at the top. Now, I think Democrats have made a mistake in not embracing the president when it comes to the motivation of their own base. The first rule of politics, I've been a candidate, I've been an elected official, I've run in state, local, national elections, is you motivate your base. And when you distance yourself from the president, who is the strongest with a base that needs to turn out, young voters, progressives, African Americans, Hispanics, I think you're making a mistake, and I dread what a lot of Democrats are doing, distancing themselves, you know, from the president, from his policies, from an economy that, for instance, has been improving. Unemployment is down, 6 months of economic growth. You see some very positive signs, deficit down, but Democrats aren't talking about it. I think it's been a classic mistake.
No, they're not talking about President Obama's more positive accomplishments in office. You know, a political risk management firm had a theory. It told the Washington Post this, quote, Bush is a leader who didn't like to think, while Obama is a thinker who doesn't like to lead. Is there something to that?
Well, I think the president has his own style. But at the same time, the party, the Democratic Party, needs to be pushing a positive agenda. I've never seen voters so sour, so negative in this election. They're not voting for Republicans. They're not voting for Democrats. They're voting against the status quo that they're very unhappy about. And neither party has put forth a positive vision. The Republicans down with President Obama and his policies. Democrats distancing themselves from the president, but not proposing what we would do in a positive way, an improving economy, more emphasis on education. Look, internationally, I think this has been a big factor. The explosions in the Middle East. You can't blame the president for it, but you can say that with the ISIS issue, he's assembled a coalition of over 60 countries. It's an international effort. We're getting out of Iraq and Afghanistan. We're putting our resources back home. So it's a very complicated election. I've never seen anything like it. And I think voters are not voting for any party in particular.
No, they're not, because, as you said, there are things for Mr. Obama to brag about. And the examples are gas prices down below $3 a gallon for the first time in years. We have the lowest national unemployment rate in 6 years. The stock market is at record highs. 10 million are now enrolled in Obamacare. But those things are certainly overshadowed by the anxiety that voters feel about ISIS and Ebola. Fear is a powerful motivator, and it is the president's job to calm those anxieties. And isn't that a reason that Republicans have managed to use fear so successfully in these midterm elections?
Well, Carol, I think what you're going to see if there is a Republican victory, I think it's going to be a deadlock in the Senate and the governors. I think it also be a wash. But what Republicans are going to recognize is maybe they have short-term gains this year in this election, 2014. But in the presidential election, in 2 years, they're going to be doomed by their negative efforts on immigration, against minorities, Hispanics, against women. Maybe it's a short-term gain today, but long-term, they're going to be in trouble in a national election because their base, their Tea Party base, is so narrow.
All right, Ambassador Bill Richardson, thank you for your insight as usual. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I want to talk about these very same things with the Republican Haley Barbour. That's coming up in just a few minutes in the newsroom. Also coming up, from marijuana to minimum wage, hot button issues on the ballots in several states. We'll talk about that too. Coming up. Beyond today's races, voters are also making decisions on hot-button ballot issues in a number of states. The initiatives include recreational and medical marijuana use, minimum wage, and gun control. CNN's Evan Perez is in Washington. Good morning.
Good morning, Carol. Weed is on the ballot in Alaska, in Oregon, and here in the District of Columbia, the nation's capital, where voters are going to decide whether to make recreational pot legal. In Florida, they're voting on whether to allow medicinal marijuana. Now, the question in Florida is whether it'll reach the threshold of 60%, which is what's required for a ballot initiative to take effect there. The polling initially showed that people were in favor of it, but Sheldon Adelson, the Republican donor, has been pouring money against marijuana in that state, and so the polls have turned a little bit on that. Now, turning to minimum wage, as you know, Carol, the Republican Party here in Washington has opposed any raising of the minimum wage that President Obama has been in favor of. So it's interesting that in 4 conservative states, Alaska, Arkansas, Nebraska, and South Dakota, it looks like the electorate there is very much in favor of raising the minimum wage. Also on the ballot in San Francisco and a couple of other locations around the country where they're talking about even higher minimum wage laws. And then finally, on the issue of guns, Washington State, where there was a recent high school shooting, Carol, the voters there are trying to decide whether to expand gun background checks for gun purchases, even in private sales and at gun shows. That's, again, another hot-button issue around the country. In light of this recent shooting, it looks like the electorate there, the voters there, are very much in favor of tightening the rules on buying guns, Carol.
Interesting. Evan Perez, many thanks to you. I appreciate it. Still to come in the newsroom, if you've heard some of the campaign ads, it begs the question whether fear is driving some voters to the polls this election day. A look at the politics of anxiety next. Good morning. I'm Carol Costello. Thank you so much for joining me. Across the U.S., the polls are open and campaigns are scrambling to capture the last of the undecided voters. You're looking at live pictures from a polling place in Altoona, Iowa. These votes may prove crucial as races remain very tight. It's not just control of the Senate that hangs in the balance. Our senior Washington correspondent Joe John shows us 10 things to watch today in the midterm races.
For voters in Kentucky horse country and all across the nation, the final horn is sounding on the midterm races not a minute too soon. The number one thing many voters say they're looking for is an end to the incessant political ads on TV.
I think it's a lot of nonsense, a lot of the negativeness, a lot of mudslinging that I think is totally ridiculous.
But be warned, the number two thing to look for in this election is the possibility of more elections before control of the United States Senate is decided. Runoff elections could occur in Georgia and Louisiana if no candidate gets a majority of the vote, and the races are razor close there. Louisiana would hold its runoff if necessary on December 6th. But, and this is number 3 on the list, there's actually a possibility that control of the Senate might not be decided by the time the new Congress is supposed to be sworn in next year. That's right. If it all comes down to Georgia and Georgia needs a runoff, watch out. Their runoff date is January 6th, which is 3 days after the 114th Congress is supposed to be sworn in. And even if there's no runoff election, there's always number 4, The possibility that voting in the state of Alaska could hold things up. It could take days to get all of its returns in, and the Senate race is tight there too. Number 5. Election law can get a little confusing, and with control of the Senate up for grabs, teams of lawyers for both the Democrats and the Republicans are standing by right now just in case somebody's election challenge needs to go to court. And if that's not enough, the Justice Department will be monitoring polling places in 18 states. Number 6. Assuming Republicans actually win the Senate, as many pollsters are predicting, the thing to watch for is how the next Senate Majority Leader approaches the job. When the dust clears, Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky is likely to be the man of the hour. His lieutenants say he'll take measured steps, try to push through a vote on the Keystone Pipeline, maybe patent reform, tweaks to Obamacare, no revolutionary changes because the election is not expected to be the kind of blowout that gives Republicans a veto-proof majority. Number 7. If there is a Republican-controlled Senate, how President Obama deals with them is an open question. Does he offer an olive leaf, try to cut some deals, or does he throw down a gauntlet? Number 8. The race for 2016 starts tomorrow. Planning for the next election begins on Wednesday morning. For some, it's already started. The potential presidential candidates are already crisscrossing the country. If you're a political junkie, the next 2 years are for you. Number 9, after 2014, there's going to be a hangover. Look for plenty of fretting about the amount of money influencing politics. What's been spent so far is just a few ticks more than the $3.6 billion spent in the last midterm in 2010, according to the Center for Responsive Politics. Oh, and who's doing the spending isn't always clear since the Supreme Court's Citizens United decision opened the floodgate. Number 10 on the list is about as obvious as it gets. The biggest thing to expect after the election is no change at all. Even if Republicans take the Senate, President Obama will still be in the White House. So the recipe for gridlock that existed before the election probably won't change very much. Joe John, CNN, Lexington, Kentucky.
And there you have it. Republicans may be on the verge of winning Senate control thanks in large part to a campaign of fear. If you examine the political ads that many Republican candidates have put out, they don't extol ideas, but Democrats say they do exploit fear. Take the race for the Senate in New Hampshire.
Radical Islamic terrorists are threatening to cause the collapse of our country. President Obama and Senator Shaheen seem confused about the nature of the threat. Not me. I want to secure the border, keep out the people who would do us harm, and restore America's leadership in the world.
So let's talk about this with former RNC chair and Mississippi Governor Haley Barbour. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Carol.
Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. The thing that stands out in Scott Brown's ad is that he offers no new way to deal with ISIS. He only says the Democrats have it wrong. Is that fair?
Well, look, he's got 30 seconds. So in 30 seconds, he's making plain this is an issue that the administration didn't take seriously at all. In fact, 2 issues, Ebola and ISIS. And now we've got a real problem. We're really in a rut on both of these things. And it is absolutely fair game to criticize the policies and the results of those policies. He's not calling anybody a bad person. He's not out attacking somebody's character, but he's saying something the American people know is right. These policies have failed. They were not the right policies, and we need better results.
Well, I think that many Americans might agree with you, but they're not quite clear on what Republicans plan to do about these problems once they get into office if they win their election.
Well, one of the reasons, of course, is that the news media, and I don't say this in a pejorative way, the news media doesn't cover that the House of Representatives has passed literally hundreds of bills and sent them to the Senate, where Senator Reid won't let them come up for a vote. Now, the press doesn't cover that because they say these bills don't have a chance of becoming law with the Senate not considering them.
Well,
but the average American needs to know, and it needs to be reported, that
what is the
House
Republican
is sending
platform for
legislation
dealing with
over.
ISIS?
Well, I think the Republicans very early on would have taken this seriously, would have been aggressive about putting into effect what we could do to arm other people, to train other people, to put much stronger weaponry in the hands of people like the Kurds, Peshmerga, to give the people in Kobani much heavier weapons to fight. But instead, this just kind of rocked along because President Obama was so interested in being able to say politically, I've ended the war, I've ended the war. Well, the war hasn't ended. That's very clear.
So what might happen if the Republicans do take control of the Senate? What will be first on their agenda to deal with ISIS? Because
I think
much of what you said is already in place.
The first thing that they will do is deal with the thing that's most on the American people's minds. That's the economy. I mean, you showed earlier in the program that unemployment has dropped to 5.9%. Primarily because of people dropping out of the workforce. A lot more people have quit looking for a job than have actually gotten a job. We've got 3 million Americans who now have part-time jobs that had full-time jobs. We have a record number of Americans, adult Americans, who are working part-time, and only less than 48% of Americans have a full-time job. That's why family incomes today are 4% below where they were when the recession ended, and 7% below where they were in 2007. That's why the American people want economic growth. They want job creation.
But that's not what these Republican candidates are mentioning in their ads. They're focusing on ISIS and Ebola. They're not talking about the economy and ways to fix it.
Well, now let's be fair. This campaign's been going on all year, and huge amounts of money has been spent on economic growth, on job creation, on energy policy, on tax policy. These Ebola ads have only happened recently because the public only became focused on the issues. And very frankly, every candidate should be talking about in his campaigns what is on the minds of the families when they sit around the kitchen table or the dinner table. And that's what you have seen, the evolution toward the ads about ISIS and Ebola.
But if you look at public opinion polls on Ebola, people aren't really afraid of Ebola. I mean, they're concerned about it, as they should be, but they're not afraid their neighbor's going to get Ebola and bring it in their homes.
Well, 80% of the people in Maine agreed with Governor LePage when he said a person up there that had Ebola need to be quarantined. Are they worried that their next-door neighbor's going to get it? You're probably right. But they are very worried that this strain is going to run wild in the United States, as it is doing in West Africa. And they absolutely believe that the government should do more about it and should be very, very aggressive in trying to make sure this never gets loose in the United States.
Well, do you really think there's going to be a huge Ebola crisis in the United States like there is in West Africa?
Oh, well, ma'am, I believe the American people think it's the role of the government to make sure there's not. And they don't see the government playing that role aggressively enough.
But if the government, and I guess by that I would mean President Obama, because he said it right, he says there's not going to be a big Ebola crisis here like there is in West Africa. And if you look at things as they stand right now, he appears to be right.
As I say, if the United States government puts its resources, and now they seem to be improving their plan, you know, about 3 or 4 different times we've read on the front page of the newspaper, or even seen on CNN, the government's got a new strategy, the government's making some changes. I'm glad the government's making those changes. People would feel more comfortable if they'd have gotten it right to start with, but they are trying to make changes. We do have the resources unquestionably to prevent this from getting out of control in the U.S., but we have to be aggressive. Why would we quarantine U.S. soldiers who go to Africa to try to help and are not exposed to any Ebola patients? Why do we quarantine them, but we don't quarantine people who have been exposed to Ebola patients from West Africa when they come into the United States?
Oh, sir,
you're
absolutely right about that. You're absolutely right about that. Thank you so much for being with me, Governor Haley Barbour. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll be right back.
I don't get it.
With just 40% of Americans expected to show up at the polls today, and that is pathetic, candidates are pulling out all the stops to lure voters to the ballot box. For North Carolina Senator Kay Hagan, that means an 11th hour appeal from the once poisonous leader of the Democratic Party. Watch.
From President Barack Obama.
North Carolina, we need to send a message this election. If you want to make a difference, here is your chance. Vote for Democrats and Senator Kay Hagan on November 4th. You know Kay Hagan has been a tireless leader, creating job opportunities here at home and supporting a higher minimum wage.
Now, keep in mind, most Democratic candidates have been staying away from President Obama. So, at this late stage, is it helpful to suddenly gain Barack Obama's support? Here to talk about this and more, Stephanie Cutter, CNN political commentator and Democratic strategist, and Ron Christie, former special assistant to President George W. Bush. Welcome to both of you.
Good morning, Carol.
Good morning. Good morning. So, Stephanie, I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this. Kay Hagan has distanced herself from President Obama for months. Now he shows up in a last-minute ad. What's the strategy here?
I think at this point in the race, you know, it is election day. There are very few people who are undecided. This is all about getting your voters out to vote. And the president still has that ability. He has won North Carolina once, lost it in his re-election. There is a base of support there, African-American voters, young voters, people in those suburbs. And having the president speak to him and talk about what's at stake in this election can get them to actually come out and vote.
Well, Ron, she's right. President Obama still has the support of the majority of African Americans. So could this help Kay Hagan?
It could. The question, of course, is what people feel when they go in the ballot box, Carol. Do they feel more confident right now than they felt 6 years ago? If you look, wages continue to fall, prices continue to rise. You know, I don't understand the administration, as you and I were just talking a moment ago. Gas prices have fallen significantly in this country. The stock market's doing much better, but yet the president and Democrats don't seem to be trumpeting what's going on around the country. I think Republicans have a vision and an opportunity today to demonstrate that, yes, we can do better than we've done the last 6 years.
And Stephanie, I have to agree with Ron. We were just talking about $2.37 a gallon for gas. Why isn't President Obama and the rest of these Democratic candidates say, see, this is what our policies have done to America. Your gas prices are below $3 a gallon. Unemployment is down. You don't hear that from the Democrats.
You know, I agree. I think that Democrats could be doing a better job talking about the progress this country has made over the last 6 years. And there has been significant progress. Millions of jobs created. You know, incomes are just starting to rise after falling for more than 15 to 20 years.
So why are these Democratic candidates running from President Obama?
You know, regardless of whether they're running from Obama, they should take credit for what they've been able to do to move the country forward. Now, I do disagree with something that Ron said about a Republican vision. The one thing you're not hearing out there in this campaign cycle is any sort of a vision from Republicans. And they've admitted this, that they're not putting an agenda out. They're not laying out their vision. They're simply running against President Obama. In some states, it's working. But make no mistake, they have not put out a vision or an agenda.
Well, I only wish that was true, Stephanie. The Republicans have actually sent 300 bills from the House of Representatives to the Senate where they sat for Harry Reid to not take action on. Republicans, if we have a majority in the Senate, will have the opportunity to let the American people see Congress working, and President Obama will actually have to make a decision to veto a bill or to keep it. But you talk about the unemployment. For goodness sakes, we've lost 3 million jobs in this country. We have 3 million part-time workers. The labor force participation rate right now is at 62.7%, the lowest it's been since 1978. So I think people can see the Democratic vision has failed thus far, and Republicans are offering a pro-growth, pro-sensible strategy to move us forward.
Because, Stephanie, couldn't you argue that the Democratic candidates this time around, like their main message has been to say, we're not President Obama, and the Republicans' main message has been to say, we're not President Barack Obama either? That's pretty much sums up both sides' arguments this year.
In a nutshell. You know, I think that
and
if you
that's sad,
look,
actually. Because don't we want ideas from both parties?
I absolutely agree with you. And I think that, by and large, this election has been an election about nothing. But I do think if you look into these races on both sides, that there is a debate happening on local issues. Minimum wage is something that's coming up all over the country, and you've actually seen some Republicans move their position, despite voting against it in Congress. Tom Cotton is now supporting a minimum wage ballot initiative in his home state. So there are some local issues that are popping up that will define this race. North Carolina, Tom Tillis's position on education cuts, drastic education cuts, has really defined that race. So there are instances of this happening across the country, but in terms of a national message, you've pretty much summed it up. I'm not Obama. Me neither. On both sides of the aisle.
Right. Ron Christie, so I'm going to put you on the spot. What is your prediction?
My prediction is that the Republicans will gain the 6 seats that they need tonight, and I think that the Republicans will do much better than expected in states such as Iowa and Colorado and New Hampshire.
Interesting. Stephanie?
I think that I'm not going to go race by race, but I will say the Senate is going to get a whole lot tighter. Even if Republicans take the majority, it's not going to be an overwhelming majority. It's going to be very, very tight. And I hope what Ron said is true, that Republicans are going to come back to Washington looking to actually govern and get things done. That has not been the case through the last 6 years of the Obama presidency.
All right, Stephanie Cutter, Ron Christie, thanks for being with me. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Still to come in the newsroom, after the campaigning and all the millions of dollars spent and all the voting, we may still not know who controls the Senate by the end of the night. I'll tell you why next. Yes, it is Election Day in America, and what happens at the polls today could shift the power in Washington and determine what, if anything, President Obama can get done in his final 2 years in office. But with so many tight races coming down to the wire, it may take days or weeks to figure out which party comes out on top. CNN's Tom Foreman has more for you.
For all of the campaigning, all of the voting, all of the noise around this midterm, when the night is done, we may yet not know who is in control of the U.S. Senate for 3 reasons. The first one, Louisiana. Democrat Mary Landrieu there is in a very tough race against 3 other Democrats, 3 other Republicans, and an independent. By state law, if no one gets more than 50% of the vote, that automatically goes to a runoff in December. Over in Georgia, a similar situation. There, you're talking about the seat that was vacated by retiring Republican Saxby Chambliss. The fight is on between Michelle Nunn, who is the Democratic candidate, who's been statistically tied with David Perdue, who is the Republican, and in the mix also Libertarian Amanda Swofford. Again, if nobody can get more than 50% of the vote, that automatically goes to a runoff in January. And don't forget about Kansas in all of this. In Kansas, the incumbent, Pat Roberts, the Republican, is up against an independent challenger, Greg Orman. Here's what makes this really tricky. If Orman wins, nobody knows who he'll be voting with. He hasn't indicated whether he'll vote with the Republicans or cross the aisle and vote with the Democrats. Any one of these races, if it comes down to that, could make it very hard for us to know which party has the upper hand in this chamber.
And don't forget to get all your election night coverage right here on CNN. Special coverage begins at 5 p.m. Eastern. CNN will be there until the very last vote is counted. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'm Carol Costello at this hour with Berman and Michaela after a break.
Right now, it's America's choice. Will Republicans win the keys to the Senate?
But we have to fix a few big things. It will not happen unless we gain control of the Senate.
Or will Democrats stay in charge?
Who's going to fight for you? That's what it boils down to.
The president's record is an issue in some of the hottest contests.
We need a senator who will stand up to Barack Obama. That's the biggest bunch of hogwash I've ever heard in my life.
And the Senate's top Republican has a lot to win or lose.
The races across the country are about Barack Obama's agenda.
Barack Obama is not on the ballot. I am.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the warm-up for 2016.
I need you to do this. Your country needs you to do this.
We're in the home stretch. It all comes down to who's going to show up.
The polls are open. The nation is choosing, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Big election music. Good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman.
I can feel the vibrations coming off this man. I'm Michaela Pereira. It is Election Day, and we want to say good morning, Alaska. We want to say hello because we've got a picture coming in from the last frontier where the polls just opened. It's still dark there. Could this state, where there was $39 million in outside spending, could this tip the balance in the Senate? Well, we're going to have to wait until at least 1 a.m. Eastern to find out. That's when the last polls will close there.
So the Republicans, they need 6 seats to take over the Senate. There are about 10 races in the country that are so close at this hour. Anyone could be decisive. Will it be Iowa, where sometimes it has seemed the campaign has been dominated by castrated hogs and Taylor Swift? Will it be Kansas, a state with an independent candidate who hasn't even said whether he will caucus with Republicans or Democrats?
Will it be Colorado, a purple state that President Obama won twice, but Republicans are hoping to turn? Will it be Georgia? Maybe, but even if it is, it might come down to a runoff on, mark your calendars, January 6th. Why does it all matter? Well, energy, immigration, possible Supreme Court nominations. The entire political agenda for the next 2 years hangs in the balance, and to some extent, the legacy of President Obama.
And on top of that all, it sets the table for the next presidential race in 2016. Welcome to the big leagues, folks. CNN is everywhere this morning. Our Athena Jones is at the White House. Stephanie Elam in Iowa. Joe Johns is in Kentucky. And Joe, we're going to start with you, where they're not just picking a senator today. They may very well be picking the next Senate Majority Leader.
Incumbent Mitch McConnell, the current minority leader, says victory is in the air, while his challenger on the Democratic side, Allison Lundergan Grimes, is predicting an upset. Joe, this race has huge national implications.
It certainly does. We're outside Maxwell Elementary School in Lexington, Kentucky, which is the home state of the man who is likely to become the next majority leader. That is, of course, if Republicans take the Senate, that would be Senator Mitch McConnell. Of course, he still has to get by Allison Lundergan Grimes, who's run a very good race, but the polls have shown McConnell pulling away in the last day. So the next question is, if he becomes a majority leader, what's he going to do? Probably top on his agenda, a lot of people say, is energy reform. He'd like to have a vote on the Keystone XL pipeline. But the question, of course, is whether he can get the President of the United States to sign off on that. Environmentalists have been opposed. Beyond that, a number of other issues, including fast-track trade authority for the White House. The big question, of course, is what they're going to try to do with Obamacare, especially because the man whose name is on that is still in the White House. John and Michaela, back to you.
All right, Joe will leave you there in Kentucky. We'll head to Iowa, where Stephanie Elam is watching a tight race for the Senate's first open Senate seat in some 4 decades. Iowa could send its first ever woman to the Senate. Republican State Senator Joni Ernst facing off against 4-term Democratic Congressman Bruce Braley.
Not just first woman to the Senate. They've never sent a woman to Washington or elected one governor. It's one of only 2 states to do that. The polls there have been open for 3 hours. Stephanie Elam's in Altoona. Stephanie, tell us everything.
Everything? You want to know everything, John? Well, this is what I will tell you, John and Michaela, that here in Altoona, we have seen people coming in here to this polling place pretty steadily. We actually saw when they first got here, they said that there were 20 people actually in line ready to vote. And there's one really good thing that's helping get people out here to vote: the weather. This Californian is happy to tell you that it feels really darn nice here. So because of that, they're expecting a lot of people to come out here. And this Senate race is an extremely tight one. It's going to go down to the wire here between Braley and also Ernst as well. This is the candidate who touted her castration of hogs as a reason why she'll be able to go to Washington and cut the pork. So it'll be interesting to see if she turns this around. This is an election that they really thought was going to go to Braley early on, but it looks like it may be changing now. But it'll be coming down to the wire, guys.
All right, Stephanie Elam in Iowa. That could be one of the closest races in the country. Let's turn now to the White House. Athena Jones is there. Athena, I'm going to ask you a loaded question today. What's the president up to?
Well, it's probably no surprise, John, that he's spending this day behind closed doors, not out on the campaign trail. Folks around here are well aware of the fact that these Democrats in tight races have not exactly been clamoring to have the president out campaigning with them, out by their side. And so today he has a meeting with the head of the IMF. He's meeting with his national security and public health teams to talk about Ebola. What he's not doing is going out and speaking for other candidates. But I will tell you that he did do a radio ad for North Carolina Senator Kay Hagan. She's in a tough race there to try to keep her Senate seat. And so her campaign released an ad today with the president touting his support for Kay Hagan in hopes of bringing out the Democratic voters that they need to come to the polls and vote for Kay Hagan. So he's doing radio ads, but not really out in front on this campaign day, this election day. John, Michaela?
All right, Athena Jones at the White House, Stephanie Elam in Iowa, Joe Johns in Kentucky. Thank you all so much. Remember, everyone, get out to vote today. After you voted, watch CNN for the election results. Our special coverage begins at 5 o'clock tonight, Eastern Time.
So we heard about what the president is not doing today. We know that his approval rating, meanwhile, is down. This midterm could determine how the country truly views his policy. What the president needs to do to shake things up and regain support. We'll take a look at that ahead of this hour.
Plus, what do a felon, an adulterer, and an alleged fraudster all have in common? They all want to be U.S. congressmen. Sounds perfect. The political bad boys who want your vote. You are watching CNN's special election coverage.
Well, you've seen the lawn signs, the debates, all those negative ads on TV. Now Election Day is finally here. Right now, voters in almost every state are casting their ballots. We see a shot there from New Hampshire moments ago. The polls opened in Alaska, one of 10 states where today's midterms will determine the balance of power in the U.S. Senate and which party gets to set the agenda in Washington. So what is the scuttlebutt, if you will, John, right now inside the Beltway?
Oh, I will, by the way. Let's bring in Doug High, who served as Deputy Chief of Staff to former House Majority Leader Eric Cantor. And we're joined here by CNN political commentator, progressive activist Sally Cohn. Now, Doug, you are an insider, and I mean that in the nicest way. I'm sure
sound like
Election Day is a weird day, let's be honest. I mean, when you work in politics, when you cover politics, there's nothing to do during the day.
Especially if you're the press flack, there's nothing to do. You might as well go see a movie.
And so you sit around being nervous, but still we work the phones, we find out what we can. I'm sure you've been on the phone. What's the buzz? What are people feeling right now?
You know, I look at it, and I know Miguel Marquez is in my hometown right now of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. That's the state I really think is going to determine what the final number is going to be for the United States Senate. And I'll tell you, I've worked 3 Senate races in that state, fortunately won all 3, but I have no idea who's going to win this race. Tom Tillis has shown pretty good numbers on the early voting, but Kay Hagan, she hasn't been down in any polls. So this is going to be neck and neck. This is a turnout election in North Carolina, and I know both campaigns are trying to drive their people to the polls, and obviously we've seen a new ad in North Carolina this morning with President Obama.
Poll, I want to stay on this topic of polls with you, Sally, because these midterms are the first elections to be held since the Supreme Court struck down parts of the Voting Rights Act last year. We also know that Eric Holder's sending monitors to several states. Do you think voter access is going to be an issue? Are you sensing that?
I do, and I think this is a disturbing thing, and this is a test election for that, and I think we have a lot to worry about going forward. The sad reality is that Republicans have manufactured this myth of voter fraud. You're more likely to be struck by lightning than commit voter fraud in America. They've used it to justify making it harder for certain groups of people to vote, groups who happen to most often vote Democratic. And look, the Republicans unfortunately know that their unpopular agenda doesn't fly with the American people when all the American people vote. And so one of their best strategies, apparently, is to try and suppress voters. And that's pretty dangerous and dark and sad stuff.
Doug, let me turn that around. Do you sense that Republicans are having a hard time turning out their own people to vote today?
No, I don't think so. Every time that we've talked over the past few weeks, we've talked about a map that's gotten bigger and bigger for Republicans. As one example, Maryland's gubernatorial race. Larry Hogan is now a toss-up against Anthony Brown in Maryland. That's something that nobody might have expected 3 or 4 weeks ago. But every day that we look, there's another Republican candidate who's either locked down their race, like Joni Ernst in Iowa or Cory Gardner in Colorado.
On behalf of CNN, let me say I do not believe that those are locked down just yet. Those are pretty
I'm telling you, those have been put to bed. Joni Ernst is going to win. Cory Gardner is going to win. Absolutely.
Well, look, I mean, here's the thing. I'm happy to listen. I'm happy to buy my friend Doug a beer should he happen to prevail tonight. But you know, let's wait and see. And the great thing about elections is it actually doesn't matter what any of us say. The people have to get out. They have to vote. Hopefully, we can all encourage that to happen. But you know, there's another funny phenomenon here in the race, which is it's not just the Republicans realize that when everyone votes, they lose, but also when the American people know what Republicans stand for, they tend to not support them. So you're seeing really interesting long-term trends. In Alaska, the Republican there for Senate has supported them, come out to support the minimum wage ballot measure in that state after initially opposing it. In Iowa, Joni Ernst, who Doug just spoke about, initially supported the anti-abortion measures there and now is backing away from that. So part of the Republican strategy is to apparently try and moderate those extremist views that have been scaring
I was
voters.
going to move on, but I feel like I got to give you a chance to respond to that, Doug.
Well, look, I think our candidates are out there talking about what they're going to do for their states. And certainly, again, the map, every time we look at it, another state pops up that's competitive for Republicans. Another state that maybe we thought 6 months ago wasn't going to be competitive for Republicans is. Tom Tillis is neck and neck in this race against Kay Hagan. And despite the help that Kay Hagan's getting from President Obama at the last minute and the Charlotte Observer over the last couple days, hiding some scandalous stories about her, Tom Tillis can win tonight. We're certainly seeing Scott Brown neck and neck with Jeanne Shaheen that maybe we didn't think was going to happen 6 months ago. We're seeing polls move in Republicans' direction in every state, and that's just the reality right now.
Sally Cohn, Doug High, thank you so much for being with us. You know, we say it's over today, but it might not be over today. It may get into overtime, which means that you guys can come and fight like this again tomorrow and the next day and the next day.
I have to go vote now.
Oh,
congratulations to you.
Excellent. Go vote, everybody. Thank you.
Stay with CNN. Our special election coverage starts tonight at 5 o'clock, and it will be outstanding. So, as we say, today is the day. Will this country see a wave of change, or will it continue to move in the same direction? We're going to talk to a man who thought he might be finishing his first term in the White House right now, Governor Tim Pawlenty. We're going to ask him what he thinks the Republican Party should do if it wins the Senate, and what today's election tells us about 2016. That's ahead. So, we could be on the verge of a completely different Washington. We don't know which way it will go, but it is possible that the president might soon face a Congress completely controlled by Republicans.
Vice President Joe Biden says the White House will be open to compromise, not that they'll have much choice.
I think we have to be more direct and clear about exactly what it is we're looking to do. And look, we're ready to compromise. I think they're going to be inclined because the message from the people, and I'm getting it all over the country, is they're tired of Washington not being able to do anything.
Let's discuss all of this with Tim Pawlenty, former Minnesota governor and Republican presidential candidate. Good morning to you, Governor. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. Good to be with you.
So we hear the vice president saying that the White House is open to compromise. If you could, what would you advise Republicans in Congress to do if they take control?
Well, do a couple of things. First of all, don't overplay your hand, because when you have power of an institution and complete power, there's a tendency to overreach. Do things that are bold, do things that are needed, optimistic, growth-oriented, and there's a lot of those to pick from. But try to work with the president, because the country wants to see things get done, not just have more gridlock. So there's a real opportunity. And I think if you look at issues like corporate tax reform, Keystone Pipeline, reinforcing the border, there are many issues like that where common ground could be found that would be helpful to the Republican agenda. And I think the president would like to get some things done in his final 2 years in office.
So that's advice for Republicans. I'm going to ask you to do something you probably don't get a big chance to do, which is give some advice to Democrats here. Do you think they could have or should have done anything differently in this campaign? You know, there's a discussion, should President Obama have been out there more? Should these candidates have run away from him as hard and as fast as they did? What do you think?
Well, I think this election, if it goes like we think it's going to go tonight, which is a good Republican year, and there's certainly optimism in the air amongst conservatives and Republicans today nationally, but I think it's going to reflect a few things. Number one, it's going to reflect a referendum on the direction and policies of President Obama. There's just no way of getting around that. Number two, it's going to reflect the fact that Republicans recruited and nominated better candidates this time. This is a higher quality group of candidates. We don't have quite the number of goofballs that we had in some of the last races. That helps. And then lastly, it also needs to be said in fairness that many of these races, not all of them, but many of these races are being played out on home turf for Republicans. In other words, we're not in hostile environments.
The RNC is calling you right now, Governor, with the goofball reference there. Noted.
Well, you know, you talked about the good feeling in the air for Republicans. So let's just run with that thought process for a second. And let's say Republicans win tomorrow and Mitch McConnell becomes Senate Majority Leader. How does he handle those like Ted Cruz, who do not necessarily have compromise at the top of their priority list?
Well, I think if I were giving the incoming majority leader, assuming he gets to that point, I hope that he does, Here, to focus on those things that are both good for the conservative movement and the Republican Party and the nation that the president can also sign. So let's talk about what those are. I think the president has signaled some openness to tax reform. May not be the whole loaf that Republicans want, but a half a loaf there would be terrific. Maybe there's some adjustments that can be made to Obamacare and should be made to Obamacare. Maybe he'd be willing to look at the Keystone Pipeline under certain circumstances. So those are things that I think have broad support in the American public, are not offensive to the president, and would also advance the Republican cause and message. So there's a win-win to be had.
So we're talking a lot about the Senate because the Senate hangs in the balance, but there are a lot of really, really tight governor's races around the country right now. You, sir, are a former governor. Which races do you have your eye on?
Well, there's some races that are closer than I think people expected. And again, this is a year that looks to be a pretty good Republican year, if not a big wave, at least a medium-sized wave rolling across the country. That race in Florida is closer than people realize, and Governor Scott and Charlie Crist, former governor, are in a very tight race. In Michigan, of course, Governor Snyder is in a tighter race than many people imagine. I think both the Republican governors are going to win, but those are much tighter races than expected, and importantly, in big mega states that are going to be very important in 2016.
Well, let's talk about 2016. What are your thoughts on all of that, and how do you feel Republicans are lining themselves up for 2016?
Well, I think the short version, Michaela, is this. Hillary Clinton is likely to be the Democratic nominee, and she's going to be formidable. No question about it. On the Republican side, the field is going to be big like it was last time, but there's going to be more candidates who I think are more credible and more resourced than last time. And so the idea that there's going to be one preeminent candidate who separates from the pack early, I don't think that's going to be the case. And then lastly, I would say 2 years is an eternity in politics, and anybody who comes into your studio and tells you they know for sure what's going to happen in 2016 is full of baloney.
So last time around you supported yourself first, but then you ultimately supported Mitt Romney. There's a lot of talk about Mitt Romney. Will he or won't he? Would you advise him to run again?
I would, and again, I haven't decided who I would support, but I would say this. The country, I think, is going to be looking for somebody who's qualified for the job, experienced, and resonates on certain issues. And with respect to Governor Romney, he was right on a lot of stuff that I think people are looking back on and now saying, look, we got a little buyer's remorse. And he is somebody who clearly is an adult in the room, has executive experience, executive cadence. He can cast a vision, run an enterprise, lead, manage, communicate. Those are all skills you need to be if you're going to be the chief executive of this country and the leader of the free world. And I think after the last now 6 years, people are looking at saying, maybe we have some buyer's remorse relative to Mitt Romney. I think he could get nominated and potentially get elected.
Former Minnesota Governor Tim Pawlenty, I'm sure you have a busy day watching the races and such today and the results. Thank you so much for making time to join us today.
Thanks, John and Michaela. Happy to be with you.
Ahead of this hour. All right, a kissing congressman, a guy accused of sexual harassment, and a former convict. This may sound like a list of soap opera characters. Those, though, are politicians on ballots across the nation. They'll all have a shot at getting elected. We'll explore this next. Well, in 30 minutes' time, the polls open in Hawaii, which makes you lucky because you get to participate in democracy, and, well, because you're in Hawaii.
So voters in the 50th state, they will have a say which way the Senate goes, sort of. I mean, Hawaii has not sent a Republican to the Senate since 1970. But at this hour, we do have our eye on so many races that are so close. And one of the states that everybody's watching very, very closely is North Carolina. Democratic Senator Kay Hagan and her Republican challenger Tom Tillis, they have been running neck and neck for months, and their battle has been very, very expensive. One of the most expensive Senate races ever. The candidates have spent more than $100 million.
Roughly the salary of our Miguel Marquez, who finds himself in Winston-Salem. I joke. Miguel, you're there. You've been very busy. You're getting a look at some early numbers on voter turnout. What are you learning on the ground there?
Well, look, for all that money that was spent in this election, it looks like the two candidates are neck and neck still, so it hasn't made a huge difference. Long lines across the state reporting. Part of the reason is they used to have sort of a Republican or Democrat only option on the ticket. Now voters have to go through every single option, including lots of different referendums as well. So they have to go through the entire ballot, so that may be accounting for the long lines here. The other big thing here that has been at play here with the unbelievable unbelievable number of advertisements is female voters have been very much in play here. And it's as simple as this. That bit in green there, all those are the voters in the counties. Every single county in this state has more female voters than male voters. That's why they're going after them so big. We're in Forsyth County here. I want to take you to the polling station to see the magic of democracy, where it's happening here. Hello, how are you? We expect things are going to be very busy here today. This is where they are actually lining up to get into the voting booths here. And this particular place has been busy since 6:30 this morning when it opened. Polls across the state close at 7:30 p.m. And we suspect that by 10 Eastern, we will have a pretty good idea of who wins that Senate race here. I can tell you that the numbers so far, the unaffiliated voters, way up, 44% more participating this time. Democratic voters are up as well, 23.4%. Republicans only about 4.8% of participation up. So it is not clear how this is going to break. It will come down to those unaffiliated voters. And you can see they're lining up here to check in, and then they vote on the other side of the room. All happening here in North Carolina. Lots of excitement.
Miguel Marquez. In North Carolina, we are lucky that cameras are allowed inside voting places down there. It goes state by state. The rules are state by state. They're not allowed in every state. In North Carolina, they were with Miguel, and our camera followed him until it absolutely could follow him no longer, and it just froze completely. But our thanks
the question
to Miguel
is, of
for
course,
that.
about voter turnout, but it is encouraging to see that people are going.
Right.
There's some excitement around this. Okay, so this might sound like the lead up to a joke, but it is not. What do a felon, an adulterer, an alleged fraudster, and a guy accused of sexual harassment have in common? Well, they all want to be United States congressmen.
And all of them might actually have a shot of getting elected today. Our Chris Freites tells us about these candidates.
The candidates may be a better fit for a soap opera than a ballot. There's the House candidate from California who's accused of sexually harassing a campaign staffer, and the New York congressman federally indicted on tax fraud. And then there's the duo from the Bayou, the kissing congressman and an ex-governor turned ex-con.
2014 is a great year for bad boys of Congress. It's unusual in the sense that we've rarely seen this many members who are in trouble personally or legally, with strong chances to win re-elections.
Welcome to South Louisiana.
After serving almost 9 years in prison after an extortion conviction, Edwin Edwards is back in Louisiana. He was elected to 4 terms as a Democratic governor, using such colorful campaign slogans as, "Vote for the crook, it's important."
My God is not finished with me.
But this time around, he has a tougher race. As a Democrat running in a district Romney won 2-1 in the 2012 presidential race. Also in Louisiana, Vance McAllister, better known as the kissing congressman. After getting caught on tape making out with his scheduler, McAllister dropped his re-election bid, only to jump back into the race a few months later, with his wife by his side.
And I'm blessed to have a husband who owns up to his mistakes.
In California, candidate Carl DeMaio faces serious charges of sexual harassment, as first reported by CNN.
He reached over into my lap and grabbed my crotch, and I flipped out.
DeMaio denies the allegations, saying his accuser broke into his campaign office after he was fired, though no charges were filed. Even after weeks of bad headlines, DeMaio's race is still neck and neck.
We're going to fight tooth and nail until I am fully exonerated.
New York Congressman Michael Grimm, who's set to fight charges next month that include perjury, obstruction of justice, and tax evasion, is polling slightly ahead of his opponent, despite a serious lack of interpersonal skills.
Why? Let me be clear to you. You have to do that to me again. It's really
Despite that, he won Rudy Giuliani's endorsement.
Thank you much.
Thank you.
Political experts say increased partisanship means that candidates' baggage often matters less than whether they have a D or an R after their name.
As long as you're wearing the right colored jersey in your district, it doesn't matter if you're going to be wearing a jumpsuit in a couple months. You still have a shot at winning your seat in Congress.
Chris Freites, CNN, Washington.
I will break you in half like a boy.
Oh, is that to me?
Democracy. Democracy. Go out and vote.
All right, Taylor Swift apparently is a key player in Iowa's tight Senate race. After retiring, Senator Tom Harkin compared the young songwriter to the Republican state senator who's trying to fill his job. So was this sexism, dirty politics? Does it even matter to the folks in the Hawkeye state that are casting their votes today? Iowa is generally thought of as a bellwether of presidential races, but today it's one of 10 states that could determine whether control of the Senate swings from the Democrats to the GOP.
Joining us to talk about this is Jennifer Jacobs, chief political reporter for the Des Moines Register. Jennifer, a longtime listener, first-time caller. I'm a big fan of your work, so thank you so much for being with us. I should say, your paper made a big splash this weekend. The Register poll came out. It showed Joni Ernst with a 7-point lead. That was a lot bigger than people had seen beforehand, and frankly, a bigger margin than we have seen since in some more recent polling. You've been out there. You've been to these rallies. Where do you think the race stands right now?
Well, we trust our Des Moines Register Iowa poll, there's no doubt. Ann Seltzer is our pollster. She polls Iowa better than anyone else. If she says that this race is not tied, we believe her. People have doubted Ann Seltzer in the past to their own peril. So even if this race isn't a 7-point affair, I don't think it's tied. I think it's going to be Joni Ernst.
Interesting. That is very interesting. You know, from the outside, you'll forgive us, but it seems as though the last 24 hours in Iowa have been all about this Taylor Swift fuss. I'm curious, because you are such an insider and you have your hand on the pulse of what's going on there, does this feel like it's going to have any impact whatsoever there today? Oh, did we lose her? I think we might have.
I think we may have lost.
Now I can hear you guys again. Did you ask me a question?
Yes, I did. Okay, I was just saying, you know, there's been a lot made about this Tom Harkin comment likening Ernst to Taylor Swift. It probably seems frivolous to even bring up, but I'm just curious if you think that on the ground there, it's going to have any effect at all.
It may not have an effect on voter turnout, but it certainly has people talking. It's been all over the local television stations, and of course it's been on the national cable shows. So people are talking. They're trying to decide, was it sexist, was it not sexist, what was he talking about? So it's, even if it's not a voter turnout mechanism, it has interrupted the Democratic candidate in this race. It has interrupted Bruce Braley's message in his closing days here.
Yeah, it got in the way of the closing argument from the Braley campaign. Besides Taylor Swift, you know, we've heard a lot about castrating hogs and chickens in this campaign, and I've heard a lot from national Democrats saying that all this kind of the circus of the race in Iowa has obscured some of the policy positions here, and that Joni Ernst, some of her conservative positions haven't been highlighted, particularly by the Braley campaign, as much as they could or should have been.
That's true. Joni Ernst has really been promoting issues that she stands pretty much opposite of President Obama. She talks about wanting to really balance the federal budget. She talks about wanting to repeal Obamacare and replace it with something else. Those are the issues that she says are her focus, and so that's what she's been talking about on the campaign trail.
Well, certainly a lot of eyes are going to be on Iowa. We appreciate you joining us today. You've got a busy day ahead of you. Thanks so much for joining us, and I know that John appreciates it as well.
Thanks so much. So we're talking about control of the Senate here. Republicans could win control. Democrats could lose. The question is, what does it mean going forward? What does it mean for 2016? Democrats have had a real advantage in presidential elections because of the map, because of demographics. Does what happens today change any of that? Stay with us.
If you do the math, that's 242 electoral votes for the president. Just 28 shy of the 270 needed to win the White House.
So they might have an advantage with the map, and they've also benefited from shifting demographics over the last several years. We're joined by Dana Milbank, our favorite columnist for the Washington Post. Dana, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dana, for being with us. I'm picking favorites. The question is...
You guys are my favorite, too. If I were Tom Harkin, I'd compare you to Taylor Swift. You're just rock stars.
Thank you.
Sexist. I will say this. Whatever happens tomorrow, the question is, does it change the electoral math for the Republican Party going forward, facing 2016, facing a presidential year? Does it change the demographic issues they've been facing?
Nothing that happens tomorrow in and of itself changes 2016. You got to remember, this isn't a national election. It hasn't been run on national issues, and the battlegrounds are almost entirely red states, a few purple states, but almost entirely red states where vulnerable Democrats swept in 2008 with Obama are now in trouble. So it doesn't change the overall problem the Republicans have in the long term in terms of appealing to young voters, appealing to minorities, particularly Latinos. They've sort of got a demographic time bomb ticking underneath them, and that's going to cause them trouble in 2016 and even more down the road. Now, if they win tonight, as many people expect them to, well, that gives them an opportunity to recast the party a bit, but it takes a lot to move the demographic situation.
Okay, so that ticking time bomb of the demographic bomb that's underneath them. Talk about tomorrow. Let's say this is theirs tomorrow. What's the smart move in terms of that strategy for the next 2 years?
You see, here's the thing. As best I can tell, what we're facing right now, assuming there's a Republican takeover of the Senate, is a vacuum. House Speaker John Boehner on Instagram sent out a photograph of a lawnmower, mowing the lawns. Yesterday. Is that the Republican agenda right now? You've got Ted Cruz all ready to lead this all-out revolt against Obama, working towards abolishing the IRS, repealing Obamacare, causing all sorts of trouble and mayhem for the president. Then you've got more sensible Republicans like Rob Portman saying, hey, let's work together on energy legislation, on tax reform. And in the middle of all this, you've got the potential Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell saying that he's not even going to tell anybody what his agenda is. So you can sense a lot of pushing and pulling to sort of fill that vacuum coming up. Republicans have been very unified in that they don't like this Obama fellow, but now, assuming they're in charge, they're going to have to come together with a cohesive agenda, and that's a difficult thing to do.
What about Rand Paul? Because he's had a lot of people talking for a long time now. He's trying to run sort of in a different alley altogether. He has said recently, and I'm going to quote him, the GOP brand sucks. You wrote a column about this recently. You know, what do you think? Do you think Rand Paul can appeal to younger voters?
I think he's probably the Republicans' best chance of doing that right now. And he's gone through an extraordinary transformation, particularly if you think about his father, who was sort of this gadfly libertarian. But now you see Rand Paul sort of entering more of the mainstream on foreign policy. He's campaigning for moderate Republicans right now. He's suggesting a relatively modest agenda for the Republican Party right now, being a real party player. So he's clearly getting ready for 2016. There was a poll out last week from Harvard suggesting that young voters, and particularly Hispanic young voters, have turned away from Obama after being with him in such huge numbers in 2008 and 2012. That's an opening for a guy who is trying to appeal to young voters and to minorities for the Republican Party. Now, Rand Paul has a lot of quirky sides to him. That doesn't mean we're looking at a Rand Paul presidency, but at least he might be able to put that the vote of the youth in play.
All right, we only have a couple seconds left, but I want to know what your best guess is for the headline tomorrow for the Post.
Oh, well, the headline will be written at about 2 a.m., and I say, I'd say it's going to be a Republican night.
All right, I hope you have a catchier headline than just that.
Well, I've got a few hours to work on it, guys, but come on.
You do, no pressure.
Some bigger words, maybe. Dana Milbank, thank you so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
All right, so today races across the country could determine the agenda in Washington. Will Republicans win the keys to the Senate, or will Democrats maintain control? And what does it all mean for you? Stay with us.
With so many races, so much drama, so much at stake, we all need help keeping track of it tonight.
That is where our handy-dandy Peter Hamby comes in. Wow, we rhymed that. That is sick. He's watching what he thinks are the most important races all day, most of the night. Not going to get a whole lot of sleep, but he is young. He can take it. Mr. Hamby, give us kind of an election guide for tonight.
Thanks, Michaela. I appreciate that rhyme. That was pretty sick. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's going to be a long night, but you know, Democrats are looking to hold the line, and early in the night is where that is going to be tested. At 7:30, North Carolina comes in. That's going to be a state that I'm watching because Democrats are hopeful that their GOTV operation, their field operation, is good enough to push them over the edge. Republicans and Democrats are both very nervous about this race, but it hasn't broken open for Republicans like some other races out there. So Democrats are feeling okay about that. We'll see earlier in the night if they're able to hold Kay Hagan's Senate seat. Then at 8 o'clock, New Hampshire comes in. That would be a cherry on top for Republicans if Scott Brown can beat incumbent Senator Jeanne Shaheen up in New Hampshire. Democrats think they have it. Most polling has that race about 2 points. It's going to be a good night probably for Republicans if Scott Brown can pull it out there, but it's not going to be decisive when it comes to control of the Senate. Later in the night is when we get into the much more competitive races that could tilt the balance. At 9 o'clock, we have Kansas, where Pat Roberts is on the ballot against independent Greg Orman. Republicans are very anxious about this race. Pat Roberts could very well lose tonight. They will be counting votes very late there. That's at 9 o'clock. And then 10 o'clock would be a big win for Republicans if, I know you were talking to Jennifer Jacobs about this race earlier, if Republicans can beat Bruce Braley, if Joni Ernst can win there. Look, Democrats, Republicans, no one is willing to say this one is totally off the table. In the field, Democrats, have a culture of getting out the vote, a lot more manpower than Republicans, but Joni Ernst does have a lot of momentum in that race, and this is a state that's trended blue for the last decade. So, and don't forget, this is also the state that launched Barack Obama. It's a national fame. His approval rating there is now dismal. So this would be a big symbolic win for Republicans as well.
Peter, we've got just about 1 minute left here, actually more like 35 seconds. I know you're doing the Hamby-cast tonight, which means you will own the internet on CNN.com. You're going to have a whole bunch of insiders giving kind of a buzzy take on the election. What is sort of the inside word right now in 15 seconds or less?
The inside word, and I just got off the phone with a couple people about this, is that, we're going to runoff season. Both December and January in Georgia and Louisiana. No one is 100% confident that Republicans are going to win the Senate. Don't let anybody tell you that. We're not going to find that out until the votes are counted tonight.
Makes it all the more exciting for all of us. Peter Hamby, thank you so much.
Right now, a heated fight for political power with one top prize: control of the United States Senate.
Republicans in Congress love to say no.
There's nothing I would like better than for him to have a bad night November the 4th.
All across America, voters are getting a say about the anger and gridlock in Washington.
Mitch McConnell, he is out of touch.
The Obama administration is maxed out. It's worn down.
Will this election be about him or them?
I won't be a rubber stamp for Barack Obama and Harry Reid.
We're ready for new leadership.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the warm-up for 2016.
Reports of the demise of the Democratic Party are premature.
We are going to retire Harry Reid as majority leader.
The polls are open, the nation is choosing, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ashley Banfield, and welcome to our special election coverage on Legal View. No matter how many ads the candidates and the super PACs buy, no matter how much mud they sling, no matter how much the pundits pontificate, it is you, my friend, who gets the final word. So speak now or hold your peace, at least until 2016. The polls are open across the country, and the first polls actually close in Kentucky and Indiana in just 6 hours. And at stake, every single congressional seat, 36 governor's seats, and literally thousands of state assembly seats. Also 36 Senate seats, more than enough to tilt the balance of power and give Republicans a lock up on Capitol Hill. Of those, 3 dozen races, 10 of them get the most attention, not to mention the most ad dollars, because they are close. Party flips are possible. Here is the breakdown going into these midterm elections 2014. Senate Dems can afford to lose 5 seats, knowing that Vice President Joe Biden would be the guy to break all the ties. A Republican pickup of 6 seats, would give this man, 5-term Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell, a brand new title, Senate Majority Leader. But only if he wins his own race for re-election. And that is not a lock right now. His opponent is Kentucky's Democratic Secretary of State, Allison Lundergan Grimes. With help from the National Party and some very powerful friends named Clinton, she has made this thing a horse race. My CNN colleague Joe Johns watching the final stretch in Lexington. Horse race, to say the very least. What do things look like right now? How's the turnout?
Well, turnout seems to be pretty good. Allison Lundergan Grimes, the Democrat who's running against Mitch McConnell, also happens to be the state election officer. She's the Secretary of State, and she told my colleague Deborah Farrick just a little while ago that turnout was higher than usual here in Kentucky. She voted here in the city of Lexington, as a matter of fact. Senator McConnell, with his wife Elaine Chao, also voted today in Louisville, Kentucky. He, of course, as you said, stands to become the next majority leader. That is, if Republicans overtake the United States Senate. It's been a real uphill climb for Allison Lundergan Grimes in the state. It is a very conservative state in a lot of ways. The last polls actually showed that McConnell was up by as much as 9 points. But the question, of course, is what's that turnout going to look like here in the Bluegrass State, and will Mitch McConnell become the next majority leader, Ashley?
So if you turn on the cable news or if you consume any of the commercials, that place is absolutely electrified. But then you're actually there. You're actually standing there. Does it feel the same where you're standing as it looks on the TV?
Yeah, I tell you, this is a very interesting state. I've gone around Kentucky, this part of Kentucky, and talked to a lot of people, and it's very interesting when you look at the people who are going to the polls. A lot of people say they don't like Mitch McConnell that well. They don't see him as popular, but they really do see him as a politician who's done a very good job for their state and is actually very good at what he does. So there's a lot of admiration for him, even though people don't think they like him very much, Ashley.
Okay, you got a long night ahead of you, Joe, so keep an eye on things. We'll check in with you as the day progresses. Thank you, Joe Johns, in that electrifying place. I want to take you somewhere else that's really action-packed. New Hampshire. I bet you don't hear that very often. It doesn't always get a lot of buzz in the off-year elections, but this year's different because the Senate race there has these two folks going at it. Incumbent Democrat Jeanne Shaheen against Scott Brown, the former Republican senator from next door, from Massachusetts. For the Dems, this seat is a must-keep, or their path to the majority gets even steeper. CNN's Brian Todd is in Manchester.
Ashley, the Senate race here in New Hampshire is as tight as any race in the country, and voter turnout is key. Depending on what poll you're looking at, Scott Brown, the Republican challenger, may be ahead by 2 points going into today, or the Democratic incumbent Jeanne Shaheen might be ahead. This, of course, is a crucial state for the overall balance of power in the Senate. Republicans looking to pick off a Democratic incumbent, and again, voter turnout absolutely crucial here. At this Ward 1 polling station in New Hampshire, you come in Manchester, New Hampshire, you come in, you sign in, you get your poker chip, then you go and get your ballot. This is old school voting here. You fill in the ballot in one of those booths, then you put it in a tabulator at the end of the row, then they take it to City Hall later on. No absentee, there's very little absentee balloting. There's no early voting here, so it's all old school voting day of. And again, a razor thin margin going into today. We're going to really be watching this race very closely later on. Ashley?
Keeping it old school. Thanks, Brian Todd. Appreciate that. The open Senate race in Georgia is offering Democrats one of their few opportunities to flip a Republican seat. And Michelle Nunn says that she is the Democrat who's going to pull it off. David Perdue claims that the seat for the GOP is going to remain that way, but a third-party candidate could send this race into a runoff in January. And yes, I said January. CNN's Martin Savage is in the Atlanta suburbs.
Hey, Ashley, as we all know, weather actually is one of the biggest deciders when it comes to the outcome of elections here in Georgia. There's no excuse for anyone not to vote. It's going to be a beautiful day. The turnout could be key for the Democrat in this race, Michelle Nunn, because the early voting, and there's been a lot of it in Georgia, there's been close to 1 million Georgians that have already cast their vote. And if you look at the demographic breakdown of those who have cast their vote, it would seem to favor her opponent, David Perdue. So she needs a lot of people to show up today. And we should point out that under the law in Georgia, a candidate has to get 50% of the vote to be declared the winner, 50% or more. And there is a third-party candidate here that could siphon off just enough of the vote. And it turns out that all of this may be just a warm-up to the runoff election, which would be in January. And many say then that actually the Republican could hold the advantage in that particular race because those who voted for the Libertarian, the third-party candidate, might naturally flow towards the Republican when you only had two people in that race. But that's looking too far down the road. Let's focus on today. Michelle Dunn has done very well so far. We'll see how it plays out this evening. Ashley?
All right, and Marty, you got the coat and scarf on. Hey, come on, a little bit of cold. What is that? Get out to the polls anyway, even in Georgia. North Carolina, something else here. That state elected a Democratic senator named Kay Hagan back in 2008, the same year that it backed Barack Obama for president. But Obama did not carry North Carolina in 2012. And now Hagan is running for her political life against Republican State House Speaker Thom Tillis. CNN's Miguel Marquez is watching this race in Winston-Salem, and he's live with me now. So Senator Hagan, she said thanks but no thanks to the president in terms of the campaigning, clearly thinking that that might not have served her very well. But he is sort of being heard sort of last minute, isn't he?
He is indeed, and I'm standing here in the middle of a beautiful garden of campaign signs just outside a polling station here that has been busy in Forsyth County. The president campaigning in a radio ad for Kay Hagan late on, mainly because those last-minute numbers, the absentee ballots and those who voted early, they're showing 44% of African Americans participation in that early voting. Unaffiliated voters were way up as well, 43% in that early voting. Democrats were up over 23% in early voting. Republicans, interestingly enough, only up 4.8%. So perhaps, maybe a sign of what's to come here, that the Democrats might have a good day. But that huge number of unaffiliated voters that showed up early on is also going to play into this, and then those may break heavily for the Republican candidate, Thom Tillis. I can tell you that in Mecklenburg County, here in Forsyth County, and in Wake County, very, very high turnout so far. There's lines, in some cases long lines. In Mecklenburg County, the official there told me they're not quite as long as the Cheesecake Factory, but they're pretty darn long. Ashley?
I like how you use the euphemism, an election garden. I always think it looks like Uncle Sam kind of barfed, because I can never read that many signs as I'm driving by. They all cancel one another out. Miguel Marquez doing the job for us.
It's a mishmash, exactly.
It is. It's a mess. All right. Thank you, sir. Long night ahead for you as well. Okay, don't miss CNN special election night coverage beginning at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have every single race up on the screen for you. You're not going to miss a moment of it. Hey, 2 years ago, a few key states went President Obama's way during the election. But what if that's not the case this time around? What if they change color? What if they go red? What will that mean for both parties? That story next. So he's not on the ballot, but today could be very telling about President Obama, specifically in two key Senate races, Iowa and Colorado. Both have been Obama strongholds, voting for the president twice after being solid GOP states. But today, it's a different story. In Colorado, the Democratic Senator Mark Udall is trying to hang on to his seat, but facing a very stiff challenge from Republican House member Cory Gardner. Let's go now to Iowa with Stephanie Elam. Stephanie, the GOP candidate defeats the Democrat. Iowa is going to send its first woman ever to the Senate. So give me the lay of the land.
That's very true, Ashley, and you can see it right here on the newspaper that they are talking about that. What is going to happen here in Iowa? There could be some history made here as far as getting a woman into a federal office. And we do actually have some breaking news for you here as far as Iowa midterm elections are concerned. They have a new record for absentee votes, and that is 455,656 were cast. Of those numbers, 183,000 of them for Democrats and 175,000 for Republicans. So they're saying this could work for the favor of the Democrats in this case. But when you take a look at this Senate race, it is going to come down to the wire here. We're at a polling place in Altoona. People have been coming in here constantly since we've been here all day. We've seen a lot of women coming in here as well. This race that is coming down today is going to be between Joni Ernst and the state representative Bruce Braley. This race is very tight here, and it looks like she may be pulling out the lead when in the beginning everyone thought it was going to go to this 4-term congressman. So this is a very tight race here, and we will be watching this one here all day. Ashley, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you for that. So what's this going to mean for Washington? What's it going to mean for the president and the entire landscape? CNN political analyst Donna Brazil is a Democratic strategist. Now, Amy Holmes is a conservative commentator, and they're both here, and they're both lovely, and they're both raring to go for a very late night. Okay, so here's the thing. We were just talking about Iowa and Colorado, but I actually want to talk about North Carolina and New Hampshire, because those should be a lock. I mean, they should be a lock for the Democrats. If it does not go well for those two states, is it kind of over for all the other ones you're wondering about?
No, I don't think so. It's an early indication of how tight the races will be today, but I don't think it's the end of the night. By and large, we still have to wait for Iowa, Colorado, of course, my beloved home state of Louisiana and Alaska. We don't know just how long the election night will go, or the election morning in the case of Alaska. But here's the point. I think Jeanne Shaheen, Scott Brown, who found another state to run in for the United States Senate, she's run an incredible campaign. People know her. They love her as a governor. Of course, this is a very unfavorable political year for the Democrats because we're defending more seats than the Republicans. That said, I think North Carolina is still going to break in Kay Hagan's favor, and I think Jeanne Shaheen will pull out a nail biter.
Nice measured response, and I keep hearing and seeing Republicans just licking their chops. Like this is just a free-for-all. That's the feeling that I'm getting from Republicans.
I can tell you when I look at my Twitter feed that conservatives are ready for the legislative agenda if Republicans take control of the Senate. But as Donna well knows, that the only poll that matters is on Election Day.
That's right.
What's really interesting about New Hampshire is that Scott Brown was behind, and he's now pulling even with the incumbent Jeanne Shaheen, as Donna pointed out, who's the former senator from Massachusetts who won Ted Kennedy's seat. He's now running in New Hampshire. Kay Hagan in North Carolina, she's defending her seat as a Democrat. That was supposed to be a safe seat, but it looks like that again is down to the wire. The race in Colorado I think is very interesting. Mark Udall, he was just heckled by one of his own millionaire donor supporters. It was embarrassing, and that supporter even went to the newspaper saying, why is he only talking about abortion? What else has he been talking about on this campaign trail? Don and I were discussing it in the makeup room. There hasn't been a lot of coverage about the issues this election cycle.
Some of the best journalism comes from the makeup room at CNN. I tell you, it's remarkable. Tell me this, and it's a big old secret that isn't even a secret. 2004, John Thune comes out and Daschle gets routed, and aren't the Democrats looking for a little payback when it comes to Mitch McConnell? Isn't that just something that there's this hope and pray? If you can't get anything else, just that.
Well, there's always that, the Harry Reid in 2010, Mitch McConnell now in 2014. Of course, you want to take out the leader, but in the case of Allison Grimes, this was an uphill fight for a very young statewide official. She's taken on, Goliath in the so-called Senate race, a big, expensive race. She's been able to keep it close. They left her for dead a couple of weeks ago. You know what? She came back. I think it's going to also be a very close race.
Did you guys both bring a pillow and a blanket to CNN?
And a lot of coffee, a lot of
coffee. Here's an extra one for you. Here you go.
Yeah.
Okay, don't go anywhere. Donna, Amy, a really, really tight race for the United States Senate seat in Kansas could throw a big wrench into the balance of power. One of the candidates is independent and wants to challenge the entire two-party system. Exactly who are we going to talk with, though, if he actually wins? What a mystery. The story's just ahead. In one Senate race, the colors are not blue and red. It is instead Republican versus independent. I'm talking about Kansas, where Republican Senator Pat Roberts is trying to hang on to his seat in a tough race with independent Greg Orman. Both men were invited to talk to CNN on New Day this morning. Only Orman accepted.
We feel great. We've, I think, over the last 5 months, run a good campaign. We've been able to talk to voters from around the state, and we feel confident. Voters obviously are attracted to what we're trying to get accomplished. They realize Washington's broken and that ultimately we're not going to solve the problems in Washington by sending the same people back there.
As you know, Democrats and Republicans are anxious to learn which party you would side with, which party you would caucus with if you were to win. Can you give them an answer this morning?
Well, I think I've been clear about that from the beginning, which is I'm not going there to represent the Democratic Party or represent the Republican Party. I'm going there to represent Kansans. And my goal is really to get Washington back in the business of solving problems for the people of Kansas. So, we're going to end up working with senators from across both sides of the aisle and really work with anyone who wants to solve problems. That's, in fact, what it's all about.
And obviously your position has resonated with the constituents there because your poll numbers are high. And it is refreshing to hear a candidate say that they're going to put aside partisan politics and just sort of go with common sense. A lot of people respond to that. But some of your critics say that it's the worst kind of equivocation and it's political waffling not to be able to commit on election day. What do you say to that criticism?
Well, I'm more concerned about what the voters in Kansas think. And the voters in Kansas have been clear from the beginning. They think Washington's broken. They think both sides have gotten far too extreme and have drawn childish lines in the sand. And ultimately, they want people in Washington who are going to try to solve problems and not play partisan games. And so for the voters in Kansas, I think our campaign makes a lot of sense. I think they want someone to go to Washington and genuinely be concerned about solving problems and not concerned about playing political games.
Do you worry that voters will feel betrayed if, say, Democrats come out and vote for you and then you end up getting to Washington and siding with Republicans?
I think we have gotten a broad base of support from Republicans, Democrats, independents alike, and the folks who are going to come out and vote for me today, I think realize that I'm going there to try to solve problems, and I'm going to use my best judgment on the best way to do that. So I think every voter that I've talked to has said, Greg, we love your independence. We want you to maintain it, regardless of their own personal political affiliation.
So let's go out to Kansas right now, where our Kyung-La is covering the race for us. So that we were thrilled to have Mr. Orman talk to us on New Day this morning, but we'd love to hear what Senator Roberts is saying today, if anything.
He is out on the campaign trail and he's trying to talk to voters, but we haven't heard or run into him specifically as of yet, Ashley. What we've been doing mostly this morning is spending our time looking at what voter participation has been. This is a community hall where you can play racquetball, tennis, but today it is doubling as a place where you can vote. And you can see over here, people are checking in with the election judges, and then they are heading to those electronic voting booths. This is an electronic machine state. What that means is, look at this bag in my hand right here. We borrowed this from Johnson County. These SIM cards will then be counted this evening after the polls close at 7 p.m. local time, and it is the Orman-Roberts race that is one of the big driving forces getting voters out to the polls here in Kansas. And we spoke to the election commissioner, and he says that he can wrap it up in one word: enthusiasm. Here's what he said.
When you have intense races, and these all have to be considered intense because they're so close, you're going to have people who are really eager to make sure their vote counts, which is, of course, what we're all about here.
And voters here actually are frankly surprised that an independent is running neck and neck as a Republican, because as you know, Ashley, this is a very red state that is swinging back because of what's happened in the governor's race. Ashley?
Well, I'll be thrilled to see a whole bunch more people behind you. This is the best time to vote. I always tell everybody, go during the day, then you have to stand in line after work. I'm going to go around 2 or 3 o'clock today. Bam, bam, done. Thank you, Kyung. Nice to see you. So that Kansas race raises a big question. Will we even know which party is actually going to hold on to the majority or hold a majority in the Senate? At the end of tonight's vote, it could certainly count. Could an independent candidate like Greg Orman in Kansas have a big effect on which laws get passed by swinging from one caucus to another? That's kind of a cool idea, huh? We're going to talk about it next. What happens today from Maine to Miami to Maui is going to go a long way towards deciding what's going to happen in this country, at least for the next 2 years. It's Election Day, everybody. And the election's getting the most national buzz. 36 U.S. Senate races that'll decide which party controls the upper chamber. Republicans need to pick up 6 seats to win a majority, and right now they are liking their odds. But the odds don't elect anybody. It's you, the voters. You elect people. So go and do it. It's fun, and it's your right, and it's your privilege. Like they say in presidential elections, it's Ohio, 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 except if you're talking about Senate control, because then it's Kansas, Kansas, Kansas. CNN's political analyst Donna Brazil and conservative commentator Amy Holmes are back with me now. Talk to me about this whole Greg Orman thing, because I'm just loving the notion that an independent can actually end up, if he wins, the darling. I mean, does this mean that literally everyone will be after this fella to come and caucus with them and try to appease him? I mean, isn't that the best position to be in?
Oh, absolutely. Look, Pat Roberts, the current incumbent senator from the state of Kansas, had a very tough primary race. After the primary was over with, he decided not to campaign, and as a result of that, the independent just began to pick up steam. The Democrats said, you know what, I'm getting out of the way, and now you have a very tough race in a state that should be red, as you all know. Dorothy was probably a Democrat, but Toto was a Republican. Who knows? But anyway,
have you been saving that one for today?
No, I haven't.
Haven't you?
No, it just came up. But you know, the fact is that Greg Orman is a very interesting, very authentic. He's been able to appeal to what I call those mainstream values, Midwestern values of Kansans. If he wins tonight, there's no question that Democrats and Republicans are going to lean on him to caucus with them, perhaps promising him something very nice. Who knows?
So during the break, when we were whispering amongst ourselves, I said it's so refreshing as a non-political, follower. I do a legal show. I'm not on Capitol Hill. It's so refreshing to see somebody who comes out and says, "I'm just going to answer to my people. I'm not going to join a party, and this is the way it should be." And I kind of wonder, why doesn't that work?
Well, listen, my last name is Holmes, but I don't have to be Sherlock to figure out that Greg Orman
Have you been saving that one?
I have. To know that Greg Orman is a Democrat in independent clothing. He was a Democrat. He ran as an independent so that he could run against Senator Pat Roberts. Look, it's a huge thing to knock off an incumbent senator. That'll be a very big deal. But if Republicans take back the Senate, which a lot of the polling shows that they are likely to do, he's actually going to be in a diminished position because he's going to be in a diminished party. I suspect he's going to caucus like Bernie Sanders, the independent from Vermont, with the Democratic Party. But again, if Republicans win, they'll be in the minority,
Donna,
and they won't be setting the legislative agenda.
Doesn't he owe the Democrats for pulling themselves out so as not to split the vote and say, you know what, take it from here, fella, we got your back?
You know, I take him at his word. I mean, he has every right to announce his support for being a Republican or being a Democrat, but he's chosen to say, I want to represent the people of Kansas because it's about the future of the state of Kansas.
Okay, you guys have carte blanche right now. In French, that's, the white card to say your biggest, boldest, baddest prediction for tonight. You pick anything. Make it a cute, clever, because we're going to replay the tape tomorrow.
Boldest prediction, Joni Ernst.
Okay.
Next United States Senator.
Okay.
Turnout is a wild card in midterm elections. I predict that we're going to have record turnout to match the record spending, and that is going to give Democrats a narrow path to victory.
You're a crazy lady.
No.
You're a crazy lady. I'm saying it right. That's my prediction.
No, I have faith. I have faith in Democrats going out right now. Go out and vote. If you have any problems, vote 411. We'll help you get to the polls. Go and vote. It's about your future.
I'm with you all the way.
Go vote.
I'm as pious about voting as you are, but man,
You
Pew
need some
research
help?
poll said 15% of people care.
Do you need some help voting? Because, I got my glasses. I can help you pick them.
Oh, look what's going on over here. Play, Hayden. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
We're going to play those predictions tomorrow, by the way. CNN's going to have all your election night coverage. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're getting that whole jump on everything, so you're not going to miss a thing. By the way, if you look up bitter in the dictionary, you might just see a picture of the Senate race between these two guys. Their fight in Arkansas has featured accusations about Ebola, and illegal immigration, but it has not included any campaign appearances from the top Democrat, the president himself. A look at the Obama effect on this and other elections today. So it kind of looks like the Democrats in Arkansas are not looking for a little help from President Obama in today's election. Instead, they're leaning on Bill Clinton and his popularity. Mr. Clinton has hit the campaign trail in support of the Democratic candidates for both the Senate and governor in Arkansas. And joining me live now from Little Rock, Arkansas is CNN's Randy Kay to talk about the Clinton impact on these races. So why are these races so tight?
Well, it is a very tight race, actually. Depending on which poll you look at, a lot of the issues are pretty heated, but depending on which poll you look at, it's either a 2-point race or an 8-point race with the Republican challenger ahead in all of those polls, actually. But we are here at a fire station where, Ashley, they have pulled the engine out. A lot of folks coming in to vote this morning. You can see even some of the fire gear there in the background. The director of elections tells us here in Pulaski County, where we are, that they, in early voting, saw a 40% increase this year over the last midterm election in 2010. So this is or over the election in 2010. So this is a really big deal for them. But still, a lot of people didn't vote early, and they're coming out today. Here's a sample ballot, Ashley. We can show you right here. Here's Tom Cotton, the Republican challenger, and Senator Mark Pryor. Those are the two guys who are duking it out. Republican Tom Cotton is a veteran of the Iraq War. He is a Harvard graduate. He's 6'5", so he's pretty easy to spot on the campaign trail. And then you have Senator Mark Pryor, who's a Democrat who's looking for his third term here in the U.S. Senate. His dad was a senator here for 18 years. But you mentioned President Clinton. One of the issues in this race a lot of people are talking about, believe it or not, is the Affordable Care Act and Obamacare. And Tom Cotton has been trying to show voters that Senator Pryor supported Obamacare, and he's tied to the president's agenda. And even Mark Pryor, the Democrat, has been trying to distance himself from the president, saying that, telling reporters recently that the president is a, quote, drag on his campaign. So who comes to the rescue? You have President Bill Clinton. Of course, he hasn't lived in the state of Arkansas since he went to the White House and moved to Washington, D.C., but he is still very popular here. Some polls have him with a 62% approval rating. The president here has about a 33% approval rating, so that's the difference. But Bill Clinton did come. He stumped for the Democrat gubernatorial candidate. He stumped for Senator Mark Pryor as well. We'll see if it makes a difference, Ashley.
All right, Randy, thank you for that. Appreciate it. You know, President Obama's not on the ballot today, but he really might as well be, because his presence being felt in races right across the country, even though a lot of Democrats have tried to keep some distance. Joining me to talk about that, about the president's influence on today's midterm elections, is CNN political commentator Charles Blow. All right, my friend, you wrote something I think is pretty profound, and I think a lot of people are talking about it. You said basically that Republicans aren't running on the issues. Instead, they're running against Obama and the very idea of a federal government other than the most narrow of functions. And then you threw this one in, and race. Are we still all about the race? I mean, are we still talking race at this point? I find that isn't bleeding its way into as much of the conversation, but you feel otherwise.
No, I don't feel otherwise. What I was saying is that there are politicians, particularly Mary Landrieu in Louisiana, who said that is a function of his disapproval, right? And I think that whether or not we want to, the question also is not answerable. Whether or not things are about or not about race. You can't measure it. You can't measure it. There's no way to measure it. Anybody who says they can measure it is lying, and they're being bombastic and inflammatory on purpose. What we have to do is, however, is to remember that social science teaches us that there's a mountain of social science that says that race is a part of the culture in America. So that Mary Landrieu thing that you just mentioned, I want to play that. It's perfectly apropos that you brought it up. Do we have that one ready to go? Let's play that soundbite and hear what Landrieu said specifically about Obama and race. Have a look.
To be very, very honest with you, in the South has not always been the friendliest place for African Americans. It's been a difficult time for the president to present himself in a very positive light as a leader. It's not always been a good place for women to be able to present ourselves. It's more of a conservative place.
Senator Landrieu in Louisiana saying those words. I think a lot of people will say, yeah, that's true. But then the politicos say, how dare you? How dare you say that that's why we're not interested in Obama anymore? We have the economy, we have Obamacare, we have all sorts of things we have not liked. But I'm not sure that's what she's saying, right? She says that it has not always been a place where African Americans have had a good time, and I think it had it easy. And I think that you have to understand the history of the racialized nature of politics in the South. And that is that if you walked into a room 100 years ago, almost all African Americans in that room would have been Republicans. And so you had two waves of switching. One was during the New Deal, Teddy Roosevelt, but even towards the late 60s, about a third of blacks were still Republican. So you had a second wave after the signing of the Civil Rights Bill by Johnson, and then you had the rise of Goldwater, who basically thought the civil rights legislation was unconstitutional, and blacks said, no, okay, enough of this, we're out. The Republicans then seized on that. In 1976, Kevin Phillips, a Nixon strategist, told the New York Times Magazine that, great, the more the Negroes that move over to the Democratic side, the more we will be able to attract the Negro folks. That was his word.
to the Republican Party. This is 1976. This is not a very long time ago. These people are not necessarily all passed away. You could have changed your mind since then, but we have to understand what the racialized nature of politics in the South was and how it came to be.
I heard that soundbite and I said, yeah, she's right. And then I heard people, in the political arenas weighing in and sort of seizing it and taking it in different ways. I got so many other things I'd love to ask you about, but I'm flat out of time because there's so many good races.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Today, monitors from the United States Justice Department are going to be watching the vote very, very carefully in 18 states. We're going to talk about why these polls are getting that kind of scrutiny in America. Coming up. So today's midterm elections are the first national elections since the Supreme Court repealed part of the Voting Rights Act based on changing racial circumstances in states with histories of discrimination. For good measure, the Justice Department has sent election monitors to 18 different states to watch for any discrimination against minority and disabled voters, making sure that they aren't treated any differently. And there is a legal view on this. By all means, I want to bring in CNN's senior legal analyst and former federal prosecutor Jeffrey Toobin. Let's be really clear. That sounds so alarming to some people. The federal government sending out monitors on our own election? It's not that unusual.
No, they do it for every election. That's been true since the Voting Rights Act passed in 1965. What's unusual about this election is it's the first national election since Republicans in many states that went Republican in the 2010 landslides changed the rules on voting, requiring more forms of identification, limiting early voting, absentee voting. Those have been extremely controversial. Democrats have claimed that these are attempts to disenfranchise mostly poor and minority voters. So the effect of those new laws in many states across the country, that's a real important thing to keep an eye on today.
And it's not over either. I mean, I'm just wondering if some of these monitors are going to be taking copious notes for the litigation that's still to come.
No, I don't think the issue is so much about the monitors because there are just not that many of them. These states, the whole states have these photo ID requirements, so you can't send that many monitors out of Washington to keep an eye on all of them. Texas, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, all these states that went Republican in 2010 have changed their voting rules, and what impact that has is going to be something a lot of people are looking at.
Places like Wisconsin, they're such a swamp mess of irregularities from community to community on what kind of rules and when they applied, and some people got early voting ballots, sent them in, only to find out later, or not find out later, oh, you needed a form of ID. Is there any recourse for these places?
Well, Wisconsin was so bad that the Supreme Court actually said for some of these changes, don't put them into effect yet because the playing field is so scrambled at this point. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of recourse. In many jurisdictions, if you are denied the chance to vote at your polling place, you can file what's called a provisional ballot. Yeah. You can say, I'm going to fill out this ballot and count it if you think I'm justified. Not all places have that, but it's something people should look into if they have a problem.
Yeah, and there's all sorts of problems with provisional ballots in certain places.
Well, that's right.
Too.
Yes.
Show up at the wrong polling station.
We have, by the way, a crazy mismatch of a system. Most countries, civilized countries, first world countries, have a unified system. Everybody votes the same way, the same time.
By the states.
The states, and in some cases the counties. It's a big mess.
I know this is just midterms, but you wrote the 9. You're the voice when it comes to Supreme Court affairs, anything to do with the Supreme Court. And so, I mean, I'm just going to throw it out there. We have a couple of liberal justices who are right around 80 years old and closing in on 80 years old. And I'm just curious, with 2 more years, what do you think President Obama is going to be able to do?
Well, I think, based on what I know about the health of all the justices, there won't be a vacancy in the next 2 years. So he will not have the chance to appoint anyone.
You're pretty sure of that?
Well, I mean, you can never be sure about the health of anyone, but as far as...
It might not be a health issue.
Right. Well, they have shown, Ruth Ginsburg and Stephen Breyer, the 2 Clinton appointees, have shown no sign of wanting to leave. I don't think they'll leave. If one of the Republican justices left, that would be World War III. That would be World War III.
All right, Jeff Toobin, thanks. Appreciate it. Tonight, as you are watching the election results on CNN, you're going to hear Wolf Blitzer saying things like, CNN projects that candidate so-and-so is the winner of this race. And you may be wondering, how on earth does CNN calculate exactly how to call the winner of a race before all the votes have actually been counted? So we're going to answer that for you, take you behind the scenes, and show you how it's done. In a matter of hours, by 6 p.m. Eastern, when the first polls begin closing in Kentucky and Indiana and later in some other states too, we're going to begin projecting some winners, some losers, and the races that are too close to call. CNN is your place for all things politics, and there are a lot of people here behind the scenes making this happen. The lovely and talented Mark Preston gives us the inside scoop on how we deliver your election results.
We've got a really major projection to make right now.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah. If I said I was good, would you be surprised?
Yes.
Right.
On election night, you're going to find out the winners and losers by going here, 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 and here. But this is where it all begins. When you walk out of the voting booth on Tuesday, you might be approached by somebody with a clipboard, a couple sheets of paper asking you some questions. This is called the exit poll. Once that data is collected all across the country, it comes back to here, to our exit poll team. 5 people dedicated to taking all this data from across the country, crunching it, looking at it, and trying to figure out what makes the most sense to explain to you how the election night is unfolding. Okay, so we've talked about exit polls, and now we're over here at the decision desk. This is where a dozen members from across the country, these are journalists, and these are statisticians, professional mathematicians who sit here, and they're working on 10 different models at any given time to try to figure out how to call a race. You can look at the exit poll data and call a race just off of that. The raw vote is your vote. That's the vote that we start to see that comes in from the individual states, the individual counties. Third way we can do it is we can just call a race on the raw vote. We don't even use the exit polls because at some time throughout the night, the raw vote becomes more dominant and more important. And then ultimately, we may never call a race because it has become so close. You're talking about potentially recounts, and look at how many races are going to be so competitive this year. Who knows what's going to happen?
And there you have it. It's how the magic is made. We're going to be here until the very last vote is counted, so be sure to watch CNN's election night coverage. Election night in America, folks. It starts at 5 p.m. Eastern time with the CNN team of correspondents throughout the country. And of course, as always, our coverage is going to be helmed by the one and only Wolf Blitzer and Anderson Cooper. Thanks so much for watching, everybody. That Wolf Blitzer starts right now.
Right now, an election showdown with big consequences for the commander-in-chief.
I'm not on the ballot this fall, but make no mistake, these policies are on the ballot.
Republicans are fighting to take back control of the U.S. Senate, and the president's agenda is on the line.
We're all battling against the establishment of the Barack Obama and the Democratic Party.
It's a day of bitter matchups.
She's called President Obama a dictator.
Obamacare. This is his Washington record.
I'm nobody's yes man, nobody's rubber stamp.
We don't need to import a senator who will export American jobs.
And the night will be a nail-biter.
The only thing that counts are those votes.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the issues that Americans care about most.
The midterms really matter.
It is time to stand and fight like your country's future depends on it.
The people are choosing, the world is watching, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Hello, I'm Wolf Blitzer. It's 1 p.m. here in Washington, 6 p.m. in London, 8 p.m. in Jerusalem, 9 p.m. in Moscow. Wherever you're watching from around the world, thanks very much for joining us. Up first, high stakes and high drama as voters cast their ballots in these 2014 midterm elections. Republicans seem to have some serious momentum right now, but it all could come down to less than a dozen close races. So why do these midterm elections matter, and what's at stake? All 435 House seats are being decided, along with 36 governor's races and 36 Senate races. Today's election will determine the balance of power here in Washington. The big question is whether Republicans take control of the U.S. Senate. And if they do, that will have a huge impact on President Obama's final 2 years in office. The midterms will also tee up the 2016 race for the White House. We're covering Election Day as only CNN can. This hour will take you live to our correspondents in key battleground states from Iowa and Kentucky to North Carolina and Georgia. We'll also get the view from the White House and analysis from our top political insiders. In the battle for control of the U.S. Senate, the magic number for Republicans, remember this, it's 6. They need a net gain of 6 seats to wrestle control from the Democrats. And key races right now are considered too close to call. Our chief congressional correspondent, Dana Bash, reports on the final frenzied push for votes.
Ground troops from both parties.
Got it. Next house, 2154.
With high-tech apps looking for every last possible voter behind every door.
Victory is in the air. We're going to bring it home tomorrow night.
As candidates launch their closing arguments in nearly a dozen intense Senate races. For Republicans, it's all about President Obama and distrust of government here in Georgia.
Do you trust President Obama and the Washington politicians to deal with the problems we face?
Democrats who understand voter disgust with Washington are trying to keep it local and personal, like Senator Jean Shaheen in New Hampshire.
It's the 1,200 people who are in their homes because we worked with them when they were being foreclosed on.
Some Democrats in trouble are attempting a last-minute course correction.
What it takes to be successful as a mountain climber.
Colorado's Mark Udall is finally talking up his own appeal after what even some Democrats call a failed strategy and almost singular focus on women's issues.
My opponent, Congressman Gardner, led a crusade that would make birth control illegal.
In Iowa, Democrat Bruce Braley said the same about his GOP opponent.
She introduced a constitutional amendment in the Iowa Senate to ban all abortions.
Republican Joni Ernst called Braley part of the
big Washington, D.C. bureaucracy.
But watch their strikingly similar closing ads.
More government, more spending, more taxing.
More than 30 years later, it still helps.
Appealing to undecided independents as they look to fill the seat of retiring Democratic Senator Tom Harkin, who went very off script.
I heard someone say, well, Joni Ernst, she's really attractive. And she sounds nice. I don't care if she's as good looking as Taylor Swift.
Ernst was offended, but also joked like Taylor Swift she would shake it off.
Dana Bash reporting. Dana ended her report with Iowa. That's where we begin our live coverage this hour. Iowa, one of the key states that could determine control of the Senate. Democratic Congressman Bruce Braley, Republican State Senator Joni Ernst, they are locked in a fierce battle right now to replace the retiring Senator Tom Harkin. Our correspondent Stephanie Elam is joining us from Altoona, Iowa right now. Stephanie, a very close race there. Set the scene on this election day.
That's very much the case, Wolf. And when you take a look at how tight this election is, it's going to go down to the wire here. Early on, people thought that this election was going to go for Braley, but as we've seen through this momentum, that Joni Ernst has really gained some strength here and capitalized on some other missteps. Also coming across as very relatable to a lot of people here in Iowa. And Iowans have already shown that they do not care about parties. They vote for who they want to vote for here in this state. And just taking a look at the vote so far here, there's been a steady stream of people where we are here in Altoona all day long. The weather is great, so people have no reason to not make it out. And when you take a look at the absentee ballots here in the state, for midterms elections, they just hit a new record. A lot of those ballots being requested by Democrats, more so than Republicans, but that doesn't mean that's how they're going to vote. So what comes up in these numbers will also play a key part in this today as well, Wolf.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's go to Kentucky right now. Another key race there. The Senate Minority Leader, the top Republican in the Senate, Mitch McConnell, is hoping to get even more powerful. He'll likely, almost certainly, become the Majority Leader if the Republican Party takes control of the United States Senate. But first, he has to get past the Democratic challenger, Allison Lundergan Grimes. Our Joe Johns is joining us from Lexington, Kentucky. Joe, set the scene over there. This is still considered a very close race.
Yes, it was, but I have to tell you, over the weekend, a lot of the polls we were seeing suggested that McConnell was beginning to pull away. Look, there's a picture circulating right this afternoon, on social media that sort of says it all about Senator McConnell. He's voting in Louisville, Kentucky. Behind him, right over his shoulder, is a man giving him the thumbs down sign. That's kind of what we found here in the state of Kentucky. We've talked to a lot of people who say they don't like Senator McConnell that well. He's not the guy people want to sit down and have a beer with, but they admire him and his political skills. And that's very much what counts. Not so much in the population centers of Lexington, of Louisville, of Frankfort, but out in the country, in the rural areas. That's where McConnell's support is so strong. Allison Lundergan Grimes, the Democrat, has been running uphill all week, all month, all campaign. It's been difficult for her. She also voted today in Lexington, Kentucky. She told our colleague here at CNN, Deborah Fayrick, that turnout is higher than usual here. So they're hoping, the Democrats are, that higher turnout, new voters, will get them closer to the finish line. We'll see, Wolf.
We'll see if there's a surprise in Kentucky. Thanks very much, Joe. Joe will be back later this hour. So who will come out the victor? Who will be left picking up the pieces? Remember, Election Night in America, our special coverage begins 5 p.m. Eastern for our viewers in North America. Special Situation Room for our international viewers. Coverage will begin at 7 p.m. Eastern when the polls begin to close here in the United States. CNN's special coverage of these pivotal midterm elections continues with a closer look at the Senate races in North Carolina and Georgia and why these races are so important and why one of them could delay who takes over the power in the United States Senate. And we'll also be talking with Reince Priebus. He's the chairman of the Republican National Committee. We'll talk about the future of the GOP, what's at stake, the importance of today's elections, and how much of a role does race play in these elections in the United States? We'll have a closer look at how both parties are targeting the African-American vote. President Obama has been mostly on the sidelines of midterm campaigns when it comes to the race for the Senate, but he has certainly featured an 11th hour ad for North Carolina Senator Kay Hagan.
Voting's easy. So stand with me, President Obama, and take responsibility in moving North Carolina forward by voting for Kay Hagan on November 4th.
I'm Kay Hagan, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message.
Hagan is trying to hold off a strong challenge from her Republican opponent, Tom Tillis. North Carolina is one of those close races that could determine who controls the Senate. Our correspondent Miguel Marquez is joining us now live from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Miguel, Senator Hagan, she had shied away from getting the president to come into North Carolina and work for her campaign, be very visible there. What's her strategy with this literally last-minute endorsement?
Well, they think they can get more votes out. If you look at the early voting and the absentee voting that came in, African-American participation in that was up enormously, 44.7% participation by African-Americans in early voting. We're at a voting station here. I want to take you inside in Winston-Salem. This is one of the top 4 places for votes. How are you?
All right. How are you?
Very good. Everything's going swimmingly here today. This is where they are voting here. It's been long lines here in Forsyth and in Wake County, where there's a ton of votes, and in Mecklenburg County. Both those places have some of the top votes in the state. This is where they're voting, and they're checking in this area as well. And we expect that by 7:30 tonight, when polls close, the vast majority of those absentee and early ballots will come in. And then very quickly thereafter, probably by 8:30 or 9, we'll have a very clear idea of which way North Carolina is going. Wolf?
We'll be watching it, of course, every step of the way. Miguel, thanks very much. Georgia also has emerged as a major battleground in the fight for control of the Senate. Michelle Nunn, the daughter of the former Georgia Senator Sam Nunn, she's in a tight race against Republican candidate David Perdue. But he's, by the way, the cousin of the former Georgia Governor Sonny Perdue. But the Libertarian third-party candidate Amanda Swafford could throw a wrench into the mix. You need 50% of the vote to avoid a runoff. Nick Valencia is joining us from Lawrenceville, Georgia right now. The possibility that there could be a runoff. This election, this race won't be over tonight. Will drag into January. That's very real, isn't it?
Yeah, that's certainly a scenario that people in Georgia and beyond are preparing for, Wolf. And part of what's contributing to that is what you mentioned, that Libertarian candidate, Amanda Swafford, that is taking away votes from the Republican candidate, David Perdue. Now, the threshold number here in the state of Georgia is 50% plus 1 to avoid that January 6th runoff. At this point, polls have not shown that either Perdue or none have reached that number. Also, a contributing factor in all of this is early voting. Earlier, I spoke to the Georgia Secretary of State's office, and they told me that since the last midterm in 2010, early voting in Georgia is up 20%. What we don't know at this point is which candidate has benefited from that. But at this point, Wolf, all indication is that this Senate race between Nunn and Perdue is going to be a very, very close one. Wolf?
Could go into a runoff January 6th in Louisiana. Similarly, if none of the candidates gets more than 50% of the vote, there'll be a runoff December 6th in Louisiana. All right, thanks very much, Nick, for that report. Much more politics coming up when we return. Voters decide the fate of 36 governors races today as well as those key Senate races. Will there be a Republican wave? We're going to speak live with the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Reince Priebus. He's standing by. And where has President Obama been during this entire campaign? I'm going to ask the head of the House Democratic Campaign Committee about the president's low profile in the Senate races. Representative Steve Israel, he's standing by live as well. We could be on the verge of a significant power shift here in Washington. Republicans today, they're feeling pretty optimistic about their chances of becoming the majority in the Senate. They need a net gain of just 6 seats to take control of the Senate. If they win, it will put both houses of Congress, the House and the Senate, in Republican hands. The fate of 36 governors' races across the country is also at stake tonight as voters head to the polls today. Reince Priebus is the chairman of the Republican National Committee. He's joining us now from RNC headquarters here in Washington. Reince, thanks very much for joining us. I know you're very optimistic about the Senate, but let's quickly talk about some governors' races right now, especially in your home state of Wisconsin. How much trouble is the governor there, Scott Walker, in because he's got a tough challenge from Democrat Mary Burke?
Well, I think he's going to win tonight, and it is a tight race, and that's why we need everyone to get out there and vote. But, you know, Scott had a great week last week, and I'm not sure how closely you follow in the weeds, but Mary Burke, the opponent, had a really miserable ending to her campaign when it came out that her own family had fired her from her own job at Trek Bicycle, which is really not the way you want to go into a finish. So it was a pretty embarrassing conclusion, and I think Scott had some momentum going into that week anyway. The Marquette University poll, which is pretty good, showed that Scott was 7 points up. I don't know if it's that good, but I certainly think it's going to be close, but Scott will survive tonight.
What about two other incumbent Republican governors? Rick Scott, he's in a very, very close race with former Republican, now Democrat Charlie Crist, as you know, in Florida. And in Pennsylvania, the Republican government, Tom Corbett, he's in a very close race. He could lose as well. If the Republicans start losing some of these gubernatorial races, what does that say?
Well, I mean, I think governors' races are very local. I mean, you know, you can look at throughout the entire Midwest, you have states that are almost completely dominated by Republican governors, Republican legislatures, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, but then those are the same states 2 years later that go all for Barack Obama. And so, I mean, it's very different. I mean, analyzing national races and local races, which governors' races are just very, very, you know, unique to the states. Rick Snyder is doing well. It's a close race, but Rick Snyder will win, and he's turned Michigan around. I think Kasich is going to probably run away with it tonight, and his opponent really never really got out of the starting block. So I think they're just local, Wolf, but if you look at the Senate races across the country, it's the candidates have done very poorly on the Democrat side, and they're linked to Barack Obama. His ratings and approval are all in the ditch, and so is the country, and so that's why I think you're going to see a very big win among the Republicans tonight up and down the ticket.
I don't know if the country's in a ditch right now. The economy, at least the macro picture, as far as unemployment, job growth, stuff like that, seems to be doing okay. I don't know if people in the middle class and the poorer people are feeling all those gains, but I don't think it's fair to say the country's in a ditch right now, is it?
Well, I think Wolf, if you peel back the onion a little bit and the layers, I think what you'll find, though, is that the labor participation rate is at some, decades-long high. I don't want to put a number on, but I think it's sort of like 40, 50 years at its worst case of people actually employed in this country. I don't really think people back home in Wisconsin and Iowa in the middle of the country think that this economy is on the right track. I don't think they're very impressed with Barack Obama's leadership. They don't like Obamacare. The stimulus bill didn't stimulate anything. All these Democrats that were Obama's loyal lieutenants are going down and don't even want to admit that they supported Barack Obama. So obviously, we're lacking leadership in this country. I think people are tired of Washington. I think that in many cases they're tired of both Republicans and Democrats. But unfortunately for this president, he's not been the type of person that's led the way. And he is the head of the Democrat Party, and these Democrat senators followed him off the plank. So now they're going to pay the price.
So when Rand Paul, the Republican senator, says the Republican brand, in his word, sucks, you say...
You know what? He's a good friend, and actually we do a lot of the things together. When he made those comments, he was actually making them from the Black Engagement Office that we pay for at the RNC. He's not talking about the RNC. He's not talking about what we're doing here. He's actually part of our entire engagement effort in Black, Hispanic, and Asian communities. I agree with him in the sense that unless we operate on a 4-year basis in Black and Asian and Hispanic communities, we're not going to get better. But the beauty is that's what we are doing, and that's why you see us doing so much better with Black and Hispanic voters across America. You can look at Colorado as an example of that, and what Cory Gardner's doing there. In some ways, he's doing better with Hispanic voters than any candidate we've had there in recent memory. So we're making gains, and what Rand Paul is saying is actually an add-on to what our Growth and Opportunity Report said 18 months ago, which is what we've turned around at the RNC in a historic way.
Reince Priebus is the chairman of the Republican National Committee. Reince, thanks very much for joining us. We'll check in with you, obviously, after the election tonight as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Wolf.
Up next, what is the Obama factor in this election? I'll ask the head of the House Congressional Campaign Committee on the Democratic side about the president's low profile overall in this campaign. Representative Steve Israel is standing by live. Also ahead, both parties are looking to a key demographic group to help them in the midterms. But are some of the persuasion tactics going on right now, shall we say, questionable? Welcome back to our viewers in the United States and around the world. I'm Wolf Blitzer reporting from Washington. Voters across the United States today are going to the polls, and the outcome of the midterm election will determine the balance of power here in Washington. Republicans, remember, they need a net gain of 6 seats to take control of the U.S. Senate. Momentum appeared to be on the side of the GOP, clearly heading into today's elections. But many of the key races that will determine who controls the Senate are still, as we say, too close to call. The outcome of today's election will have a tremendous impact on President Obama in his final 2 years in office. Let's go to the White House. Athena Jones is standing by over there. The president, apparently no public events today. What's going on at the White House as far as the president is concerned, Athena?
Hi, Wolf. Well, the president is spending the day behind closed doors. He's going to have a meeting with the IMF, the head of the IMF. He's going to meet with his national security and public health teams to talk about the Ebola response. But what he's not doing, as you know, is appearing on the campaign trail out with some of these Democrats running for re-election. Now, he did do a radio ad for Democrat Kay Hagan, the senator in a tough fight in North Carolina. So he did release that, but the campaign is who let us know about it. And so right now he's doing an interview with Connecticut Radio to support Connecticut Governor Dan Malloy, but that's all behind the scenes. The White House knows that Democrats in these tough races and in close races in red states have not been eager to have the president come out and campaign with them. We've seen, you could even say that some of these Democrats have been running away from the president. We saw that in Louisiana and in Kentucky. And so this is what the president is doing with his day, trying to help the folks he can behind the scenes and on radio, but not right out in front of the camera. Wolf?
Athena, thanks very much. So do the Democrats have any leverage to make a last-minute appeal to voters? Let's bring in New York Congressman Steve Israel. He's the chairman of the Democratic Congressional campaign committee. Among his jobs is to get Democrats elected to the House of Representatives. Thanks, Congressman, very much for joining us. And do you expect any last-minute surprises tonight, or it looks like the Democrats are not going to do well in the Senate, certainly not going to regain the majority in the House of Representatives?
I do expect some surprises, actually. I'm like a pilot trying to land a plane through a tornado. It's very uncertain, very turbulent. The winds are swirling left and right. But the takeaway from this cycle, where we are now, is we're only a few hours away from the polls closing. And still, we have 20 districts that are too close to call. In the House. And not one single Democratic incumbent is down and out. In contrast to 2010, where most of our Democratic incumbents were down and out in late September. So I think there are going to be some surprises on both sides of the aisle, and it's just a matter of hours before we see.
The New York Times, in their analysis today, what to look for tonight, your hometown newspaper, they said this, and I'll put it up on the screen. There are fewer than 50 truly competitive House races. There are 435 House races, truly competitive 50 races. The only mystery is whether the Republicans increase their already sizable majority by more or fewer than 10 seats. Is that analysis accurate?
I think it is accurate. Look, absent the strike of lightning, I do not believe we're going to pick up the House tonight.
But you'll lose maybe
but the Republicans said we would, early on, they were saying this is a 2010 tidal wave, and we were going to lose the historic average of 29. Remember, the historic average of losses for a president's party in a midterm election, 29. We lost 63 back in 2010. So the Republicans kind of staked their claim at 20. Then they dialed it back. They're saying 15 or so. It's almost impossible to predict how far north or south we're going to land because you still have 20 very unpredictable races around the country.
Was it a mistake for these Democrats to run away from the President of the United States in their bid to get themselves reelected? I'm talking about Senate races.
Well, here's where I think the pundits have it wrong. And I'm not an expert on the Senate races. Obviously, my lane is the House of Representatives. But, well, thank you. But here's where I think the pundits are misreading it. Look, if you're running in a very red area, chances are most of your voters don't want you agreeing with the president on anything. If you're running in a very blue area, chances are your voters want you to agree with the president on everything. Our competitive districts are purple, where people sometimes agree with the president, sometimes disagree with the president, and candidates ought to reflect that independence.
The states, excuse me for interrupting, where the president carried those states twice, a state like New Hampshire or Colorado or Iowa. President carried that in 2008, carried it in 2012. Those candidates don't want to be seen with the president of the United States. They have stiff Republican opponents.
I think it's very important for you to level with your voters and tell them, here's where I agree with the president. For example, paying a woman the same as a man for equal work. And here's where I disagree with the president. You shouldn't run away from your core values. And most independent swing voters in those competitive districts feel the same way. Agree sometimes, disagree other times. They want their candidates telling them where they agree and where they disagree.
Yeah, but it almost seems a little unseemly, to have these. I mean, Allison London Grimes in Kentucky, the Democratic, she wouldn't even say if she voted for the president of the United States. And I mean, that was a little awkward, wasn't it?
I think people deserve to know where you stand. And when you start to do that, I believe most voters understand what you're doing. I think it's always best to be forthright. If you're going to vote against Allison because of who she voted for president, chances are you were not going to vote with her to begin with.
We'll see what happens tonight. Congressman Israel, thanks very much for coming in. Steve Israel is trying to get Democrats elected to the House of Representatives. Tough job. I know you're doing the best you can. Still ahead, race and politics with President Obama largely on the sidelines in this election cycle. Some Democrats are targeting one key voting bloc to keep the majority in the Senate. And with so many races that are so tight right now, there could be some surprises, some upsets. Two of our political analysts, they're standing by to weigh in. Will there be some major surprises to look out for? As we've been reporting, many key Senate races are simply too close to call. Voter turnout will be significant. And as our Joe Johns reports, Democrats are hoping minority voters, especially African Americans, will give them a boost at the polls today. Critics say, though, some of their tactics are divisive.
With their biggest weapon in President Obama mostly sidelined, some Democrats went for the heartstrings in a desperate bid to get blacks in southern states to the polls.
He made it harder for communities of color to vote,
invoking the shooting death of teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida as a reason to vote in North Carolina. a radio ad generated by Majority Leader Harry Reid's super PAC, dedicated to maintaining Democratic control of the Senate, hit the Republican candidate for supporting the kind of controversial state statute made infamous in the Martin case, putting race at the center of the Senate race.
Tillis even led the effort to pass the type of stand your ground laws that caused the shooting death of Trayvon Martin.
North Carolina Republicans responded with a tough radio ad of their own, calling out the Democrats.
Have you heard this race-hustling Kay Hagan ad paid for by Harry Reid's super PAC?
There's more. In Georgia, flyers encouraging African Americans to vote invoke images from Ferguson, Missouri, where another young black man, Michael Brown, was shot to death by a police officer. Republican Tara Wall sees it as an attempt to inflame voters.
Race is a very real issue for us as black people. We should be able to talk about it. But I think it's disappointing when you have Democrats that, number one, just take the issue of race and use it to incite without any fact or basis.
Democrats deny these tactics are about inciting racial anger. They say it's about localizing the election, making voters think less about the federal races and more about the judges, prosecutors, and others who actually allocate justice. Though the tactics are not embraced by all African American politicians. But Atlanta City Councilman Kwanzaa Hall says it's valid to talk about in the midterms.
I would not use these in a campaign if it were my personal campaign, but I would want to make sure that we have dialogue and that we bring all parties to the table.
Still, dialogue over race is tricky. Louisiana incumbent Democrat Mary Landrieu got tough criticism after she said this in an interview with NBC about the South and the president.
The South has not always been the friendliest place for African Americans. It's been a difficult time for the president to present himself in a very positive light as a leader.
The question is whether racial appeals, especially advertising, could backfire, revving up black voters who polls show still overwhelmingly support the president, while turning off white voters the same polls show do not.
Generally, these appeals are very targeted. They are, flyers or mail in predominantly African American neighborhoods, or radio ads on predominantly African American radio. And so it's this sort of slicing and dicing the electorate.
Tough choices for Democrats, and only hours before we'll know whether they pulled the right strings to get one of their most critical voting blocs to the polls in a tough election cycle. Joe John, CNN, Lexington, Kentucky.
Still to come, control of the U.S. Senate. Republicans, they're pretty confident today they can make that happen. Democrats aren't throwing in the towel, though, just yet. Our experts are standing by to take a look at some of the key races that could shift the balance of power here in Washington, D.C. The stakes are certainly high for this U.S. midterm election. The outcome could change the political landscape of the Senate, and with so many tight races, every vote counts. Joining us now, two of the best in the business, our senior political analyst, David Gergen, and Ron Brownstein. David, I know what the conventional wisdom out there is. The Democrats are not going to do well tonight. Republicans in the Senate will do well. Is there anything surprising development that you're looking for that could go against what the punditry are suggesting?
Well, as you know, we've seen surprises in every one of these elections. There'll be one or two states that will certainly surprise us. The big surprise, of course, if the Democrats actually win this thing. I think the Republicans have allowed expectations to get too high, so that even if it's close, it's going to look like, well, they just pulled it off. When you're the out party, what you want is a wow factor. After an election night, it's going to be hard for the Republicans to get a wow factor. Even if the other surprise could be if this thing goes into overtime. I think that doesn't help Republicans in terms of psychology. As someone wrote, they wanted to win by a couple of touchdowns. To win by a field goal doesn't
certainly possible. There could be elections in December and January in Louisiana and Georgia, because you got to get a majority. You got to get 50% plus one of the vote there. Ron, any surprises you think that we'll see tonight?
I'm not even going to grapple with the concept of an expected surprise, but I think if there is a downside surprise for the Democrats, it will be North Carolina or New Hampshire or both, states where they have embattled women incumbents who are ahead, but narrowly. I think if there's an upside surprise for Democrats, it's most likely to be in Colorado, where we still have uncertainty about what the electorate will look like. And after that, you'd say Iowa.
Unfortunately, we just lost Ron Brownstein. We'll see if we can reconnect with him.
That was a surprise.
That was a surprise right there. I guess we'll fix that. The Democrats normally, at least in 2012, had a terrific ground game. They brought out the vote, and they got the President of the United States reelected in 2012, even after, as he called it, a shellacking in the midterm elections in 2010 when the Democrats lost the House of Representatives. Here's the question. Is that ground game going to be effective in helping the Democrats tonight?
It could be, and I think that's why we have to be prepared for some upsets, because the Democrats are better at getting voters out. They're much better with big data. They know how to use data in ways to encourage people to use psychology and affect behavioral psychology to get their voters out. And they normally sort of outbeat the polls by a point or two in some key states, so we'll have to wait and see. On the other hand, they have not done a very good job of mobilizing voters behind an agenda or behind the president's record. I mean, they sort of run away from the president's record. There hasn't been much positive that they've been selling. That's been a surprise already.
So is that highly vaulted Democratic ground game, Ron? We got you back with us. Is that overrated in this midterm election?
Well, it's an interesting question because, I mean, the core challenge, one of the core challenges Democrats face in their modern coalition, the one that's allowed them to win the popular vote in 5 of the last 6 presidential races, is heavily dependent on young people and minority voters who historically vote much less in midterms than in the presidential year. And they are trying to offset that with really an unprecedented investment in get out the vote. But when you have low approval rating for the president and you have a general sense of the country's on the wrong track, it's kind of pushing on a string. So we will see how much tactics can overcome environment. And I think Colorado and North Carolina probably are 2 places where, and maybe Georgia, we're going to get a very good look at that equation.
We'll see how they do in this midterm election. I want both of you to stand by. Much more analysis coming up right after the break. Both the Democrats and the Republicans, they brought out a lot of political stars to do some campaigning. But does it really make much of a difference? We'll discuss. We're focused again on the U.S. midterm elections. Voting underway right now. Let's bring back our senior political analyst, David Gergen, and Ron Brownstein. Ron, a Republican win tonight, would that help or hurt Hillary Clinton's chances of becoming the next president of the United States?
Interesting question. I think it totally depends on how Republicans interpret and act upon a victory. If they look at a victory in a midterm election in which the electorate is older and whiter than it will be again in 2016 as a mandate for an unflinchingly conservative and confrontational agenda, they run the risk of setting a tone that will make it hard for their party to win in 2016 if for no other reason than because they limit the choices for the eventual nominee. For example, if a Republican Congress votes to overturn any executive order President Obama pursues on immigration, they could make it tougher for a Republican to try to reach out to Hispanics. So I think there is a risk here of overinterpreting 2014, just as there was in 2010, that could affect the 2016 dynamic. But if Republicans show they can govern and create more space for their nominee to pursue a kind of more creative agenda, then they may in fact help them or him or her against the Democrats in 2016.
Yeah, that's a good point, because you remember, David, in 2010, the President of the United States basically acknowledged the day after the Republicans took control of the House of Representatives in those midterm elections, it was a shellacking, but 2 years later he went on to get himself reelected.
Absolutely, and that could easily happen again because, look, I think if you look ahead, if it's a Hillary candidacy, she's going to be favored. She has something called this blue wall that we haven't talked about much in the midterms, but it's very important in presidential. That is, there are 18 states, plus the District of Columbia, that have voted Democratic in the last 6 consecutive presidential elections. That starts you out with 242, and all you need is 270 in Electoral College to win. So the Democrat or the Democratic nominee will have a big advantage. I think Ron is right. If the Republicans decide to go hard right after tonight, they're going to leave the middle wide open, and that gives a big advantage whoever the Democratic nominee is. If the Republicans are willing to play across the aisle, and look more like a governing party, that will help them in 2016.
Well, what about the President of the United States, Ron? Is in these final 2 years of his presidency, is he going to be willing to make the kinds of compromises with the let's assume the Republicans are the majority in the House and the Senate. Will he be able to work with the Republican leadership and maybe at times irritate some of that liberal Democratic base?
Yeah. Trade and taxes would seem to be the best opportunities. I think mostly he's going to pursue the independent action that we talked about, an executive order on immigration, continuing to try to defend and implement the Affordable Care Act, as well as his climate change regulations. But, Wolf, a larger point about the president, something you've talked about a lot. I think there's a clear lesson here. I think it's been clear for a number of years, but this is a reminder to Democrats that no matter who else you invite in the state and whether you would campaign with the president or not, a president from your own party is on the ballot with you. And by 2016, Democrats need a better answer to what they have accomplished the last 6 or by then 8 years to tell to voters, because if voters have a negative verdict on the last 8 years, it is going to be tougher. That is the biggest headwind for a Hillary Clinton or anyone else who's the Democratic nominee. They did not solve that problem in this election. They didn't even really confront it, as David Gergen noted a few minutes ago. They ultimately need a better way to talk about what they did get done over this President Obama's term, because that issue is not going away in 2016 just because he won't be on the ballot.
Very good points by Ron. Let me go back to the immigration point. I think that's a good example of where the president would be better off showing good faith and taking one more run at working with the Republicans after this is over, rather than going down the unilateral path, as Ron suggests he plans to do. That will be highly controversial if he goes down the unilateral path. It will put a stick in the eye of the Republicans, and it will hurt the capacity to get other things done together over the next 2 years. So both sides have to be ready.
I guess the question, David, I'll rephrase it because you worked in the Bill Clinton administration, you worked in the Ronald Reagan administration, will in the final 2 years, let's assume the Republicans are the majority in the House and the Senate, will Barack Obama, President of the United States, will he follow in the footsteps of Bill Clinton, who worked with the then Speaker Newt Gingrich, as you remember, very closely, even though they might have been fighting about impeachment during the day, they'd work on other issues together, collaboratively. Will the President of the United States be willing to do that in his final 2 years, even if it might anger that Democratic base?
Well, I think that's the next, after tonight. Tonight's an exciting night. We're all waiting for it. But then the next big story is, how do the Republicans and the president come out of this? How do they frame the next 2 years? Do they plan to work together? Do they plan to throw spitballs at each other? They'll both say we're going to work together the first 24 hours, but in reality, what are they going to do?
What do you think, Iran?
I think from both sides the answer will be more no than yes. I think the internal dynamics of the Republican Party make it very tough. I don't think this president is as inclined as Bill Clinton to try to find those agreements either. And thank you, David Gergen, for mentioning my blue wall.
The blue wall is very important. But the Republicans, even if they win, though, guys, they're looking ahead already to 2016. They don't want to see what happened in 2012 repeat in 2016. They had a horrible midterm, but they came back and got the White House.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, in 2016, if we follow the long-term demographic trends, minorities will be 30% of the vote. If Democrats win what they've been winning among them for the last roughly 40 years, the Republican nominee will have to roughly equal Ronald Reagan's vote among whites in 1984, the biggest landslide in modern history. So what you win with in 2014 is not necessarily going to be enough to win with in 2016, and that is going to be a very difficult adjustment for this Republican Congress to try to reach out to a broader segment than they've been able to rely on now.
All right, we got to leave it there, guys, but we will have a lot more to discuss, much more of our coverage. Remember, 5 p.m. Eastern in the Situation Room. Our special coverage for our North American viewers begins. For international viewers, 7 p.m. Eastern. And that's it for me. Amanpour starts right now for our international viewers. Brooke Baldwin picks up our coverage for our North American viewers.
Right now, it's America's choice. Will Republicans win the keys to the Senate?
But we have to fix a few big things. It will not happen unless we gain control of the Senate.
Or will Democrats stay in charge?
Who's going to fight for you? That's what it boils down to.
The president's record is an issue in some of the hottest contests.
We need a senator who will stand up to Barack Obama. That's the biggest bunch of hogwash I've ever heard in my life.
And the Senate's top Republican has a lot to win or lose.
The races across the country are about Barack Obama's agenda.
Barack Obama is not on the ballot. I am.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the warm-up for 2016.
I need you to do this. Your country needs you to do this.
We're in the home stretch. It all comes down to who's going to show up.
The polls are open. The nation is choosing, and anything is possible until the last vote.
And away we go. Hi there, I'm Brooke Baldwin. The time
is now 3 dozen governors and U.S. Senate seats all up for grabs, plus, of course, every seat in the U.S. House of Representatives. But all eyes on the Senate this hour, where Republicans, you know, they're eager to change the balance of power in Washington, right? Take a look at the numbers and the colors behind me. Of the 36 Senate seats being decided, 10 are incredibly close. And if just 6 seats switch from Democrat to Republican, the GOP will have total control on Capitol Hill. 4 races today, especially compelling. You have Iowa, Kansas, North Carolina, and Georgia. They could ensure or prevent a Republican Senate takeover and dictate how the government gets things done or not in the final 2 years of Barack Obama's presidency. We will take you there in just a couple of moments. But this was the president's last campaign. And what happens today will go a long way toward deciding what he can accomplish in his final 2 years in office. Plus, big issues to talk about today on the ballot nationwide. You have marijuana, minimum wage, gun rights. When will we know the winners and the losers? Listen, it could be tonight, could be tomorrow, or if we have recounts or runoffs, folks, weeks from now. No matter what, CNN will be there. We have correspondents across the country. Stephanie Elam standing by for us in Iowa. Kyung La is in Kansas. Miguel Marquez is live for us in North Carolina. And Nick Valencia in Georgia. Stephanie Elam, I'm starting with you at a polling place in Altoona, Iowa. The Senate showdown between Republican Joni Ernst and Democrat Bruce Braley has been called one of the most competitive in the nation. The political ads alone we could focus on, Stephanie. Let's begin with hogs, I guess, in your state. What are voters seeing there?
It's definitely different than you might see anywhere else, Brooke. You're talking about Joni Ernst, and she's talking about her skills that she learned on the farm and what she thinks will help her in Washington. Take a listen.
I'm Joni Ernst. I grew up castrating hogs on an Iowa farm. So when I get to Washington, I'll know how to cut pork.
Joni Ernst, mother, soldier, conservative.
My parents taught us.
And you take a listen to what she said there, says she wants to make them squeal when she gets to Washington. But her campaign has had a lot of momentum during this election period. And because of that, some think she may actually pull out this win for the GOP today, Brooke.
So we know, Stephanie, that this seat is open because Democrat Tom Harkin is retiring, and he had some comments about Joni Ernst and Taylor Swift the other day. Tell me about that.
That's right. And Ernst, you know, she's a veteran. She has been in office. She's a state senator as well. But he managed to put her, Mr. Rogers, and Michelle Bachmann all in the same comment. Take a listen.
And there's sort of this sense that, well, you know, I heard someone say, well, Joni Ernst, she's really attractive. And she sounds nice. Well, I got to thinking about that. I don't care if she's as good looking as Taylor Swift or as nice as Mr. Rogers. But if she votes like Michelle Bachmann, she's wrong for the state of Iowa.
And he later apologized to those comments. Joni Ernst saying if her name was John Ernst, this commentary would never have been said in the first place. But some are pointing to the missteps by the Democrats that have actually led to the fact that they think this may become a win here for the Republicans today, Brooke.
That is Iowa. We're keeping a close eye on Iowa. Stephanie Elam, thank you for that. Let's stay in the Midwest. Let's head to Kansas, where the Democrats' best hope of unseating a Republican Senate incumbent this cycle may be in really what is this reliably state where there is no Democratic nominee. CNN's Kyung La standing by for us live in Kansas. Tell me what those candidates are up to today, Kyung.
Well, let's just show you what they're doing. There are actually pictures that they've both tweeted out. Senator Pat Roberts, the Republican, the incumbent, the one who's been in Congress for decades, he is on the phone trying to get people out to vote. He needs people to show up. Who else needs them to show up is his challenger, the independent Greg Orman. He's actually working the shoe leather, going door to door in Topeka, Kansas, trying to get people to come out. Participation, Brooke, is going to be key. They need the numbers on both sides in order to try to win. And it is a nail biter. The candidates know it, Brooke.
You talk about participation. I don't see a soul behind you, Kyung. How has participation been thus far on this Tuesday?
Yeah, that's because I'm showing you the whiteboard. This is where you vote, but look over here. And right now, I mean, we are in a bit of a lull. You see a couple people here. This is a voting machine state, but we've actually seen a steady stream of people checking in at the desks and then moving over to vote. And what the election people here, the election commissioner here tells us is that because these races are so close, because honestly, no one here knows who is going to win, whether it's going to be the independent or the Republican. It is an intense competition. Here's what he told us.
When you have intense races, and these all have to be considered intense because they're so close, you're going to have people who are really eager to make sure their vote counts, which is, of course, what we're all about here.
So advanced voting is going to be key. We do expect, Brooke, those numbers to come in early. About 30% of this county we should know shortly after the polls close. Brooke.
All right, Kyung La live in Kansas. Kyung, thank you. You know, we've talked about the president, not a real presence on the campaign trail in large part because of his low approval rating, 45% in October. And, you know, I heard elsewhere today that his approval rating is dropping. For the record, that's incorrect. He is back where he started in January after dipping to a low of 42% in July. These numbers are from CNN and ORC. And at this late date, the president is suddenly making his presence known in a Senate race in the Deep South. So with that, Miguel Marquez, I'm coming to you live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. What are you seeing there?
Well, amazingly enough, after candidate was running away from the president, the tide seems to be turning, and probably because the early voting numbers are showing a very sizable participation by the African-American community here. Here's the radio ad that the president cut for Senator Hagan.
Voting's easy. So stand with me, President Obama, and take responsibility in moving North Carolina forward by voting for Kay Hagan on November 4th.
I'm Kay Hagan, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message.
Now, we're seeing about a 44.7 increase in the participation of African Americans from 2010 to this year, this midterm election. But unaffiliated voters are also up enormously, 43.3% increase in participation for them. Democrats are up about 23.3%. Republicans, interestingly enough, only up in participation about 4.8%. So it will be very, very interesting. The sense is that there might be some Democratic momentum here. We will see. Polls close here at 7:30 p.m. and they'll start reporting those numbers out by 8:30, perhaps 9 p.m. We'll have a very good idea of which way this one's going to go.
That could be one of the first glances we get to see tonight. As you mentioned, polls closing at 7:30 Eastern. Miguel Marquez in North Carolina for us. And in the state of Georgia, staying in the South here, you know, the elections aren't just about political parties, but political families, relatives, well-known politicians in heated races there. You have Jimmy Carter's grandson, Jason Carter, up for governor against Republican incumbent Nathan Deal. But the race for Senate is much, much tighter. Michelle Nunn, the daughter of longtime U.S. Senator Sam Nunn, up against another heavyweight name, Perdue, as in David Perdue, the cousin of popular former Georgia Governor Sonny Perdue. So, Nick Valencia, let's go to you live in Lawrenceville, Georgia. We know Georgia's solid Republican state. How much of a shot does Michelle Nunn really have?
Well, Brooke, a likely scenario that people in Georgia and beyond are preparing for is a runoff. What's contributing to that is a Libertarian candidate in this Senate race, Amanda Swafford, that's taking votes away from the Republican candidate, David Perdue. Also, what's making the Democratic candidate, Michelle Nunn, competitive is the rise of registered minority voters across the state of Georgia. But the magic number in all of this, Brooke, is this 50% plus one vote threshold that each candidate has to reach, or a candidate has to reach, in order to avoid a January 6th runoff. Also contributing into this is early voting. I spoke earlier to Georgia's Secretary of State office, and they said that early voting is up from the last midterm election in 2010. It's up 20%. What we don't know at this point is what party has benefited from that. According to Secretary of State's office, they don't register by party, but every indication at this point is that it's going to be a very tight race between Michelle Nunn and David Perdue. Brooke?
You mentioned those minority voters, Nick Valencia. Thank you so much. Let's talk about that, because in Georgia, we know Democrats are telling voters to go to the polls to, quote, prevent another Ferguson. That is a quote from one of these leaflets being passed out here in Georgia and a number of other states. Is it fair politics? Is it race baiting? We're going to have that discussion coming up. Also ahead, it is staggering the amount of campaigning the Clintons have done compared to the President Obama, as it is set up perhaps a harbinger of things to come 2016. And pot, minimum wage, guns. Hear which states are deciding America's most controversial issues. Stick with me on this Election Tuesday. You're watching CNN's special live coverage. You're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin. You know, it's a cause and effect we see every single election season. Candidates under pressure, running seriously over the top political ads, from Ebola to ISIS to, quote, getting high. It seems nothing is off limits.
Get hog, get high. Legalize it.
More weed, less war. Vote Sean Hall.
Get high, get high. Vote Sean Hall.
Oh, yeah.
While ISIS terrorists threaten to cross our border and kill Americans, my opponent falsely attacks me to hide her failed record on illegal immigration. Here's the truth.
Letitia Van de Putte opposed putting National Guard troops on the border.
Trot profited from human misery as tens of thousands of Michiganders were evicted from their homes. People like 101-year-old Mrs. Hollis, thrown out of her home of 50 years and left on the street.
Less government.
Cut.
Our budget has been flat since 2003. Responding to an emerging infectious disease threat, this is particularly damaging.
Cut.
That was the left hook.
Cut.
The right cross was the sequestration.
Campaign season, but critics say one tactic used by Democrats crosses a line even the ads you just saw don't cross. Political activists are using the police shooting death of unarmed teenager Michael Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. In Georgia, in fact, the Democratic Party has sent out cards saying to voters, vote blue, quote, if you want to prevent another Ferguson in their future. And similar messages are coming from this organization that developed itself out of the wake of Hurricane Katrina. It's called colorofchange.org. The St. Louis Post-Dispatch paper says the group used flyers with, you see these two African-American kids holding the sign where they're saying don't shoot, enough. This is being handed out as leaflets in 7 different states. You have Illinois, Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Arkansas, and Louisiana. So I have an entire panel to weigh in here, and I'm really curious to get everyone's thoughts. CNN political commentators Donna Brazil and Ross Douthat, and Inside Politics contributor David Marinis. So welcome to all of you. And Donna, since you are sitting next to me, I'm going to pick on you first. With the Ferguson flyers, the real question is this fair politics or is this race baiting?
No, look, this is the cover of Business Week. We all forget that in August of 2014, we had a conversation about what happened in Ferguson. This conversation didn't just happen on cable television. It happened in living rooms across the country, not only in African-American households, but households across the globe. There's no reason why we should not be able to talk about what's at stake, including guns. That's on the ballot in certain states, of course, raising the minimum wage.
But with Ferguson specifically, using that storyline, using that tragedy.
Using that tragedy to point out that this is an election day where you can vote for governor, where you can vote for sheriff in certain places across the country. We're focused here on, who will control the United States Senate. It's important to tell people, especially voters across the country, that you will also vote for attorney general in your state. You will vote for people who will appoint sheriffs and deputies. So yes, it is very relevant, and it's very important because it's very important to African Americans and other voters across the country.
That is precisely the point. Obviously, the colorofchange.org's executive director pointing out that these people are helping, put police officers in charge, which was a huge question in Ferguson. But the RNC communications director, Sean Spicer, said this: what happened in Ferguson is a tragedy, but it was not one that was caused by Republicans or Democrats. Ross, jump in.
Well, I think what you're seeing here from the Democrats is sort of a part of a larger reversal where Democrats feel themselves to be losing on economic issues, losing on foreign policy, and so they're relying, the way Republicans traditionally have, on cultural appeals, on race, in this case, race and crime and police brutality. And it's sort of similar to the way Mark Udall has campaigned in Colorado, where he's basically, every sentence he's uttered has been a noun, a verb, and Cory Gardner's going to take away your condoms. So, I think that there are parallels here where the Democratic understanding of their situation is that they aren't going to win this election on the economy, on foreign policy, certainly not on President Obama's job performance. So they're looking for effectively cultural wedge issues to mobilize their own base, in this case African Americans. I think the question
Ross,
is
I
not
disagree,
is
but
this,
we don't have enough time.
well, but is this
I disagree.
I think, well, I would just say to Donna, I mean, the question here for me is not, does this cross the line? This is politics. I don't have a problem with Democrats making these appeals, but what are Democrats campaigning on specifically that is relevant to Ferguson? Ferguson is a story of the over-militarization of police departments, basically. That's the reason it became a national story. Is the Democratic Party running on an anti-militarization of police departments campaign in this election? Because if there isn't substance behind it, then it does just seem cynical to me.
There's a lot of questions. There's violence in the community. There's guns in the community. There's not just crime, but there's also jobs. Democrats are campaigning on all of those issues, and this is what Democrats talk to voters about. Unfortunately, Ross, as you know, in the kind of narrowly tailored media culture we have today, you don't hear all of those conversations. I hear them because I campaign all over the country.
But what about Republicans, David? This is what I wanted to ask of you, because I know we've seen Rand Paul. Rand Paul went to Ferguson, but what kind of outreach to minorities specifically has the Republican Party really taken on this election cycle?
Well, the Republicans basically are running on fear. As to those types of advertisements, I mean, I think that gun control is a serious issue. Police brutality is a serious issue. That particular ad didn't address that at all. And when you look at the history of this country, you'll find as many Democrats in control during periods of really terrible racial tension in cities as Republicans. So the issues are deeper than that, and that's the problem with this whole election. Most of the issues are much deeper than the discussions.
It's just,
well, isn't that true of every election, though? I mean, it
is to a certain extent.
I would
it's more true of this one than many.
Go ahead, Ross. I want to hear from you.
Well, just to defend both the Democrats and the Republicans, in a sense. I mean, yes, people are running on fear, in a sense, but but fear is a powerful motivator in politics, and in a context where our foreign policy debates are about terrorism and the Islamic State in the Middle East and Vladimir Putin, and where our domestic debates are about the economic future of our country, I don't think motivating people based on their anxieties is in any way un-American. It's part of a grand and important tradition in American politics.
The problem is that the fear then transcends the election and goes into the governing. And when you govern on fear, it's a mess.
What about, David, I just want to end with you because I really wanted to ask about Tim Scott. I mean, could be the first elected, he was appointed, could be the first elected African-American senator. What about all this impact on him?
Since Reconstruction.
In the South.
Since Reconstruction.
I mean, I don't think that's any different than Clarence Thomas. I mean, race is one important factor in how you judge people, but and of course the country is changing and will continue to change on racial issues, but I don't know that Tim Scott represents anything larger than a conservative Republican who happens to be black.
Okay. Donna Brazil, David Marinas, Ross Douthat, thank you all very, very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ahead, liberal hero Jon Stewart says Hillary Clinton is a little too hawkish for him. The comedian just sat down with CNN with a blunt take on today's elections. We'll have Christiane Amanpour to talk about that coming up. Also, hear why marijuana could be the game changer in the race for Florida's governor, a race that has gotten incredibly personal. Stay with me. I know we're talking so much about these races and the future of many of these candidates obviously on the line today, but as America decides on its leaders, it'll also decide on some heated ballot debates. Let me just roll through some of these for you, beginning with Minimum wage, right? So minimum wage is up for a vote in several states that lean Republican. The federal minimum wage has held at $7.25 since 2009. But you have states like you see, like Alaska and Arkansas, Nebraska, South Dakota could join 12 other states and Washington, D.C. in raising the state minimums. In addition, Illinois is posing a non-binding referendum on the minimum wage. The next thing, this is something we alluded to in that last segment. This won't play nice with me. Gun control. Gun control, where in Washington state there are two dueling measures. Initiative 594 would expand background checks to cover gun sales online and at gun shows, while the other initiative, that's Initiative 591, would prevent background checks on firearm purchases unless required by a national standard. It would also bar the government from confiscating your guns without due process. And marijuana. Chance to follow in the footsteps of pot pioneer states, Washington and Colorado. Voters in Alaska and Oregon will be deciding whether to legalize recreational use of marijuana, while in Washington, D.C. here, they will be deciding whether to repeal certain possession penalties and allow limited cultivation. Florida will also decide if medical marijuana should be legal. So the question for Florida right now, will pot help propel Democrat Charlie Crist back into the role of governor? Crist and his Republican rival, current Governor Rick Scott, they're locked in this dead heat. But Democrats are hoping an amendment to legalize medical marijuana will help drive Democratic-leaning groups to the polls. CNN's Alina Machado is live for us at the Charlie Crist headquarters in St. Petersburg. And Alina, I mean, specifically with this medical marijuana amendment, is that bringing voters out to the polls today?
Well, Brooke, that's the big question of the day. It really is too soon to tell what kind of an impact, if any, that medical marijuana initiative is having on voter turnout. But we do know that early voting and absentee ballots are up from 2010, from the last midterm election. More than 3.1 million votes have already been cast. More than half of those votes have come from registered Republicans. And when it comes to the governor's race, a race that is so tight, that is so hotly contested, every vote matters, every vote counts. Surveys of potential voters ahead of Election Day, ahead of today, suggest that Democrat Charlie Crist and also incumbent Governor Rick Scott, Republican, also are tied. Crist and Scott are virtually tied. And those polls also show that most voters have an unfavorable opinion of both candidates. As you know, this has been a very expensive race. It's also been at times nasty with attack ads from both sides. So really, both candidates are out there trying to connect with their voters, trying to energize their base and get these people out to the polls today. We know that the incumbent Governor Scott is out crisscrossing the state right now with Texas Governor Rick Perry. We also know that yesterday Bill Clinton was out campaigning for Crist in Orlando. And right now, Crist is out on a bus tour in the Tampa Bay area. He's expected to wrap things up and then come here to St. Petersburg, where he will be waiting for those votes to come in, Brooke.
You mentioned Bill Clinton on the trail. We'll talk about the Clintons' presence upcoming in a few minutes. But Alina Machado, thank you so much for watching that race for us, the gubernatorial race out of St. Petersburg. Coming up next, comedian Jon Stewart takes a unique look at today's midterms, and you will hear his take on Hillary Clinton's chances in 2016. What is one criticism he has about her right now? He just talked to Christiane Amanpour. She joins me live next. Just past the bottom of the hour, you're watching CNN. I'm Brooke Baldwin, and you know, someone who will most definitely be watching the midterm elections quite closely, looking for any comic fodder, is none other than Jon Stewart. And the Daily Show host just sat down with Christiane Amanpour, who is sitting next to me, our chief international correspondent. So here you fly from London to New York, you sit down with Jon Stewart. Obviously, you're talking to him about this film.
Yeah.
But you had to ask a question about politics.
And of course, because the film, in fact, centers on what happened to an Iranian journalist after a disputed Iranian election in 2009. So I said, look, John, people are going to the polls today.
Yeah.
What do you think? Is this going to be comic fodder for you no matter what happens? And this is what he said. We are talking as Americans go to an election, the midterms right here today. Did you vote?
No.
No?
No, I just moved. I don't even know where my thing is now.
What do you mean?
I moved to a different state.
Really?
I live in a
Where
different
are you?
state. I can't. It's
You
undisclosed.
can't divulge.
We got a whole thing going on.
Yeah,
there.
very secret.
So it's very secretive.
So, for your job, for your work,
That's right.
is this going to be equal fodder for your comedy, or how can you see this playing out, this midterm election?
How do I see it playing out?
First
in
of all,
terms
who do you think is going to win tonight, and who's going to hold the Senate?
If I'm listening to the people that know these things and study these things, because that's not what we do.
Yeah.
The Republicans are going to win the Senate. They're going to increase the House. They're going to win the Supreme Court and the judiciary, and they're going to win a lot of the restaurants and lobbyists. They're going to win K Street. So the only thing that they don't get, I think, is the presidency in this election. But if it goes the way they want, enough votes, they may get that too. Obama may have to leave as well.
He may very well.
They may get everything that they want. And from what I understand, their first order of business will be to destroy ISIS and eradicate Ebola, if the commercials they've been running are to be believed.
So this is comedy as usual.
No, this is major. This is not comedy as usual. This is a true changing point in American history.
I mean, is he like that off camera too? Like straight up, that's just Jon Stewart.
That is him. He's obviously a brilliant satirist, right?
Yeah.
But off camera, we were actually off and on talking about his next job, or his new job, and that is as a first-time film director.
Wrote the whole thing.
He wrote the whole thing, and it's about an Iranian journalist who was jailed for about 4 months after a disputed election in 2009. And it's actually really amazing. I know quite a lot about Iran and the disputed election. I know what it's like to be a journalist, and I think he's captured that terror and that absurdity of being dragged off the street and put into prison incredibly well. It's an amazing first film debut, I think.
So Christian Amanpour gives the Jon Stewart film 2 thumbs up, it sounds like.
It's really interesting. And I asked him, does he think it's going to be commercial here in the United States? And, he said, that's a good question. It opens next week. He just hopes people will get a view of what real journalists do, because he's a satirist and not a real journalist. And he wants to sort of show that actually the people are different to what the stereotype is, both the American and the Iranian people, when they meet and when things happen.
Did he give you any indication if there's more satirical news in his future, more filmmaking?
Well, of course, I asked him about that. Filmmaking, he didn't discount it, but he didn't say that if he did it, it would be exclusive. In other words, he's not spilling all his cards right now. Obviously, people have been talking about what his next role would be, if indeed he is not going to be on The Daily Show anymore. But he wouldn't go that far. But I think he will try film again for sure.
Christian Amanpour, fresh off the set with Jon Stewart, sat down with us. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Brooke.
Coming up next, Democratic Senate candidates distancing themselves from President Obama. In fact, he was barely visible on the campaign trail, but a familiar first family is definitely making a lot of appearances. We alluded to this a minute ago. The Clintons, both Bill and Hillary Clinton, stumping for various candidates across the country. What can we glean from this about the Clintons' message on the campaign trail? That conversation is next. If there has been a bright spot for the Democrats in campaign 2014, it has been the reemergence of one of the party's heavy hitters. She is everywhere, it seems. Former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, not seen on the trail in earnest since 2008 when she first ran for president, is the Dems' favorite wingwoman this election year. By our count, she has stumped for 26 Democratic hopefuls in a total of, you see the map on your screen, 18 states. Husband Bill is her only rival. Bill Clinton has campaigned in 22 states while becoming a Zen master at the art of the selfie and the photobomb. You like that? By comparison, Barack Obama, with his 45% approval rating, has appeared in a mere 8 states at last count. So with me now, all three from Washington, D.C., CNN political commentator Maria Cardona, Politico's Maggie Haberman, and CNN host S.E. Cupp. So, ladies, welcome to all of you. And Maggie, I have to begin with you because, when you look at the list, the Hillary Clinton and the Bill Clinton list of states compared to the president, 18 states, way more than her former boss.
Right. There's one person who's going to have a very good election night scorecard, and it's President Obama, because he went to very few states. So it's going to actually be pretty clear how he did. Look, Hillary Clinton has been in demand since she left the State Department last year in 2013. The requests began coming in. They put it off until the fall when she could maximize the focus, maximize the impact. She's been working very closely with all of the national committees about where she can do the most good, and that is with women voters in certain states, that is with independent voters in certain states. So that narrows the targets. But she has done, especially in states like Kentucky, especially for Louisiana, for women candidates in North Carolina and elsewhere, she has done repeated visits. She has done a lot of work, and she has earned a lot of chits. That is not to say that her candidates are going to have a great night. It's not going to be because of factors really that relate to her. It is going to be because of a national climate.
And that is also not to say that she does not have a target on her back.
That's true.
Roll the soundbite, Roger.
Hillary Clinton comes up and she says, oh, well, businesses don't create jobs.
A candidate, a former Secretary of State who was campaigning in Massachusetts where she said that don't let them tell you that businesses create jobs.
I mean, you had Rand Paul, you had Jeb Bush, and I can also add Ted Cruz to that, SE, all evoking Hillary Clinton's name on the trail, you know, seizing, obviously, this recent flub. She's not officially in it.
Yeah. Bill Clinton gets to sort of go out on the campaign trail, have fun, do what he does best, which is give speeches, retail politics, photobomb, apparently. Hillary Clinton, you know, the stakes are a little bit higher for her because everyone assumes she is running, and she has moments like that in Massachusetts, not so great, or she shows up at sort of a lackluster campaign event like she did in Maryland for Anthony Brown running for governor, sparsely populated. That doesn't look so great for her. But again, at the end of tonight or at the end of this week, or maybe next month when we know what's happened with the Senate, Hillary Clinton will not be to blame or credited for, you know, Democrats and how they performed tonight.
But what about at the end of 2 years, Maria? I mean, let me play the if card. If Republicans, you know, retain power in the House and then also seize power of the Senate, how would that affect Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign?
Well, I think it all depends on what Republicans choose to do if they do take the Senate after tonight. Look, you have clearly a very disparate electorate in this country, very divided. But you also have to look at if Republicans take control tonight, it's a very schizophrenic party. Which one is going to show up? Is it going to be the Ted Cruz wing of the Senate? Is it going to be the Mitch McConnell wing, who has said repeatedly years ago that his first focus was going to be to make this president a first-term president? Or is it going to be the Mitch McConnell that is talking about reaching across the aisle? I think there's a lot that Hillary Clinton, if she does come into this and if she does decide to run, a lot is going to depend on what happens in the next 2 years. And I think now that's why Republicans are really trying to focus on her to try to cut her down a bit, because I don't think they're convinced that if they take the Senate, they're going to be able to govern.
Maggie, I want to ask the same question of you, but since we're on the which Republican Party will show up line, let me just pose that to SE.
Yeah.
Who will?
Yeah, I think what you've seen this year, at least so far, and tonight will tell us a little bit more, is sort of a resurrection of the establishment Republican candidate, where we've seen Tea Partiers and independents try to beat Republicans from the right, with the exception of Virginia and Eric Cantor. You've seen the establishment candidate be successful, and I think you might see a couple more pull it out tonight, which means that maybe over the next 2 years, you know, while ideologues are important for course correction, it's also really important to show that you can govern as well. And I think and I hope that you see a little bit more action toward that over the next 2 years if Republicans pull out this Senate win.
So let's say, Maggie, final question to you. Let's say that is the group of Republicans who would show up and who would govern over the next 2 years if this becomes a win. How would that help or hurt Hillary Clinton in 2 years?
If she wins in 2 years and becomes the president, that becomes a different story. In the lead up, I think whichever wing of the Republican Party shows up in a Senate majority, I think she will campaign probably the same way, which is essentially describe them as extreme, describe them as not working across the aisle. I think that gives her, there are a lot of strategists who think the best possible outcome for her tonight is a Republican Senate, because that gives her a very clear thing to run against when she is going to have trouble separating from President Obama. That's just reality.
This is all fascinating. Maggie Haberman, Maria Cardona, S.E. Cup, thank you very much. We will be up to the wee hours along with you. Thank you so much. Coming up next, right, how will CNN project the winners in tonight's races? We'll take you behind the scenes in the CNN election decision room. Stay right here.
Control of the U.S. Senate. That is the big prize on Election Day. Democrats have control now, but Republicans are poised to gain some seats, and a look at historical trends suggests there's something of a midterm curse for the president's party. The president's party has lost Senate seats in 40 of the last 43 midterm elections since 1842. 36 Senate seats are up for grabs on Election Day, but if midterm voting trends continue, the number of people voting in the most competitive races determining the fate of the U.S. Senate is pretty small. It's less than 1/10 of the number of people who watched the last Super Bowl.
In the hours to come, predictions and pundit analysis will begin to turn into cold, hard facts. But when the data starts to stream in, what tools help determine how to call a race? CNN's Mark Preston gives us the breakdown on exactly how CNN projects those election results.
We've got a really major projection to make right now.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Yeah. If I said I was good, would you be surprised?
Yes.
Right.
On election night, you're going to find out the winners and losers by going here, 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 and here. But this is where it all begins. When you walk out of the voting booth on Tuesday, you might be approached by somebody with a clipboard, a couple sheets of paper asking you some questions. This is called the exit poll. Once that data is collected all across the country, it comes back to here, to our exit poll team. 5 people dedicated to taking all this data from across the country, crunching it, looking at it, and trying to figure out what makes the most sense to explain to you how the election night is unfolding. Okay, so we've talked about exit polls, and now we're over here at the decision desk. This is where a dozen members from across the country, these are journalists, and these are statisticians, professional mathematicians who sit here, and they're working on 10 different models at any given time to try to figure out how to call a race. You can look at the exit poll data and call a race just off of that. The raw vote is your vote. That's the vote that we start to see that comes in from the individual states, the individual counties. Third way we can do it is we can just call a race on the raw vote. We don't even use the exit polls because at some time throughout the night, the raw vote becomes more dominant and more important. And then ultimately, we may never call a race because it has become so close. You're talking about potentially recounts, and look at how many races are going to be so competitive this year. Who knows what's going to happen?
Mark Preston, thanks for the tour. So who will come out the victor and who will be left picking up the pieces? Election night in America begins right here on CNN at 5 o'clock Eastern. We'll take a closer look at the fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the races that will decide the fate of the U.S. Senate and President Obama's final 2 years in office. It is election night in America, and CNN will be there until the last vote is counted. Make sure you stay right here. Our special midterm election coverage continues with my colleague Aaron Burnett after a quick commercial break.
Right now, a heated fight for political power with one top prize: control of the United States Senate.
Republicans in Congress love to say no.
There's nothing I would like better than for him to have a bad night November the 4th.
All across America, voters are getting a say about the anger and gridlock in Washington.
Mitch McConnell, he is out of touch.
The Obama administration is maxed out. It's worn down.
Will this election be about him or them?
I won't be a rubber stamp for Barack Obama and Harry Reid.
We're ready for new leadership.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America, the fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the warm-up for 2016.
Reports of the demise of the Democratic Party are premature.
We are going to retire Harry Reid as majority leader.
The polls are open, the nation is choosing, and anything is possible until the last vote.
afternoon. I'm Erin Burnett. Welcome to a special Election Day edition of Newsroom. Down to the wire today, just hours away from our first poll results in what is shaping up to be an incredibly unpredictable election day. At stake, there are 36 governorships, all 435 seats in the House of Representatives. And the big question tonight is who wins the Senate. There are 36 seats up in the Senate where control of the chamber and therefore control of the entire U.S. Congress could very well swing to the Republicans. The GOP needs to gain just 6 seats. Now, there are 10 key races that could decide it all. Our team is covering the key races and states throughout the day. And tonight, Miguel Marquez is in North Carolina. Nick Valencia is in Georgia. Kyung La in Kansas. And Joe Johns in Kentucky. I want to begin there in Kentucky with you, Joe. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is in the fight of his political life. If he wins, he could win it all, keep a seat, Majority Leader in the Senate. But if he loses, wow, huge personal loss and for the entire party.
Yeah, a little bit of a glitch here in Kentucky earlier this morning. Floyd County, the eastern part of the state, they weren't able to boot up some of the voting machines. But over the weekend, McConnell seemed to be running strong, pulling away from the Democrat. There is a picture that's being circulated on social media right now that sort of tells the story of this race. Senator McConnell voting in Louisville this morning, a man behind him giving the thumbs down sign. In Louisville, where they were voting, in Lexington and Frankfort, that's seen as more of Democrat territory. But out in the country, in the urban areas, that's where Senator McConnell is expected to have his strength. A lot of voters I've talked to here have said they don't really like Senator McConnell. They don't see him as particularly popular. Nonetheless, there is a grudging admiration, if you will, that he has good political skills and gets the job done for Kentucky. For Allison Grimes, who also voted here in Lexington, it's been an uphill climb all the way. They are hoping that they will see more new voters and people who haven't come into the system before to try to push her closer to the victory. She is predicting that she'll win a close race, but right now a lot of the polls suggest that's very much in doubt. Erin, back to you.
All right, Joe Johns, thank you to you. And joining me now is the second most powerful Republican in the Senate, Senator John Cornyn of Texas. Senator, good to have you with us. I want to start, though, with Vice President Joe Biden. I don't know if you heard him, but earlier today he said, look, Democrats are going to hold the Senate. They're going to do it with 52 seats. He says that in Kansas, the independent candidate Greg Orman is going to win, and he's going to choose to go ahead and caucus with the Democrats. That's how he gets to his 52. Is he right?
No, he's not. I think we'll get an early indication tonight in New Hampshire, North Carolina, and Georgia what's happening, how big the wave is. If we pick up 2 or 3 of those seats, then I think it's going to be a big wave and a big night.
All right, so you're looking at, and some of those obviously with the Eastern time zone, you're not waiting all the way till we get to the Alaska issue or even down south. So New Hampshire, North Carolina, Georgia. You also, of course, are up for re-election tonight, Senator. Latest polling shows you not one of these tightly contested races. You're ahead 57 to 35% against your Democratic opponent. If you win, you, though, stand to gain a great deal of power if your prediction comes true, if you get the Senate, if you get those 6 seats in the Senate. You're now number 2 in terms of Republican power in the Senate. Will you run for majority whip if your party wins those 6 seats?
Well, I will, and I look forward to working with the new majority leader, Mitch McConnell, to change the Senate back to what it used to be, which was the world's greatest deliberative body, where Democrats and Republicans, people in the majority, people in the minority, actually got a chance to offer good ideas and get votes on them in the Senate. That hadn't happened under Harry Reid, and I think there's bipartisan disappointment, to put it mildly, with the way the Senate's being run, and we need new management. And I think there'll be bipartisan accord when it comes to actually getting the Senate back to doing the country's business once again.
So there's a couple things I want to ask you about. But first of all, though, let me ask you about something. Ted Cruz is where I'm going here. But before I get specifically to Ted Cruz in terms of his leadership, he told the Washington Post this weekend that he would not pledge his support to Mitch McConnell for Republican leader. Is that where you're going? If McConnell wins that race that we were just hearing about and the GOP wins the Senate, will you back McConnell?
I will. Mitch McConnell has got the most experience. He's one of the sharpest minds. He's been a good leader for the Republican conference in the Senate, and I think we need somebody who will return the Senate back to its traditions, where we actually are trying to solve problems and working on a bipartisan basis to put legislation on the president's desk. As I said, that hadn't happened under Harry Reid. I think that'll resolve a lot of people's concerns about the Senate and about Congress.
And then those are the concerns people have. Maybe that's part of the reason, people just basically ignored this election until the last minute, right? They're so disenfranchised with what's been happening in Washington, which brings me to someone like Ted Cruz, who has rallied a lot of people to his cause. But when he speaks, it's about let's repeal health care, going down paths like that. That sets up a gridlock scenario. That doesn't set up passing major legislation and moving things forward. Is Ted Cruz somebody that is going to hurt the Republican Party? You get that power, and then you can't pass anything because you have Ted Cruz there?
Our party's big enough for the whole spectrum of approaches we have, from the right to the left. And what we need to do is actually to have a chance to vote. Nobody's guaranteed a right to win every vote, but you are given an opportunity to propose your ideas and get that vote. I think health care, Obamacare, has been a disaster for the American people. I believe it's more likely we will have a step-by-step approach to dismantling it and then replacing it with consumer-oriented, more cost-effective health care that won't interfere with the doctor-patient relationship. That's what the American people want, and that's what our goal is to provide.
All right. We'll see if you and Senator Cruz can work together on that one. Thank you so much, Senator Cornyn.
Thank you, Aaron.
And coming up, the North Carolina Senate race. The Democratic incumbent has gotten a last-minute push from President Obama. Is it too little, too late? You just heard Senator Cornyn saying, North Carolina, it's crucial. It matters. Big prediction coming up after this. And we're counting down to the first exit polls. Stay with us. It is Election Day in America. The battle for Senate control could come down to North Carolina, one of the most watched and expensive races in the country, which is saying something. This is the most expensive race in history. Democratic Senator Kay Hagan is locked in a dead heat against the Republican Thom Tillis. And in the 11th hour, Hagan, who had distanced herself from President Obama, got some last-minute support from the president.
Voting's easy. So stand with me, President Obama, and take responsibility in moving North Carolina forward by voting for Kay Hagan on November 4th.
I'm Kay Hagan, candidate for U.S. Senate, and I approve this message.
Miguel Marquez is live in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Miguel, polls close at 7:30, meaning this race should give us one of the first glimpses into how things will go tonight. And, you just heard Senator Cornyn say, what's he looking at? North Carolina.
Well, and a lot of folks are looking at North Carolina. We should have a pretty good idea shortly after those polls close as to how this is going to go. Look, despite all of that money spent in this race, the two candidates, if I may borrow a Southernism, it is tight as a tick here. So the difference may come on the margins, basically. You have a Libertarian candidate, Sean Haw, who is running sort of a lackluster, bizarre, out there sort of campaign, former pizza man who wants to be a senator here. He's not pulling a lot of votes, but he's pulling just enough, possibly, to make the difference. He's pulling about 4%, and the margin of difference between the two top candidates, Tillis and Hagan, has been about 2% all the way along. From early voting, I can tell you that the unaffiliated voters are way up, about 44% from 2010 midterm election. Democrats are up about 23%. African-American voters, and that's why you see the president coming out making that pitch to African-American voters right now. Democrats are clearly seeing some momentum here in North Carolina. African-American voters participation up 44% in early voting here. Republicans only up about 4.8% participation in early voting here. So those polls close at 7:30. Pretty quickly, we're going to have a big tranche of votes coming in around 7:30 with all those early and absentee voters, and then we're going to start seeing those precincts report out by 8:30. We should have a pretty good sense of how North Carolina is going to go. Aaron?
And, of course, the nation will be watching for that. Could swing the balance for the entire Senate. All right, thanks very much to Miguel. I want to bring in Mo Alethi, Communications Director at the Democratic National Committee, and Sean Spicer, Director at the Republican National Committee. Okay. Great to have both of you on. Mo, let me start with you. You just heard Miguel giving the latest there from North Carolina. Look, you have Senator Cornyn saying it. You have Paul Begala telling me last night from North Carolina is a must-win for Democrats. Cornyn saying a must-win for Republicans. It really could come down to this. Can Democrats pull a win off there?
Well, we feel pretty good, I think, about North Carolina. I think it is one of those races that is incredibly tight, has been incredibly tight for a long time, but we're seeing some really strong indications out of there. We put a lot into the ground game and into the early vote, and it's one of those states where I think it's really pulling off. And I think Senator Hagan has been consistently ahead, narrowly so, but ahead. So we feel pretty good. I think it's going to go well for us tonight, but it's going to be one of those that we're going to be watching, I think, fairly late.
All right, and Sean, the race in North Carolina could hinge on the African-American turnout. This has been crucial when you look at the state over the past two presidential elections. President Obama got 95% of the black vote in 2008, 96% in 2012. Kay Hagan's campaign, look, they went heavy on this. They didn't use the president, obviously, until today, which could be a big issue. But otherwise, they had 150 captains, as they call them, owners of black small businesses to help register voters. Do you think that could be enough? Did Tom Tillis do enough to reach out to this crucial block of African-American voters?
Well, I think it's not just that particular block of voters, right? It's every voter, and I think Tom Tillis has been around that state. We've got a phenomenal ground game in North Carolina, and I think we entered, if you look at where we were in 2012, the last election, we came in with a huge deficit of early vote. We overcame that. Mitt Romney won North Carolina by 90,000 votes. We feel a lot better where we are today than we did in 2012, so I'm pretty confident going into the night that we're going to be able to pull out a victory there.
So, Mo, what about the question, though, about this radio ad? The president just getting involved here at the last hour, right, for Kay Hagan. Is it too late for that? I mean, obviously, when you look at the state, this state is a state where when you look at the African-American voter bloc, the president has a lot of influence and a lot of power. Did she wait too late to use him?
No, I don't think so. I think Senator Hagan's been making a case on her own merits for a long time and been communicating pretty aggressively with the African-American community as well as all communities since this campaign began. Look, when you're a candidate running for office, you got to make your own argument. Having the president come in as a closer at the very end, I think, helps a lot. But she had to win these votes on her own. I think she is. I think she is running up strong numbers in the community, and I think that's going to pay off tonight.
Well, I got to give you credit. That's a good spin on why to not have the president come and campaign for you. Best I've ever heard it. I mean, people have obviously been criticizing him or saying, look, he's not there because he's not that popular. But you make a really good case. All right, each of you, I know it's not just North Carolina. There are other races you're looking at. We all are aware this could go all the way into January if you have to deal with runoffs. Mo, what's the next race that's the most important to you tonight?
Look, there's obviously a lot that we're keeping an eye on. I think Georgia is a really interesting state. This is a state that demographically has been shifting our way for some time. I think people thought it would be the next Virginia or next North Carolina within the next couple of cycles. It may be there now, where you've got very competitive Senate and governor race, both of which are too close to call in a midterm year. I think Georgia's going to end up being a battleground state for quite some time. We also have really interesting races in New Hampshire, really interesting race. We've talked about North Carolina, in Iowa, where we feel like the ground game has helped our candidates pull ahead.
Sean, your states?
Well, the first thing I'd say with respect to Georgia is, look, Saxby Chambliss was in a runoff 6 years ago. There's been 8 runoffs in Georgia since 1990. We've won all 8 of them. So I think we'll be able to pull off a win tonight. But if we do go into a runoff, again, we've gone 8 for 8 since 1990. The idea that this is somehow a phenomena that Georgia is a tight race is silly. Like I said, you can't have that many close runoffs statewide since 1990 and suddenly think that there's this massive shift in Georgia. But I would agree that we are looking at Colorado and Iowa. Those are 2 purple states that we've got great candidates in, where we've invested a great amount on the ground, and I feel very good going into election night.
All right. Well, I'm curious to see how it's going to go when you both win North Carolina, because you both said you are. I don't know what we're going to do when everybody wins in North Carolina. Thanks to both of you. And coming up, Vice President Biden making a very bold prediction about one of the year's most closely watched races. Plus, Scott Brown stunning Massachusetts in 2010 when he won that Senate seat. Could he be about to pull another upset in New Hampshire? Here's where we stand right now. We're less than 2 hours away from the first CNN exit polls. This is an historic election. It could grant Republicans control of the Senate. Vice President Joe Biden, though, just made a very bold prediction in one of the most closely watched Senate races in the country in Kansas. Now, this is a really interesting race. There's an independent candidate, Greg Orman, in a statistical dead heat with a Republican incumbent, Pat Roberts. Here's the thing, though. Orman won't say which party he'll caucus with. Here's what Biden told a Connecticut radio station today.
we have a chance of picking up, an independent who will be with us in the state of Kansas.
Be with us. That means caucusing with the Democrats. White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest says the vice president is, quote, braver than I am to make a prediction about Democratic wins or losses tonight. Kyung La is live in Overland Park, Kansas. Kyung, obviously the vice president, never one to shy away from being bold and doing something that others are not willing to do. But obviously, this is a significant statement to say that they're going to have Kansas, that Greg Orman will win, that he'll caucus with the Democrats. What are you hearing?
Well, that's a surprise to Greg Orman because he's not saying which side he's going to caucus with. He's not saying he's going to align with the Republicans or the Democrats. And that ambiguity, his independence, is what's driving some of these people to come out here and vote. There's an energy behind the senatorial race because the rise of the independent is something new to Kansas. People here in 2010 swung to the Tea Party. Well, after electing a Republican governor, Sam Brownback, he's enacted some tax cuts. There have been some budget shortfalls. It's laid the groundwork for what we are seeing, a U.S. Senate race of a Republican, a deeply Washington Republican, Senator Pat Roberts, versus the independent Greg Orman. So he's not saying. People are a little suspicious, Aaron. I did speak to a voter who said she's not sure she's going to vote for this guy because she doesn't know which way he's going to go. But what he's saying is he's going to vote according to Kansas. He's going to caucus for Kansas, period. Aaron?
Well, we'll see. And obviously, wow, how fascinating that could be if he ends up being the most powerful person in American politics in many ways. All right, Kyung La, thank you. And coming up, two more key Senate races, New Hampshire, too close to call, and Georgia. Could it be headed for a runoff? Now, if there is a runoff in Georgia, everybody, you are looking at January before we know who's in charge in this country. And the Clintons have blanketed all the key races for Democratic candidates. President Obama, though, held back. Which strategy will pay off? And welcome back to our 2014 election coverage here at CNN. The stakes are high. Voters casting ballots throughout the day today. The first exit polls close in just an hour and a half, which is going to offer the very first glimpse at the election that will determine the balance of power in Washington. Republicans need to gain 6 seats in the Senate. That's the math. There are 10 key races that are up for grabs. 2 of the major battleground states are New Hampshire and Georgia. And I want to start with Brian Todd, who's in Manchester, New Hampshire, for us this afternoon. Brian, the Democratic incumbent, Jeanne Shaheen, is facing Scott Brown. And obviously that he's become a name many know around the country because he won that Senate battle in Massachusetts. Why has this race become a dead heat? Why is this such a must-keep for the Dems tonight?
It's a must-keep, Aaron, because of what you just mentioned. The Republicans only need 6 seats net gain to retake control of the Senate. 3 of those are considered sure things. 3 others are considered very likely. So that leaves almost no margin for defeat anywhere else for the Democrats. And this is a place where the Democratic incumbent is vulnerable. Jeanne Shaheen is in a virtual tie with Scott Brown going into today. Depending on what poll you look at, she's ahead by maybe 2 points. We looked at another poll. Scott Brown was ahead by 2 points. It is a razor-thin margin, and they need to keep this seat to have the best chance they can of retaining control of the Senate. This is a must-keep for the Democrats tonight, and it is razor-thin, Aaron.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian. I want to go to Nick Valencia in Lawrenceville, Georgia. That's where the Democrat, Michelle Nunn, is in a tight race against Republican candidate David Perdue. And, Nick, there's a Libertarian candidate, I know, that could throw a wrench into this entire race. Maybe not win a lot, but throw the entire thing and the entire country, frankly, into potential disarray here. This race could last a long time.
Yeah, well, Aaron, people in Georgia and beyond are preparing for a runoff. But just a little while ago, I spoke to somebody inside Michelle Nunn's campaign, and they said that they're confident about an outright win. The magic number for both Michelle Nunn and her Republican challenger, David Perdue, is 50% plus 1. That's the threshold that a candidate has to get in order to avoid that January 6th runoff. Also playing a factor in this all is early voting. And when I spoke to the Georgia Secretary of State's office earlier today, they said early voting was up 20% from the last midterm. We don't know which party is benefiting from the early voting, but at this point, Aaron, every indication is that this Senate race between Nunn and Perdue is going to come down to the wire. Aaron.
Wow. All right. This is going to be a fascinating one. Nick, thanks very much. Of course, we just had the chiefs of communications on for the Democratic committee, for the Republican committee, both, again, trying to talk about being confident of a win in Georgia as well as North Carolina. Joining me now is the former White House chief of staff for President George W. Bush, Andy Card, our political commentator, Paul Begala, who worked in the Clinton White House, and the anchor of CNN's State of the Union, Candy Crowley. All right. Good to have both of you with us. Paul, or all of you with us. Sorry. Paul, Georgia and New Hampshire are two of the most important states in tonight's election. Obviously, as we talk about the 6 must pick up for the GOP that Dems are trying to hold on. The president has not visited either of the 2 states, though. Bill and Hillary Clinton campaigned in both. In fact, they've campaigned for more than 30 Democratic candidates in 25 states. So did Democrats make a mistake in pushing the Clintons over the current president of the United States?
No. Short answer, no. You know, Andy's been there. I've been there. When Bill Clinton was president in 1994, man, we couldn't draw flies. People hated him, and we had a terrible midterm election. It happens to every president at some point. It's happening to Barack Obama now. So very wisely, the Democrats are going to their bench. And thank God they have, from my perspective, they have President Clinton and they have Hillary. I mean, had Ronald Reagan still been healthy into the Clinton presidency, can you imagine what he would have been doing, going around the country and helping Republicans? So having a former president and a former Secretary of State who are that popular, and he's Bill Clinton, the most popular political figure in America, and
right.
Having them is a huge asset.
I mean, it is fair. They are very popular at this time. And Candy, Bill and Hillary Clinton have invested so much time, though, in this midterm election. What are the stakes for them if they lose? If the GOP gets this sweep that the GOP seems to think they're going to get?
Well, in terms of political damage, zero. I mean, this is not their election to lose. This is President Obama's. He's the president. So this was, in a lot of ways, was win-win for them, because for the Clintons, purely from their perspective, this is about picking up favors. This is about doing stuff for Democrats who might come in handy if one of them decides to run for president, say, in the next couple of years. So this was an easy one for them to do.
in that possible event that nobody expects will happen, obviously. Andy, the president's campaign events, though, were primarily gubernatorial in blue states, all right? So very safe. But when you look at the possible, places where you could see Democratic wins tonight, you're looking at the governorships. So maybe this was a smart strategy by the president?
Well, I don't think it made any difference whether he was going in for a gubernatorial candidate. If there was a Senate candidate within 500 miles of him, they were impacted by his visit. This election, President Obama said, is a referendum on his policies. It's personified by him, even though the other personalities may be standing at the ballot. It's good that there are other ballot personalities out there because it does make things competitive. I agree with Candy in her observation of President Clinton out campaigning or Hillary Clinton out campaigning, and what Paul says is right. But this election is going to end up being kind of a referendum on how is the leadership in Washington, D.C., and the leader of Washington, D.C. and the country and the world happens to be President Obama, and he's not very popular. So I think people are trying to run away from him. The Clintons are very good campaigners. Bill Clinton in particular loves to campaign. So I don't think if you told him to stay away that he could stay away. He'll get involved, and he's an asset.
He does love to be there. What about, though, the issue of what happens, Candy, if the Republicans get this win? I mean, we just saw a glimpse of it when we had Senator Cornyn on, and he said, well, I'm going to support Mitch McConnell. And you had Ted Cruz say, but I'm not going to support Mitch McConnell. And you have the Republicans saying, well, now this is our chance to get things done, but they can't seem to agree within their own party. So this might the big moment to show they can get things done, show complete dysfunction.
Sure. But the presidential era, which begins tomorrow,
yes,
for 2016, is a different kind of mix than midterms. I think it's very clear that Republicans know that they have to do something. They have to show they can lead. They have to pass some bills. Will they be bills the president signs? Who knows? But, the fact of the matter is there has to be some movement on Capitol Hill. You're right. There's lots of internal divisions. It will only be exacerbated by the fact that there are a number of U.S. senators and those in the House, Paul Ryan comes to mind, that are looking at 2016. So they'll want to have their agendas out there. So there's absolutely no guarantee something will get done. But I believe that the president, who's looking at legacy, and the Republicans who are looking to prove they need to lead, might get something done in the first 6 months of next year.
Well, that'll be interesting. And, of course, as you say, with all these possible senators running for president, nothing more possible to stymie a presidential race, then what did you do? Absolutely nothing. All right, all of you, though, are going to be staying with us because I want to play for you in a moment Jon Stewart telling CNN what life would be like if Republicans take control of the Senate. Just his point of view. We'll share it with you. And since FDR was in the White House, the president's party has lost an average of 6 Senate seats in the president's 6th year in the White House. That's our Sesame Street number for this election. That is where we are this year. Will history hold true? We'll be back. Voters, hopefully right now, you have already done it. If not, you will soon, going to vote to determine who will control the American Senate. Republicans need 6 seats to take power away from Democrats. The latest polling shows that the GOP has the momentum. My colleague Christiane Amanpour just got comedian Jon Stewart's take on a Republican-controlled Senate, and here's what he said.
We are talking as Americans go to an election, the midterms right here today. Did you vote?
No.
No?
No, I just moved. I don't even know where my thing is now.
What do you mean?
I moved to a different state.
Really?
I live in a
Where
different
are you?
state. I can't, it's
You
undisclosed.
can't divulge.
We got a whole thing going on.
Yeah,
there.
very secret.
So it's very secretive.
So, for your job, for your work,
That's right.
is this going to be equal fodder for your comedy, or how can you see this playing out, this midterm election?
How do I see it playing out?
First of all, who do you think is going to win tonight, and who's going to hold the Senate?
If I'm listening to the people that know these things and study these things, because that's not what we do, the Republicans are going to win the Senate. They're going to increase the House. They're going to win the Supreme Court and the judiciary, and they're going to win a lot of the restaurants and lobbyists. They're going to win K Street. So the only thing that they don't get, I think, is the presidency in this election. But if it goes the way they want, enough votes, they may get that too. Obama may have to leave as well.
He may very well.
They may get everything that they want. And from what I understand, their first order of business will be to destroy ISIS and eradicate Ebola, if the commercials they've been running are to be believed.
So this is comedy as usual.
No, this is major. This is not comedy as usual. This is a true changing point in American history.
Delivered as only Jon Stewart can. Well, you can, of course, catch Christiane's full interview with Jon Stewart. That's tomorrow on CNN International. Back with me now, though, our former White House Chief of Staff for President George W. Bush, Andy Card, our political commentator, Paul Begala, and our anchor of CNN State of the Union, Candy Crowley. You got to like the way he delivers it. I think it is so much in the delivery. But, Andy, what about this issue of how things change, right? Jon Stewart stating, sure, they want to have everything. They're going to, in his view, you obviously could get the Senate. Since FDR was in office, as no doubt you are well aware, right? The president's party has lost 6 seats in the president's 6th year in the White House. That's this year for President Obama. You were President Bush's chief of staff as you were coming into the midterms. He ended up, of course, losing both the House and the Senate. How in the world do you get over the hurdle where you have the power and then you lose it and get something done afterwards?
Well, first of all, I wasn't chief of staff in that particular election you're citing. I was chief of staff up until 2006. But I do think the president was able to get things done because he focused on a much more narrow agenda. He was trying to deal with changing a strategy in a war that was not going well, and it made a big difference. And so President Bush did a phenomenal job of exercising leadership within his power. He didn't use the executive authority that presidents can sometimes use to jam things down the throat of Congress or do things without Congress. He actually took his responsibilities that are constitutional and exercised them, and he informed Congress, and he became a partner in the process. I hope President Obama does not become arrogant in defeat, where he refuses to work with a Congress that has been changed, maybe because of the election. So I don't want his arrogance to be such that he is just going to try to jam things through. I want him to recognize that the Republicans have a responsibility to lead. I think they're going to step up to that responsibility. It's going to be a challenge for them to do so, but President Obama should be part of the solution, not just exacerbate the problem.
Well, it's sure going to be a challenge for them when they still have some saying they're going to repeal Obamacare, and they don't have the votes to do that. I mean, you got to hope that sort of talk maybe dies down if they want to get something done. Paul, what about the point, though, that Andy's making about whether the president will be arrogant in defeat? Is that a risk for him?
Well, it's always a risk. It's an occupational hazard in that building. I'm old
Yeah.
enough to remember when President George W. Bush used his executive authority to sanction torture, which violates basic American rights, basic American human rights. And it was a terrible moment in our history. Certainly this president would do nothing like that, thank goodness. But he does need to reach out always. You have to keep reaching out, keep working, keep at it. Then the Republicans, should they gain power in the Senate, will have to decide. And they're going to go one of three ways. Either they're going to pass a bunch of stuff that they know he vetoes, like repealing Obamacare, or they're going to just investigate. Ted Cruz has already called for that. They want to investigate. Joni Ernst, the Senate candidate for the Republicans in Iowa, has already called for impeachment. Or the third way is actually cut some deals. That's what I hope they do. You could cut deals on immigration reform, on tax reform, criminal justice reform. You could actually get this country moving again. But it's going to take two to do that.
What are the odds, Candy?
The odds are that if they don't do it in the first 9 months of next year, they get considerably smaller. Look, I think that there's an opportunity here on some of the areas. When I've talked to folks in the leadership on both sides and at the White House, they do mention things like tax reform. They do mention energy policy. So there are areas of commonality. The question is whether either side will drop some of the stuff they really want that kind of makes the deal unacceptable to the other side. It's called a compromise. They've got about 9 months before they're heavy into 2016.
It's called a compromise. That's like a word in Russian or Arabic or Mandarin, as far as the understanding of most people in Washington these days. Thanks to all three of you. All right, and coming up, a veteran election watcher joins us with his crystal ball as we're getting near these exit poll numbers that are going to be coming in here at CNN. It's changing his outlook at the last minute on some of these crucial races. Plus, CNN, with those first exit poll results, we're counting down to that. It's going to be coming out in just about 1 hour. Okay, so here's where we are right now. In just about 3 hours, the polls are going to be closing in two of the most important races of the day that could determine who controls the Senate. We're talking about Georgia and Kentucky. They are two of 10 states up for grabs tonight that will determine which party controls the Senate. Now, some are saying this could be a huge win for Republicans. They already control the U.S. House. Larry Sabato is the director of the University of Virginia Center for Politics. He predicts the winners and losers in every election cycle. And I always love watching when you do it anywhere. I'm thrilled what you're doing it here with us right now, Larry. So your final crystal ball prediction, I know, is moving at the last minute. Three states that you had as toss-ups to lean Republican: Georgia, Louisiana, Kansas. Throughout our hour, we've had Democrats and Republicans all claiming that they're going to win all of those. So what's changed for you?
Well, it's the last-minute drift of the election more than anything else. We follow everything: the public polls, the private trackings, the historical data, and what we learned from very smart people in those states who followed the politics there for many years. The toughest one by far, and the one we're least certain about, is Kansas. That one could go either way. The Senate race between independent Greg Orman and Republican Senator Pat Roberts, they're tied even in the private trackings. Our tendency toward Roberts was really more because Kansas is so ruby red, and we had a hard time imagining them voting out a Republican senator and a Republican governor, too. And we think the Republican governor is going to lose.
Okay. All right. So your final tally, I know, is the Republicans gain 8 in the Senate. The split would be 53-47. And no doubt you just heard Joe Biden was doing a radio interview with a radio station in Connecticut, and he said it's going to be the other way. You're going to end up with 52 Democrat. He's calling Kansas to be Orman, then Orman would caucus with the Dems. But obviously he has a very different worldview than you do at this moment in terms of how this is going to play out. How did you get to this total, 53-47, favor GOP?
We've been studying each of the 36 Senate races for 2 years and watching them develop. We actually called the Senate races, the governor's races, and all of the House races. That's 507 races. 498 of them we called before last week. We had 9 remaining toss-ups, and my team had a big fight about them, and we're all nursing wounds. It was very difficult to come up with those final 9 races. Yeah. So look, the final ones are toss-ups. It might end up being 51 seats. It might end up being 54 seats. The odds are very clearly that the Republicans will get a majority, though.
All right, and what about North Carolina? You know, we just had on the communications chiefs for both the RNC and the DNC. Both of them adamantly declared this hour that they're going to win North Carolina. Obviously, both can't be right. Do you have any view on NC?
Yes, North Carolina is unbelievably close. For the longest time, Senator Kay Hagan, the Democratic incumbent, had a 2 or 3 point lead. That's virtually disappeared. From everything I've seen, it's an absolute dead tie. We have continued to keep it in the Democratic camp because we don't see enough evidence that the Republican Tom Tillis has actually pulled ahead of Hagan. But of course that can happen if the Republicans have a better election day get out the vote effort than the Democrats do. You never know those things in advance.
All right, which is why it's so exciting that you can do everything you do, and there's always a bit of it that's still art without it all being fully science. Thanks so much, Larry. And coming up, we're going to look at the most important races to watch tonight in the battle for control of the Senate. We'll be right back. Okay, the President of the United States has just given an unannounced and unexpected interview to NPR in which he talks about today's races. What he had to say, pretty stunning. Let me play it for you.
In this election cycle, this is probably the worst possible group of states for Democrats since Dwight Eisenhower. There are a lot of states that are being contested where they just tend to tilt Republican.
Candy Crowley is back. So, Candy, an unannounced interview on Election Day where it sounds to me as if that's a big throwing in of the towel.
Well, it's certainly greasing the skids for something that looks like it might not be a great night for Democrats. But it's also, listen, the president has already said, I might not be on the ballot, but my policies are. You can't then walk back and say, whew, this was a really terrible map, because a terrible map doesn't explain Iowa and why that race is so close. It really doesn't explain Colorado. It doesn't explain New Hampshire. So there will be plenty of, like, tomorrow and the next day and then after that, we'll all discuss, like, why this went awry or went well or whatever it was. But the map is difficult, absolutely, but that's not the only thing going on.
So it's interesting, as you're saying, he's sort of switching what the blame might be if it doesn't go his way. Now, another thing just happened, Candy. We've been talking about Kansas, right, being this incredibly close race with the incumbent Republican running against an independent. And we've been talking about Joe Biden in this radio interview, talking about that independent, that he thinks they could win that seat, that independent would then caucus with the Democrats. Here's Joe Biden in this radio interview he just did.
You know, we have a chance of picking up, an independent who will be with us in the state of Kansas.
And our Peter Hamby, Candy, is now reporting that they have already, Pat Roberts, the incumbent Republican, is using that soundbite in a robocall right now to get people in Kansas to go to the polls.
Right. Kansas is quite Republican, but let's remember they've had many Democratic governors. It looks as though, as Larry Sabato said to you, that they're going to throw out their current Republican governor. Yeah. That has made it particularly difficult for Roberts, who is the Republican incumbent. I think what may be fueling Orman more than anything is there is a Washington is broken. I don't like either party, and he has tapped into that, and that's why Republicans are trying so hard to say no. He's a Democrat. Don't believe this.
All right. Well, we shall see. That's going to be one of the fascinating ones. But there are going to be so many of them to watch tonight, starting on the East Coast when you start looking at those results coming in from North Carolina, Georgia, and New Hampshire. All right. Well, that is all from me this afternoon. Our continuing coverage of Election Day in America continues in just a few moments with Jake Tapper and The Lead.
CNN is now saying that we will pick up a net of 50 seats in the House.
Today, we have made history.
It's clear tonight who the winners really are, and that's the American people.
Let's come together. We know what the issues are. Let's solve them.
We will never let you down. God bless you, and God bless our country.
This is CNN.
Bush called his midterm defeat a thumping. Obama called his last one a shellacking. What exciting and folksy gerund are we all going to witness this evening? I'm Jake Tapper, and this is The Lead, Election Day in America.
Right now, an election showdown with big consequences for the commander-in-chief.
I'm not on the ballot this fall, but make no mistake, these policies are on the ballot.
Republicans are fighting to take back control of the U.S. Senate, and the president's agenda is on the line.
We're all battling against the establishment of the Barack Obama and the Democratic Party.
It's a day of bitter matchups.
She's called President Obama a dictator.
Obamacare. This is his Washington record.
I'm nobody's yes man's, nobody's rubber stamp.
We don't need to import a senator who will export American jobs.
And the night will be a nail-biter.
The only thing that counts are those votes.
This is CNN's coverage of Election Day in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the issues that Americans care about most.
The midterms really matter.
It is time to stand and fight like your country's future depends on it.
The people are choosing, the world is watching, and anything is possible until the last vote.
Welcome to The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. We're coming to you live from CNN's election headquarters on Election Day 2014. Take a look at the big clock on your screen, and you can see we are less than an hour away from the release of the first round of exit polling, which could give us at least some indication of how things might play out tonight. It would take only a 6-state swing, just 6 states, for Republicans to seize control of the U.S. Senate and ultimately control both houses of Congress. And it looks like this could be a long and tense election night. So much is on the line: jobs, taxes, war, and peace. Joining us for the next hour with insight on everything, our CNN chief national correspondent John King, CNN digital political reporter Peter Hamby, and Politico senior writer Maggie Haberman, along with an all-you-can-consume buffet of election night wit and wisdom from our team of political analysts. And we have the best political team in TV on the ground in states with key matchups. Let's begin with CNN senior political correspondent Brianna Keeler. She's live in Louisville, Kentucky, where many predict Republican incumbent Mitch McConnell is not only poised to reclaim his seat, he might even get something of a promotion, Brianna.
That's exactly right, and that's what is really at stake here, Jake. Mitch McConnell has said going into the home stretch that victory is in the air, and he has reason to be pretty comfortable in that belief. Polls showing him up by several points. That said, his opponent, Allison Lundergan-Grimes, the Democratic Secretary of State here in Kentucky, selling a much more positive outlook than polls would indicate, on out and about today, promising a surprise and saying that voter turnout is higher than expected, something that would favor Democrats, that is, if it's high enough. But it would be a huge upset if she were to unseat Mitch McConnell, who's hoping to go from being the Senate minority leader to the Senate majority leader. And I'll tell you this, Jake, Mitch McConnell has prepared those perfunctory 2 speeches, the victory speech and the concession speech. And today it was not the concession speech that he was editing and finalizing.
All right, Brianna in Kentucky. Now let's go to CNN's Pamela Brown in Des Moines, Iowa. Pamela, Iowa's Senate race may be the first in history to be associated with both castration of hogs and Taylor Swift, but beyond those distractions, it is very obvious that what happens in Iowa this evening is going to be pivotal.
That is certainly true. The stakes are very high, Jake, because, of course, this is the first Senate seat open in Iowa in 4 decades. Whoever wins could tip the balance of power in the Senate. Talking to both campaigns today, the word you keep hearing is anxious. This has been a fiercely competitive race between the 2 candidates, Democrat Bruce Braley and Republican Joni Ernst. And that is what both camps are feeling. The nerves are up today. They feel like they have done all that they can, a last-minute push to the finish line today. It has broken records across the board for a midterm in Iowa with the amount of money spent in this race, the volunteers, and even early voting. 100,000 more Iowans voted early this year than the last midterm. So that really gives you a sense. Right now, both candidates spending their days very differently. Joni Ernst just wrapped up a 24-hour bus tour. She's now at home with her family. Bruce Braley at Iowa State University pushing for last-minute votes. It's sure to be a nail-biter. Jake?
All right, Pamela Brown in Des Moines, Iowa. Now let's go to Manchester, New Hampshire, where we find White House correspondent Michelle Kaczynski. Michelle, the incumbent senator, Democrat Jeanne Shaheen, is fighting off Scott Brown, former senator from Massachusetts. In 2010, he pulled off a huge upset when he became the senator there, and he's hoping he can do it again.
Exactly, but then he lost the following round. Now he's back and he's in New Hampshire, and this could be extremely close. I mean, you look at the most recent polls, some show Scott Brown narrowly trailing Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen. At least one of them shows him leading by 1 percentage point. At the very least, he has been able to close the gap, and that's extraordinary. I mean, this is the first office he's ever run for in this state. So what does that tell you? Well, like many races, this is one of those that is something of a referendum on the president's policies. I mean, Scott Brown isn't running a campaign based on what all Jeanne Shaheen has done wrong. She's quite popular in this state. He's running based on her voting record, calling her a rubber stamp for the president. Well, she's calling him a carpetbagger. Just moved to New Hampshire, can't seem to make up his mind about what he wants to run for or where he wants to run. Because of all this excitement, we could see record voter turnout here in New Hampshire.
All right,
Jake?
a hard-fought race in the Granite State. Michelle Kaczynski, Breonna Keeler, Pamela Brown, thank you so much. Coming up on the lead, what's an election night without a little nail-biting? A handful of races could be decided in the final minutes. We'll look at candidates closing the gaps in the home stretch, and it's not just balance of the power in the Senate at stake, how the race for governor in 2 key states could have major implications for 2016. Back after this.
Meet Charlie Crist. He used to be a Republican governor. Then he hugged President Obama back in 2009. Then Marco Rubio ran against him in a Republican Senate primary. Crist knew he was going to lose. He decided to run as an independent. He lost. Then he became a Democrat and tried to help President Obama get reelected. Are you keeping up with all this? Now Crist wants his old job back. So Charlie Crist, the Democrat, is running for governor in the state he used to govern as a Republican.
Welcome back to The Lead in our special coverage of Election Day in America. I'm Jake Tapper. Do not be surprised if a few Senate races become election night cliffhangers, with polls showing a dead heat in states such as Iowa and North Carolina. You could well wake up tomorrow morning and still not know the outcomes of those races. CNN Chief National Correspondent John King is over at the Magic. Well, John, I'm reminded that in 2008, Al Franken won the Senate race in Minnesota by 312 votes. Could any of these races be that close?
Yes, you and I might still be here when people wake up tomorrow morning. Look, this is the state of play. Nearly 30-plus Senate races across the country. These are the ones we're watching closely. We know pretty much how most of them are going to go, and I'm going to take 3 of these right off the map and say that even Democrats concede Montana, South Dakota, West Virginia, likely to be Republican pickups. But how many of these are close? I was just talking to some folks out in Colorado. Remember, Michael Bennet didn't claim victory in 2010 until the next day. That race went all night. They think because of the turnout operation. Cory Gardner, the Republican's been ahead in the polls. Just talked to some Democrats at the ground. They say we're not going to know the answer tonight. We'll see how that one plays out. So we'll watch in Colorado. This North Carolina race, Democrat Kay Hagan, this one a bellwether, too. If she loses, Republicans are in for a great night. She's been a good candidate. Just talking to people there, Democrats are worried about African-American turnout. Republicans are worried out in the rural areas they're not meeting their targets. I think we're going to go very late on this one. It's been a nail-biter. I'll just give you one more, and that is the state of New Hampshire. Jeanne Shaheen has been ahead all along in this race. In the final weekend, even Democrats concede it got much closer. We're waiting to see a lot of independents at play here. It's an 8 o'clock poll closing. This is a good bellwether. If Scott Brown wins in New Hampshire, Democrats will be in the crouch.
Do we have any clues as to what's going to happen this evening in some of these close races?
I think you go by just by the poll closings, number one. You look at the early poll closings are going to be here. In Kentucky, you've got a 7 o'clock poll closing. Some polls even close at 6. In Georgia, you've got a 7 o'clock poll closing. Number one, can Mitch McConnell hold his job? As Breonna just noted, Republicans are confident there. But let's watch. Mitch McConnell always has close races. We'll get a sense of African-American turnout in Louisville and Lexington, or African-Americans turning out even though the Democratic candidate, not just in Kentucky, other states as well, pushed the president away. Then into the state of Georgia, Jake, you mentioned we might not know some of the results tonight. Well, we might not know some of the results until December if there's a Louisiana runoff, January if there's a Georgia runoff. So these 2 early states will give us a sense of, A, who's turning out and who's not, and potentially how long we might have to wait to know which party controls the Senate.
All right, John King, thank you so much. Let's bring in our political panel. I'll just have one question for each one of you. Democratic strategist Paul Begala, a lot of Democrats are going to be looking closely at New Hampshire, as John said, because if Jeanne Shaheen, the Democrat, goes down, then that's likely the sign of a wave. These races tend to happen. People tend to break in all one way. Is that the race you're going to be keeping an eye on early on?
New Hampshire and in North Carolina, another eastern seaboard state where there are incumbent Democrats who, by my lights, have done everything right. They've run great campaigns. And if they go down, this is going to be a terrible night for my party.
Republican strategist Anna Navarro, I've heard some Republicans in town describe tonight as a potential sugar high for Republicans. It might be a great night, but then in 2 years, a lot of these Republicans are going to lose their seats because the demographics are bad again in 2016. Presumably, I guess we don't know what the turnout's going to be, but Republicans anticipating that women and minorities and young people that might not vote today will vote in 2016. Do you agree? Do you think that the Republicans still have a demographic issue for the next election?
Well, I'm glad you're asking about getting high, sugar high or other high.
It's on the ballot.
Given that it's on the ballot in my state of Florida.
States, yes.
And if Charlie Crist wins, I'm going to need to get high. But look, Jake, who cares? The bottom line is we're in a short-term question right now, 2 years. We'll take these 2 years, and I think there's lessons to be learned. I think if Republicans do win big today, they can't say, and the lesson to be learned is not, oh, we won because we stuck to the base. And I think a national race is very different than a midterm race, and we cannot equate both. So there's work to be done on the national front.
Fair enough. Democratic strategist Karen Finney, want to ask you, according to the latest Wall Street Journal poll, 2/3 of the American people think that Obama, the president, needs to change direction. I understand that this is a race by race, all politics is local, but isn't this to a degree a referendum on President Obama's policies?
If it were a referendum on Obama's policies, then why have you seen so many Republicans sort of moderating their positions on key issues like personhood, like the minimum wage, where they've tried to pretend to be a little bit more moderate? And look, I think it was a mistake for those Democrats that ran away from the president. There is nothing to be ashamed of when you're talking about raising the minimum wage or when you're talking about, expanding Medicaid. And I think they took the bait, and too many of them, I think, they may fall for it.
Alex, you're laughing.
Oh, I think it's not too late for a Democrat to go hug Barack Obama. Do it before the polls close. No, the country, there's a sense that the country is not governable, that things are out of control. Democrats have had 6 years to be tested in governance, and it looks like it's failing. So, yeah, it's not, by the way, it's not just Obama. It's the Democrats who embraced him and supported Obamacare.
Both the House and the Senate
but, one of the things we've seen, after tonight, we'll have two different kinds of elections. We'll have elections that Democrats do well in when Barack Obama runs. And we'll have elections, quite possibly, that when Obama is not on the ballot, where Democrats, just Democrat policy is on the ballot, and they don't do so well. What does that mean for 2016? Barack Obama is kind of a unicorn. He's a rare political animal. We don't see it.
We're going to come back. We're going to come back to you. We have to take a break. We'll check back in a few minutes.
But that unicorn story sounded like it had potential.
All right, settle down. Democrats, we're also going to talk about governors with Peter Hamby and Maggie Haberman. Democrats are nervous about what might happen tonight regarding the Senate, but of course there are some potential bright spots for the party in some key governors' races. It's neck and neck in Florida. Governor Rick Scott facing a tough challenge from now Democrat Charlie Crist. I moderated a debate between them, and the dislike is palpable. Wisconsin's governor's race, also considered one of the closest in the country. We're going to talk with Haberman and Hamby about this in just a second after this. Good news, bad news for Democrats. Good news for Democrats in North Carolina. If they can get African-American voters to the polls in large numbers like they did in 2008, they stand a good chance of clinching what's been a neck-and-neck Senate race. Bad news, they haven't been able to replicate that success since 2008, including presidential year 2012. CNN's Renee Marsh is live from Greensboro, North Carolina. Renee, after months of keeping President Obama at arm's length, Senator Kay Hagan finally released an ad with him today. Take a listen.
North Carolina, we need to send a message this election. If you want to make a difference, here is your chance. Vote for Democrats and Senator Kay Hagan on November 4th.
What do you think? Too little, too late?
Of course.
Well, you know, Jake, the benefit of a radio ad is that you essentially get to pick your audience. And clearly in that ad, she is playing to the group of voters who support President Obama. And it's also the group of voters who she desperately needs to show up at the polls today, mainly African-American voters. Will it work? We simply don't know. It's a little too early to tell. We'll get a better picture in about another 3 hours or so when the polls start to close and those results start coming in. But she's really had a delicate dance here. She's had to distance herself from the president, but at the same time, she's trying to appeal to the Obama coalition, the minority voters, the young voters who put her and the president in office in 2008. She's been depending on a coalition of progressive voters here in North Carolina. We were at one of those rallies yesterday. We know her challenger. He's taking the route where he is focusing on the Republicans and making sure they make it out. Jake?
Renee Marsh in Greensboro, North Carolina. Thank you so much. There are 36 governor's races on the ballot today. 2 of them are attracting a lot of national attention because they could have huge implications for the presidential election in 2016. Let's bring in my buddies Maggie Haberman and Peter Hamby to talk about the races in Florida and Wisconsin, starting with Wisconsin. Maggie.
Scott Walker has been in a very tough re-election battle against Mary Burke, who has run better than a lot of Republicans had expected. This is the first really tough race he's had. He won his first race, and then he had a recall race, and this has given this sort of aura of inevitability and invincibility around him. This has been difficult. You know, you talk to people, donors especially, can Scott Walker run? Will he run? And how damaged will he be? And they basically say, well, if he wins, he's not that damaged. If he loses, obviously, he's not running for president in 2016. But you saw him recently take a swipe at the RGA chairman, Chris
The Republican
Christie.
Governors Association.
Yeah, the Republican Governors Association chairman, Chris Christie, a potential rival in 2016. That, to me, is the drama coming out of this race, is how much does Scott Walker try to suggest still that he could have had more help, even if he wins? And does he raise questions for donors with Chris Christie?
And I'm also hearing that over the summer, Walker told the RGA, I actually don't need that much help. I'm going to be good. Speaking of that aura of invincibility.
Yes.
And then, just last week when he got in this dust-up over Christie, you know, people sort of attributed that to him being a little nervous about this race, a little flustered, not used to this sort of thing. I'm told he's actually really in the weeds, micromanaging his campaign down to the ad scripts. I'm sure staffers love that. But, you know...
Who doesn't really?
Polls have seemed to tip a little bit in his direction the last few days, but it's still totally a jump ball at this point.
I think he probably will win. When you talk to actually both sides, they think that he will win privately. But yes, look, he exposed last week, as you say, some nerves about this. Running for president is a very nervous enterprise, and so looking like you're getting nervous in the closing stages of a race, not so great.
And Peter, quickly, if you would, what's the significance of Florida? I guess both parties would love to have control over that important battleground state in 2016. As we saw in 2000, having Jeb Bush there as governor certainly was a help to President Bush.
That's right. And Charlie Crist, when he was governor the last time, endorsed John McCain right before that big presidential primary, even though others say he told them.
Let's Rudy Giuliani, never forget that.
Right. Giuliani, Romney, whomever. This is a total jump ball as well. Republicans are real nervous, though, especially because Democrats have really cut into early vote margins. Last time in early vote, Democrats lost by 12. This time they're only losing by 3. So what's left are high-propensity voters. And that favors Democrats. They're going after them hard today. Look, Rick Scott spent, almost $100 million on this race, and he could lose. And, you know, speaking of the RGA, Rick Scott is one of those guys that they kind of are thinking about having run the RGA next year, so that would be one option off the table there.
And the dislike that they have, when I moderated the debate between Charlie Crist and Rick Scott, they legitimately do not like each other.
That was a no-fan debate, right?
That was the no-fan debate. It was 61
Charlie
degrees.
was cranky.
That's right.
Stick around, guys. We're going to keep talking to you. Coming up on The Lead. Ever wish you could eavesdrop on one of those war rooms where all the political strategists are plotting various forms of chicanery and mischief? We'll take you inside one and talk to some former war room generals about what really goes on inside those legions of doom. Plus, do you know about the jungle primary they're throwing on the bayou? Do you even know what a jungle primary is? Well, we will explain it to you and take you there Big Easy style. Explain how what happens today in Louisiana could impact everything tonight.
Control of the U.S. Senate. That is the big prize on Election Day. Democrats have control now, but Republicans are poised to gain some seats, and a look at historical trends suggests there's something of a midterm curse for the president's party. The president's party has lost Senate seats in 40 of the last 43 midterm elections since 1842.
Welcome back to The Lead in our special coverage of Election Day in America. I'm Jake Tapper. While the rest of us wait for the polls to close, political insiders from both sides of the aisle have an ear pressed to the ground in the hopes that they'll get an inkling of what tonight's outcome might be, especially in those really close races. CNN Chief Congressional Correspondent Dana Bash has been hanging out in a Republican war room, as they're called. She joins us live with more. And Dana, you have the chairman of the Republican National Committee with you there?
Mm-hmm. I do. You know, we are behind the scenes inside where all of the people who have been tracking the information coming in are doing it real time. And as you said, I do have the chairman of the Republican National Committee here to explain in more detail what exactly we're saying. First of all, thank you for letting us come into your vault here.
Well, you're the first person ever to film in the political department at the RNC in this sort of way. So it's a it is a real exclusive.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We got that. Explain what everybody is doing here. You see everybody hard at work behind their computers, but what are they getting? What information do you need from them?
Well, I mean, for a couple of years, we've been working on models and trying to figure out what types of people and what types of voters need to come into the box in order for us to be successful in a lot of these races around the country. So what the folks behind us are doing is they're comparing and they're getting ready to compare what precincts are coming in, what voters are coming in, and then comparing that outcome to the models that we've pre-programmed in each of those races, so that when we get early returns, we're looking at the right precincts in the right counties at the right time to determine whether or not we're on track to make this thing work.
And how are you? I mean, I know that you haven't gotten returns yet, but just in terms of the getting out the vote operation, what your precinct captains around the country.
Well, you can tell that. I mean, so at different points in the day, 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, you can see how you're doing compared to your targets. So if your targets aren't coming into the way that you think your model should, then that changes what people you're calling, what doors you're knocking, and what your precinct captains are doing across the country.
Now, let me ask you kind of a big picture question. You are poised, your party, to take control of the Senate, which would be certainly something that you would be very proud of as the chairman, of the party. But I'm going to give you the but because that's what we do. This is a pretty favorable year when you look at the map for the Senate. A lot of these races, the battlegrounds, are in very red states, places where Barack Obama didn't even have a chance.
Right.
So should it even be this tough?
Well, I mean, but we're going to win those ones. I mean, so West Virginia, South Dakota, Montana, I don't think we've even mentioned those states in a year because, of course, it's not going to be tough. We're going to win them. We're going to win in Arkansas. So the question, I would agree with you. I think that we're really we're interested in winning where we should, but we're really also very much concerned about winning in Colorado, Iowa, New Hampshire, and North Carolina. So, yes, we need to win purple states. We need to win purple states in a good environment with good candidates, and I think a really good ground game that the RNC and others have put together.
One question about the party going forward after tonight. You, in your autopsy, said that...
Growth and Opportunity Report.
Thank you. But what went wrong in 2012? Said it is critical to obviously expand the party, and doing so to get Latino voters in and to deal with immigration reform. If you have both houses of Congress, you got to do it, right? If you want to win the White House back in 2016?
Well, I mean, first of all, I mean, if you look at the Growth and Opportunity Report, it talks about being a year-round party all the time, not a party that comes into communities, Hispanic, Black, Asian, anywhere, 4 months ahead of time and thinking that we're going to pave the world. We're not. So that's the big change, getting our act together when it comes to digital and data operations. I mean, that's the mechanics.
Governing.
And in regard to Hispanics, I mean, it's also being in the community all the time. And as far as governing is concerned, the problem we've got now with this president is that he had so much, I think, messed up the message on immigration by threatening an executive amnesty action that he's got the entire country unified against his plans on immigration. And so I think the first thing is we're going to have to look at securing the border and making sure that we do that first and making sure people are comfortable that the border is secure before we move on to major immigration reform plans.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for having us for this first ever interview in here. Jake, back to you.
All right, Dana Bash, thank you so much, and thank Mr. Priebus for us. Turning back to our political panel, all of you guys have been in war rooms, but I just have to pick two. So Alex Castellanos, Republican strategist, what are they worried about in that war room right now?
Well, what they didn't show us, Jake, was the big screen with the drone on it that's going to drop the certain
I've been
precincts.
watching Homeland too much.
Yeah, you're worried today about the analysis for tonight, as I think the chairman said. being able to monitor your precincts. But frankly, it's too late to do anything. So what can you change? Get the lawyers ready. They're close states tonight. North Carolina might be one. The jet and the lawyers need to be at the airport with a little bag packed ready to go. Two, the next few days will shape how this election is perceived. You're working on your messaging right now. You're trying to get your surrogates on message so that you not only win the messaging war this evening, you win it over the next few days. And that's what you're worried about.
And Paul Begala, you've been in Democratic war rooms. I think I saw a movie called The War Room. What are they worried about in Democratic war rooms right now?
The number. Have you hit your number? They're calling it, this is where maybe
Turnout,
Democrats are different. Turnouts. Democrats are still in a frenzy right now because they still have, and that because of technology. Everybody's complaining about Barack Obama. He took old-fashioned community organizing from the 19th century, wedded it to 21st century technology. So now those little nerds can sit there on those little boxes and they can know that, you know, Alexander Rottencrotch hasn't voted yet. Somebody get out to the Rottencrotch household, knock on their door, get them out. And I mean, everything now for them is vote, vote, vote. God gave me this forehead for a reason. And Democrats are now going to be in a frenzy. And they can deploy troops. They can send their team out there to any neighborhood, any precinct, even to a house, and get them now to vote. It's the most exciting thing, I think. This is my favorite day of the year.
What hasn't been talked about this year is that what the Republican Party has done is they've worked very hard to catch up. We'll find out how much tonight.
All right. You'll give my regard to the Rottencrotches.
They're old friends of mine.
Guys, don't go anywhere.
They don't live in Miami.
We'll check back with you in a few minutes. Are you a soothsayer a la Nostradamus? Do you think you can, in your borderline divine and mystical way, predict what's going to happen tonight? Why don't you try your foretelling skills against the experts at CNN.com/pivot? That's P-I-V-I-T, pivot, where you can predict the odds of the GOP taking over the Senate and the outcomes of key individual races and earn points for all your correct calls. Right now, Republicans' chances of winning control of the Senate are up to 95%, according to the Pivot world. So join in the fun. Coming up on The Lead, it's a seat Republicans have held since the Great Depression. Today, they are in danger of losing it. Will an independent hold the key to the Senate? It could all come down to which side he votes with if he wins. Welcome back to a special Election Day edition of The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. Republicans, as you know, need to flip 6 seats in today's midterm election to take control of the U.S. Senate. But they also have to hang on to the seats they already have, including a seat in Kansas that has belonged to the GOP since FDR. And in a strange twist, Democrats have a shot at pulling off an upset here, even though there isn't a Democrat on that ballot. Let's bring in Tom Foreman to explain this wild race to us. Tom?
Yeah, hi, Jake. We've been doing the math for weeks now on this question of how can the Democrats hold on to the U.S. Senate? How can the Republicans take it? Look where we start. Remember, Republicans, 45 seats there in red. We have 53 Democratic seats in blue, plus the 2 independents who caucus with them. All of the models suggest we could come down to a very narrow race, almost 50-50. And if that is the case, then you're absolutely right. Kansas, the sunflower state, can be a big deal. The reason is the incumbent there, Pat Roberts, the Republican, is in the fight of his life to try to hold on to a seat against not a Democrat, but an independent, Greg Orman. Now, the problem with Greg Orman, for purposes of figuring out who controls the Senate, is that Orman is so intensely intent on being independent here that he won't say if he's going to caucus with and vote with the Republicans over here, or if he might jump across the aisle and caucus with the Democrats over here. And that one wild card, if this is as tight as it might be, Jake, could make it such that even if every other question is answered tonight, we may yet not know who will control the Senate when it comes back to town. Jake?
Fascinating. Tom Foreman, thank you so much. Orman, as Tom noted, refuses to say which party he would caucus with if elected to the Senate, and it all came down to him. But Vice President Joe Biden seemed to suggest he knows the answer. Here's what Biden said in a radio interview earlier today.
I think, you know, we have a chance of picking up, you know, an independent who will be with us in the state of Kansas.
Our Jim Sciutto is live in Overland Park, Kansas. Jim, did the vice president just let the cat out of the bag?
Well, I'll tell you, Jake, the Orman campaign reacting very strongly to this, dismissing it outright, in fact, and they have to because Senator Pat Roberts, the Republican in this race, 34-year Hill veteran, is already robocalling using that very same clip of Vice President Joe Biden that you just played. Here's the statement from the Orman campaign, from the Orman campaign manager, Jim Jonas. He says Greg has never spoken to the vice president in his life. Greg is an independent, and he's not going to Washington to represent the Democrats or the Republicans. He's going to represent the people of Kansas. To be fair, that has been his consistent position throughout, generally translated as being that he will caucus with whoever is in the majority after all those votes are counted after today's race. The other interesting thing in this race, Jake, is that here you have a race where an independent is not just in a position to steal some votes from the Democratic or the Republican candidate, but he's in a position possibly to steal the very seat, building off this frustration that you have among American voters with dysfunction in Washington. I managed to catch up with the candidate today as he cast his ballot. I asked him about this, and here's what he had to say.
Why do you think you can make a difference if you win today? Well, it's really the voters of Kansas who are going to make a difference. The voters of Kansas are going to send a really strong message to Washington with this election that you can't hide behind your party label.
And you know, Jake, when you get to the election math, that no matter what happens tonight, it increases that magic number for the Republicans from 6 to 7 if Orman beats Roberts. No matter which party he chooses to caucus with, it brings up that Republican magic number from 6 to 7. So this race is one that both parties watching very closely today.
All right, Jim Sciutto from the heartland of America, Kansas. Thank you so much. Let's bring back CNN political commentator Ana Navarro, Republican, and Democratic strategist Karen Finney. What do you think, Anna? Did Vice President Biden let the cat out of the bag, or is he getting ahead of his skis, as President Obama once said about the Vice President?
How can Republicans not just love Joe Biden, the gift that keeps on giving,
we all
even, you know, late into Election Day? Look, he laid bare what is at the crux of this entire race. Who is Greg Orman, and what's he going to do if he gets elected? He has been trying to be perceived as independent, but it's been kind of wink, wink. Yes, I'm not going to be with the Democrats. He's been getting help from Democrat operatives. He's been getting donations from Democrats. It all feels like it's in cahoots, and I think that's part of what's really hurting him in Kansas and what's going to give Roberts the victory today. He's been too cute, trying to be all things to all people and not really picking a side.
Karen?
Cute or not, I think either side will take them in their caucus if it means they're going to win. I mean,
Right.
Let's be honest. Look, there's another dynamic here that I think is interesting. You've got a split in the Republican Party. Moderate Republicans are interested in coming out and voting against Governor Brownback. They don't like how far he's taken the state. Do those folks, do they vote for Orman? Do they vote for Pat Roberts? I think there's a potential for those folks to vote for Orman. So how those voters decide, they could decide this election.
You're saying
actually.
moderate Republicans are going to turn out to vote against the incumbent Republican governor.
That's
very
right.
conservative and has alienated a lot of moderates, and that could help Orman.
I wouldn't be surprised if
yeah.
there's a divided vote amongst Republicans today in Kansas.
I think you're going to see that.
Now, Alex, you have said that you think that Republican senators should have said, we're not going to take Orman in our caucus. But the truth of the matter is, they don't want to say that. They might need him, right?
But the best way not to need him is to go ahead and polarize the race and make it R against D. And the best way to do that is to say, he's a D, he's running against a Republican, we're not going to take him. Do that early, and I don't think they would have been in the position they're in today.
Except Paul, I mean, I think that I don't know what he's going to do if it all comes down to him. Okay, I have no idea. But I think if Republicans win tonight and it's a Republican majority in the Senate, I think Orman will caucus with the Republicans. That's what he suggested he will do, and that will be the best way to get reelected in 6 years.
It will be. I think you're right. It will be. And also, he can very plausibly say, this is the best way to deliver for my state. Kansas is, what you said, they haven't elected a Democrat to the Senate since 1930, 84 years. So, yeah, it would be a good way to deliver for your state. It would be a great way to deliver if he gives the Democrats their majority, though. Oh, my God, they'd make him the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court.
But ultimately, what beats Roberts, if he loses tonight, is not Orman. It's Washington. Been here too long, lived here too much, forgotten the folks back home.
That's right.
Everybody, Michael Barone is saying that any Republican who's over 65 years old has to pledge to go home every weekend.
But that's,
and
but
see
that's
his
the
family.
cautionary tale for a lot of these guys. Pay attention to what the people of your district or your state want, or they will hold you accountable.
And Anna, one of the things that's been hurting Roberts is that he didn't even have a credible answer about where he lived, whether he lived in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. or in Kansas itself.
Which is incredible to me that there could be seasoned incumbent senators today, after Richard Lugar, like Mary Landrieu,
Indiana senator
who had,
who was
you know,
defeated for
Mary
that
Landrieu,
reason.
who's got a little bed in her mom's basement, and Pat Roberts, who don't own a home, or at least rent a studio, pitch a tent somewhere, but call it your own. I think from now on, the NRSC and the DSCC should tell both You know, anybody that gets elected, first thing you do is you get a lease, you get a house, you buy something, you rent something, you pitch a tent.
It's going on the list.
Pitch a tent. That's a nice motto.
I mean, just own it, though, you know?
Yeah.
All right. I want to thank our entire political panel for being with us this hour. John King, Maggie Haberman, Paul Begala, Ana Navarro, Karen Finney, Alex Castellanos. Coming up on The Lead, we'll go live to Louisiana, where a potential runoff could keep the outcome up in the air for weeks. Welcome back to The Lead and our special coverage of Election Day in America. I'm Jake Tapper, and I don't know about you, but we here at CNN are gearing up for a long night at Election Night headquarters. Wolf just ran to Costco to get some cases of Red Bull. Anderson's chilling cucumber slices for the bags under our eyes. But it is possible we may not even know all the results of the elections by tomorrow morning. That's because 2 key states will have a runoff if no candidate gets more than 50% of the vote plus 1. This seems most likely in Louisiana, where our Suzanne Malveaux is right now. Suzanne, leave it to the Cajuns to make things extra spicy.
It is spicy. We like it hot and spicy here, Jake. I had some coffee and beignets. I think that's going to continue throughout the night. It's going to be a long night, I think, Jake. I had a chance to catch up with the Senator Landrieu, earlier this morning, and I asked her, does she think she's going to get to that magic number, 50% plus 1? She is confident. She said, yes, she can feel the energy in the crowds. But, Jake, it is far from certain if you look at the polls. The voting may end tonight, but in a few states, the real winners might not be clear until well after election night. Down here in the Bayou, they have what's called a jungle primary, where all 9 Louisiana candidates are fighting to get more than 50% of the vote. If no one does, we'll all have to wait till December, when the top 2 candidates will face a runoff. 3-term Democratic Senator Mary Landrieu is leading, but taking nothing for granted. Today, still campaigning before casting her ballot with her grandson, Maddox. She is slightly ahead of her biggest challenger, Republican Congressman Bill Cassidy, but still shy of the 50% needed to avoid a runoff.
Really feel that victory is in the air for us. It's been a hard-fought campaign, but it is not my hardest. That was the first race to the United States Senate, where we only won by 5,788 votes.
Landrieu needs African-American voters, women, and 30% of whites to turn out today to get her over the top. She comes from a well-known political family, which Cassidy is using to make a case for change. He is also painting Landrieu as a rubber stamp for the president. Do you believe in what some of the analysts are saying, that that this is more about the president and his record, that could be a drag on your race?
So there's a lot riding on this election. And let me just say, the contrast between myself and my opponent could not be more different. He is trying to make this a national race, and he is trying to hide from his own record. But that is impossible.
In Georgia, another nail-biter. Democrat Michelle Nunn, the daughter of former Senator Sam Nunn, is neck and neck with Republican businessman David Perdue. They, too, are fighting to get more than 50% of the vote today or face a runoff in January, after the new Congress is expected to be sworn in. And in Alaska, both Senate candidates could be in for a very long night. They're counting on Native Alaskan voters from rural villages to determine who wins. Those ballots are counted by hand and delivered by planes and boats to the Capitol to be verified. Boats and planes, Jake, we're not kidding here. Back to Louisiana. When I got that beignet and coffee this morning, I asked the waitress, I said, are you paying attention to what's happening here at the election? She said, absolutely. She said she was voting for Landrieu. She said that was really important. It's a young African-American woman. Asked the cab driver the same question, asked the bellhop. They all said they were voting for Landrieu. Of course, we're in New Orleans. This is where she has a lot of support, and this is what she needs. This is what she's going to count on if she's going to make that magic number tonight. But, Jake, very likely that it's going to be a very long one.
A real nail-biter. Suzanne Malveaux in Louisiana, thank you so much. That's it for The Lead. I'm Jake Tapper. CNN's Election Night in America starts now with the Situation Room.